Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks good and sounds good, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me, if things are looking bad, you can't see, you can't hear, get a hearing aid, get some glasses, or give me a thumbs down or an angry face in the chat, and I will try to fix it as long as it's not something that you need to see a doctor for. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early. All right. Shout out to Catsy. Don't eat that cat right there. Oh, well, you know, I don't mean that in a bad way. That just went bad. Let me just shut up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some like enforcers in the chat for Brooklyn Queen enforcing the likes. Shout out from my man, Al McAllen. What's good with it, Al? Shout out to Karen Dorsey. What's good with it, Karen Dorsey? Good to see you as always. Shout out to Cal Dona. Good to see you, Cal. All right. Shout out to everybody. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some things. We're going to talk about America's fake outrage over Barack Obama's black male comments, right? Because I can't prove this. This isn't a factual statement, but we're going to reference certain things from the past, and then we're going to ask this question, right? Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. What's good with you, bro? Yo, Geek Surgeon, make sure that you leave a comment after the stream, all right, so that I can throw that wrench on there for you. Do that on all my channels that you subscribe to, all right? I believe that America has fake outrage. I believe that there are some of us who actually have an issue with what Barack Obama said, and there's nothing wrong with having an issue with something somebody has said. Shout out to Adventurer's Guide to the Galaxy. I actually watched his video that he did, like a response to this, and I thought it was a good video. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him for that video. But there was somebody in this comment section that said, "You must be a hit dog. You must have hollered." No, it's called when people address you and you address them back. Barack Obama made a blanket statement like so many people make the mistake and do. And so when you make a blanket statement, people are inclined to and entitled to respond to the blanket statement that you were so bold to make. That has nothing to do with being a hurt dog. And you had the opportunity to make your points, right? That's the same as saying, you know, I'm going to take you to court because you're accused of something. And you, as the person accused, if you don't, the only way for you to prove your innocence is to not respond to the charges levied against you. And if you answer or say anything, well, then you must be hurt. You must be a hit dog. Somebody make it make sense. Again, we're dealing with nonsensical logic. We're dealing with the attempted low information conversation shutdowns that in 2024 just do not work. So shout out to y'all for the evolution. All right. The next thing that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about some polling data because we love numbers, right? We love numbers. So we're going to talk about some polling data. The polling data will support us debunking further the talking points of Barack Obama and those who follow behind him, whether it's for opportunity, right? Or whether it's just to be heard and have something to say. Then we're going to talk about some convertibles, mainly Anton Daniels, who decided to go on Fox News and, you know, have a conversation with Laura Ingraham. And Anton Daniels has been on Fox News before. Now, no hate towards Anton Daniels. Shout out to Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels has created a very lucrative and successful business on YouTube, and I don't want to take that away from him. However, I have disagreements with a lot of his talking points and a lot of the ways that he, you know, decides to publicly conduct himself and project his behavior onto other people, which is what you see with a lot of these people, right? So we're gonna talk about that and we're gonna discuss that. All right. Shout out to my man, the Geek Surgeon, with the off-rip ducats. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all show Geek Surgeon some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji in the chat for the Geek Surgeon funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
We're not exactly the March of Dimes. You know what I'm saying? We're not exactly the March of Dimes, but according to some people, though, you know what I'm saying? The paycheck don't come from AdSense. The paycheck come from Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if I got a paycheck from Trump, listen, man, I wouldn't have no problem showing y'all what them W-2s and what them pay stubs look like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm asking, yo, do they got a referral bonus? Because I'm about to staff y'all up. You know what I'm saying? So let's check this out right here.
Trump and Kamala Harris, well, they might as well just assume residency in this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's attracted the most amount of attention of any of the 50 states, and it could very well determine the next president. Now, with the voter registration deadline fast approaching, there are some critical data points to help give us some clues about what might happen in just 3 short weeks. So I have Harry Enden here at the Magic Wall to dive into the numbers. All right, so Harry, tell us what you have found about how voters are leaning at this point compared to 2020.
Yeah, I mean, the voter registration numbers, if you want a stat that Republicans absolutely love, it's this one, all right? Pennsylvania voter registration, you register by party in that state, You go back to November of 2020, you see Democrats 47%, Republicans 39%. That was an 8-point advantage. Look at where we are today. Yes, more voters in Pennsylvania are registered as Democrats and Republicans, but it's now just 44% to 40%. Now they've got a 4-point gap. Republicans, have cut that Democratic advantage in half. In such a short period of time. They have gone out, they have registered voters. There are folks that have come over to their side who were previously registered Democrats. The question is, where are they picking up ground, Manu? Where are they picking up ground? This, to me, says it all. All right, which Pennsylvania counties did the GOP gain?
Now look at this. Pay attention to this, right? Under 50% non-college white people, the GOP has gained 1 point. Over 50% non-college white, the GOP has gained 6 points. So they've gained a total of 7 points in these sub-demographics that they're talking about, right? Now, mind you, again, these gains that they're making, right, for the most part, is kind of difficult to point at a particular demographic and say they're losing because of these changing numbers. However, that's what's being done. Barack Obama, being the former leader of the United States, being the current leader of pushing this mis and disinformation. All right.
In registration. If you look in counties where less than 50% of the population is non-college white voters, Republicans gain just a point. Where you have over 50% non-college whites, look at this. Republicans gain 6 points on average.
Wow.
They are picking up ground in the areas you would expect them to pick up ground, right? Those non-college white dominated areas, coal country in the Northeast, Southwest, outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is the registration trends, the trends we've been seeing the last few cycles with Republicans dominating among non-college white voters, very much showing up in this party registration.
It's so interesting because David McCormick, who's the Senate candidate, the Republican Senate candidate, told me actually he believes that can actually propel him to victory because they're narrowing that margin with Democrats of voter registration. But what does this mean for Kamala Harris in her chances of victory in Pennsylvania?
All right, so all of this data, bad news for Democrats, right? Good news for Republicans. But there's one thing to keep in mind, right? You had that New York Times Siena College poll that came out yesterday that showed Kamala Harris slightly ahead, but within the margin of her. Why is that? Because take a look here. This is the Pennsylvania margin by party registration in that poll. What you see here is that Kamala Harris, I'm going to come over to your side, Streamon, is doing better among Democrats, a 77-point lead, than Donald Trump is among Republicans, a 74-point advantage. She's also doing better with those who are not registered with a party or with another party. But this nugget is key because even though Republicans have closed that registration gap, they haven't closed it completely. So the fact that Harris is doing slightly better among Democrats and Republicans, and there are more of them, that is what gives Democrats solace, is because at this particular point, that state, compared to, say, Arizona, slightly more favorable to Kamala Harris, at least in the polling data so far.
So what does this tell us? I mean, are we seeing this nationally? Are we seeing this in other battleground states, this change in the registration advantage Democrats?
Yeah, all right. So this, if it was just Pennsylvania and we're seeing just one state, I don't think we'd necessarily be doing this segment, but I believe it is part of a larger picture.
So here's my question. As you guys can see, there's many different ways to split these demographics. You can group and regroup all of these people just like a Rubik's Cube, right? Race, gender, political party, all of those things are not the only ways to group people. There's many different ways that you can group people, which is hilarious, right? Because, the Democrats are the party of intersectionality. But when it's time to actually discuss intersectionality, they never tend to use that to make any logical or valid points, right? So my question for you guys is, all of these other demographics who are contributing to GOP advantages or GOP gaining ground or the GOP getting points, where is the monolith enforcer coming out to discipline these individuals for doing the unthinkable act of causing mathematical fluctuations in these numbers? Where is that individual? And also, where are the cheerleaders? Where's everybody with their pom-poms? You know what I mean?
Voters who are registered as Democrats. This is across the battleground states where you have party registration. Not every state has party registration, right? Wisconsin doesn't, Georgia doesn't, Michigan doesn't. But in the battleground states where, in fact, you do have party registration, there are now fewer registered Democrats in Arizona, fewer registered Democrats in Nevada, fewer registered Democrats, and, of course, the great state of North Carolina. So what we're seeing in Pennsylvania is being seen in other states as well. More folks are registering as Republicans as compared to Democrats.
So now, if these registration trends are indicative of some of the issues that Kamala Harris is having with keeping her numbers with a competitive lead advantage over Donald Trump, why are people pointing their fingers in black men's face? That's my question. The reason why people are pointing their fingers in black men's face is because pointing your finger in black men's face is in line with American culture. America always has a predetermined and set up scapegoat for any type of incompetency or failure that it displays on a public stage. And when I say America, that means Democrats, that means Republicans, that means white people, that means black people who have absolutely no problem with throwing other black people under the bus just to get some type of notoriety or some type of paycheck. And this is a patterned behavior that's part of a larger problem, right? Take a look, and let me ask you guys this question in the comment section. When Barack Obama came out with the statement that black men are misogynists as a result of imaginary polling information, because the information of the polling, it actually shows the opposite, right? It actually shows the opposite. The polling data actually shows that black men support a quote unquote perceived black woman in an electorate at a higher percentage than men of other group, which is actually inconsistent, right? That fact is actually inconsistent with the YouTube talking points. YouTube talking points say that black men are misogynistic. All black men do is podcast about black women all day. And all black men do is talk crap about black women, delete black women, and harm black women. But as you can see right here through these polls, the quote unquote independent black woman is being empowered to power, right? By a mathematical statistic of black males at the highest levels providing the most support amongst male groups. Yet there's nobody addressing that talking point. And the reason why they're addressing that talking point is because that will zero the bottom line on their ad revenue based business.
But we're looking at the battleground states. Let's take this out nationally, all right? This is party registration, but let's look at party identification. Party registration, of course, is you're actually registered with the party. Party ID is when you say, I feel like a Democrat today, I feel like a Republican today. They're correlated, but they're not exactly the same. But I think it gets at the trend that's going on here, Manu. All right, so party ID nationally. You go to October, November of 2016, Democrats had a 3-point advantage. You go 4 years ago, Democrats had a 6-point advantage. Look at where we are today, Manu. Republicans with a 1-point advantage. A very different picture, very much mirroring what we see in the party registration numbers in those key battleground states and Pennsylvania in particular.
So if this is mirroring what you see in the party ground registration, there's a mathematical term for that, right? What is that called? What is that called? I'm going to tell you guys what that's called. That's called a correlation, and it's represented by the lowercase letter r. You won't get that from your quote-unquote low information YouTubers.
Particular.
It actually just shows you too why Harris is doing what she's trying to do. She's trying to moderate a little bit on these issues, trying to reach those very voters because the party registration is changing and the demographics of the voters are changing. Those are the people she needs to attract.
Absolutely. And you know, the GOP leads by a point in party identification right now. The average when the Republican Party loses is the Democrats ahead by 8. When the Republican Party wins, the average party ID advantage for Democrats is 3. Republicans right now, Manu, are doing even better than the average when they win. If there's one little nugget.
You see what the indicator just said? The indicator said average when Republican Party won is Democrats +3. The average when the Republican Party has lost. On CNN, a network that's friendly to Kamala Harris, they just admitted that the indicators show that the GOP is winning. Yeah, you got shout out to Patrick. Now you got it. Everybody throw some flames in the chat for Patrick. Shout out to AB Promotions. Now you see why I've been going hard. You now the roadmap should be clear to you, Patrick. Do you see why I've been saying what I've been saying over the last 2 or 3 days? Why I've been hitting these points specifically? Remember what I was saying? Keep aiming at the bullseye until you shoot through it. I think we shot through it. You know what I'm saying? I think we shot through the bullseye. Right? Patrick says, saw this other guy say Obama did this so that others can use his talking points to attack and marginalize black men. That's what that's called is flying monkeys, right? That's what they call flying monkeys. Barack Obama is a narcissist, right? And what he did was he put something out there as a slander technique to then mobilize an army of people to perpetuate that message and attempt to change behavior like that. That's a narcissist tactic. You know, only certain politicians get talked about in terms of their psychological profile. But let's just back that up just to make sure that there's nobody that can come and say this is mis or disinformation. Also, we live in a time period where there's a lot of black people who are more white supremacist than white people, right? So because I happen to mention a monkey, there will be many fist pumpers who come in the chat and say, you sit up there calling that black man a monkey. You sit up there calling that black man a monkey. You a coon. You a coon. Again, your lack of information is not an emergency on my part, right? So, you know, when we had those super radical simps, right, that will come in the comment section and do that, we will have the definition of a flying monkey to be able to substantiate it. All right. And it's sad. Isn't it sad that you have to do that? Isn't it sad that you have to do that? Oh man. So let's check this out real quick. I'm gonna just show you, we're just gonna run through this real quick, right? So we can profile these folks. And then we're going to get right back to the video. And shout out to everybody, man. I really appreciate y'all being here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. 3 tips to protect yourself from a narcissist flying monkeys. So black men, you're under attack by the narcissist Barack Obama's flying monkeys. So here are the tactics that are necessary for you to arm yourself with to protect yourself. All right. As you can see, this is from Psychology Today, right? Of course, those very same people who will say I'm attacking black people by using the word monkey, right? Despite the fact that, you know, there's some characteristics about monkeys that are not so similar to black people, right? So I don't know why there's that as a whole nother discussion, right? But so anyway, it says named after the monkeys in The Wizard of Oz. So-called flying monkeys. Now, you know, mind you, debunking these preeminent attacks, then it'll be, well, you're using white man, you know, information, psychology, right? You know what I'm saying? I would use Dr. Umar Johnson's information about this, but he doesn't have any published about this particular topic, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? Named after the monkey in The Wizard of Oz, so-called flying monkeys encourage abusers in their behavior. Unfortunately, it can be difficult to know who has the potential to act as a flying monkey, especially in the beginning. Well, here's the people that can act as a flying monkey. People who are susceptible to believing a narcissist's propaganda. Yeah, shout out to Real Beautiness. That's correct. Absolutely. Flying monkeys is a psychological term popularized from The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, that's a fact, right? And I agree. It's not meant to be a racial slur, but somebody will clip me saying monkey, and then their heads will pop off like a cork on New Year's Eve, like somebody just popped open some wine or popped open some champagne at one of AB Promotions parties. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll fly around just like one of these flying monkeys and, you know what I'm saying, make videos and come in the comment section and say, you can't wait to see Kamala Harris fall. You know what I'm saying? We sat there and watched Joe Biden fall up and down the stairs for 4 years. I really, truly don't want to see anyone else fall. But, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead with your bad self. Go ahead with your bad self, right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. And shout out to Karen Dorsey. Make sure y'all show Karen Dorsey some love for hitting the Streamelements tip jar. Definitely appreciate it. And, hey, she qualified. She qualified for a free meal. And you know what we serving up at Blacklight Diner.
In Springfield.
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. These where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Oh man, shout out to Karen. I appreciate it. She got us on the fuck shit early.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Shout out to the sports and political channel of LB. What's good with it, bro? All right, so yeah, Donald Trump all off beat. He was only on beat one time in that. he was only on beat one time with that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, in my practice, clients often ask how to find out who has the potential to act as their abuser's flying monkey, a colloquial term for the people who encourage the abuser, who typically display narcissistic traits in their behavior and provide them with information to use in their harassment and abuse. All right. Flying monkeys can be present during a relationship, such as people who go back to the abusive person with information, sometimes even lies, that the abuser then uses against the target. So as we know, Barack Obama gathered lies from data that is non-existent, and then he went to abuse the target. The target was black men, right? One example of this is a person whose partner comes home and yells, "What is this I hear about you flirting with the new office assistant at work?" because of information they learned from a third party, right? Now, you could look at YouTube, right, and take all of the information with black male bashing and say Barack Obama gathered his ideas and information from that. And to say that that's something far-fetched is not true, right? Because we're going to go later and talk about how Anton Daniels went on Fox News, and it's not the first time a YouTuber has gone on Fox News. Anton Daniels has been on there before. Tim Pool has been on there. There's a lot of YouTubers that have been on Fox News, and a lot of YouTubers have been on a lot of different news programs, right? So they'll get, information from the internet. But the information that they get from the internet will be the gaslit information that'll substantiate the fuel for the narcissist talking points. As not everyone knows that they are assisting with abuse when they give others information, sometimes an offhand comment like, "Oh, I saw Billy at the bar last weekend," can actually be the thing that triggers the rage of an abusive partner. All right. So now the idea that somehow black men will be responsible for a Trump presidency is a lot of the false information that's necessary to trigger Barack Obama and being a chief of misinformation. All right. So, there's that, right? These are tactics that, sociopaths, narcissists, and other cluster B people like Barack Obama and like Trump, use. All right. So let's get it.
Now, the average when the Republican Party loses is the Democrats ahead by 8. When the Republican Party wins, the average party ID advantage for Democrats is 3. Republicans right now, Manu, are doing even better than the average when they win. If there's one little nugget that I think Republicans are really hopeful for, it's this party ID and this party registration data. It really points in a good direction for them and for Donald Trump.
Wow. We'll see. A close race. And that can absolutely make the difference here. And of course, the guru breaking it all down for us.
All right. So there's that. All right. So now next, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the group of people that Kamala Harris is actually targeting as of right now. All right. And what's interesting about this is that the information that has shown that this group of people can make a big difference, right? I want to see what type of package Kamala Harris provides for this group of individuals. Now, before we get started in this, I want to ask you guys the question: who do you all think is the group of people who is now the surprise group of people that they're saying could possibly be the key to Kamala Harris winning the presidency? What group of people is it? Let me know who y'all think it is. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
One knows that, but what might be most notable about 2024 are the structural shifts that we might be seeing in the electorate. Who generally votes for Democrats? Who generally votes for Republicans? It might all be changing. Here to explain what
now, he's absolutely correct about this. These demographics are changing, and what this also exposes about people is that the average person doesn't have the cranial capacity, the brain mass, or the intellectual ability to be able to process and deal with change. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. the fact that many people have been exposed as unable to deal with the changes that aren't going to be stopped simply because of people making YouTube videos, this is indicative of why entire species go extinct, because of failure to be able to adjust to environmental changes. It's been exposed, in my opinion, for the most part, that a massive group of people have failed to accept shifts. The same way many people have failed to adopt new technologies and new information that's necessary to make your life a lot easier and a lot more doable. This is simply what's called evolutionary shifts. Sometimes people and things go extinct. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Seeing CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton. Look, we've been talking about black voters the last few days and some shifts there, but there are significant shifts that benefit Vice President Harris when it comes to women.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So, you know, if you look at, is Harris doing better than Biden 2020? White men, she's not. Color, she's not. Men of color, she's not. But among white women, in fact, she is. In fact, it's to a historic degree. So let's take a look here. The GOP's margin among white women. Look, Ron won by.
So now let me ask you guys this question. How many people were aware that Trump has a historic low of white female support for the GOP? If you were aware of that, give me a thumbs up. If you were not aware of that, give me a thumbs down. Here's my question. Where is any content addressing it? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy did. Where's the content addressing it? This is also more proof that part of American culture, Black American adopted culture and white American culture, is to adopt anything negative that can be seen or perceived about any demographic of Black people and to perpetuate it like the boss told them to. Now, what's interesting about this, right, is that the white women drop in support for Trump is not consistent with any trends, right? It's not consistent with any trends, which means that it's not a system problem. It's an individual problem, right? And the support that white women give Kamala Harris is lower than the Black male support. But Black people and white people have adopted the blame Black men for Kamala Harris's loss preeminent scapegoating. My question is, why are they doing that? And who did they get it from? Because they got it from here. They got it from the place where the news gets everything. They got it from social media. So we should give these people who are responsible for putting batteries in these anti-Black and anti-Black male people's back, we should put their faces on a plaque, and we should put a mask for them on a blimp for their accomplishment, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Because that's the reason why they said this kind of stuff, is because they want to be made famous for it, right? So let's make them famous. Even more famous than they might already be.
Trump in 2016 won him by 6. You go back 4 years ago, Trump won him by 7. Look now, look how much lower Trump's margin is among white women. Look, he still leads, but it's well within the margin of error.
Where's the white women shaming? You know, they got a lot of white women on The View, and they don't shame the white women. White women, how could you? White men have treated you so bad throughout history that you had to come up with movements like feminism and destroy everybody else's families and then go back to your husbands, right? No content about none of that. Why not? Why not? Hey.
It's just a point. He's doing 6 points worse than he did 4 years ago. In fact, he's doing the worst, if this holds, for a GOP candidate this century among white women, John.
Well, how much do white women?
So shout out to white women, right? In not contributing to, quote unquote, making America great again, right? Shout out to them in not contributing to that, right? Because Trump is at a historic low support from white women. Now, there is no content out there asking the question, well, does the white woman support her man? Does the white woman support her man? Maybe she's a misandrist. Maybe the European queen is the misandrist. We could do this all day. We could do this all day. Like I said, one punch knockouts, fractured orbitals. What? All day. All day. Where's the videos at? Where the content at? More substantiation of why you shouldn't take 90% of people on social media serious. They're hypocrites. Their talking points don't make sense, and none of them are based in data. There's no question going around, quote unquote, does the white woman support her man? Honestly, this isn't even being addressed for the most part, for real. Like this, you know, Trump and Vance, I mean, they don't really, they kind of just don't care. They just doing their thing, right? You know, Vance would come out and be like, you know, y'all chicks ain't nothing but a bunch of, you know what I'm saying, childless cat women. We don't want your votes anyway. Nobody says anything. I mean, if you ask me, right, a political movement, right, feminism, right, first wave feminism, right, then on top of it, you know what I mean? Shout out to my man Mo Facts. You already know. You already know. Like I said, you already know I'm sitting on the roof with the scope. You know what I'm saying? You already know. You got the feminism movement, right? And then you have these political results. There's really not anything that mirrors that when it comes to quote unquote black people, other than, you know, just social media babble and, you know what I'm saying, butthurt content, right? So if you ask me, these numbers and history are more indicative of a gender war between white men and white women versus any type of substantiation of those talking points of black men versus black women, right? Historic low support, intraracial, right here. But there's no content about it. So shout out to Mo Facts, right? This is another reason of why I'm saying America has fake outrage over Barack Obama's black male comments, because Barack Obama's comments, if adjusted right for the target, could actually be valid if targeted at the appropriate group that is displaying data that's consistent with his accusations. But they're not. And it's not just Barack Obama's fault. There were a lot of hungry piranhas. You guys ever fed the fish, you know, in the water under the roller coasters at the amusement park? And you know how you don't even have to drop no bread in the water yet. As soon as they see the shadow against the water, they come and they coming up to the surface with their mouth open, right? That's what everybody was just sitting there waiting for them breadcrumbs to fall for Obama to say that, so they could go ahead and substantiate their confirmation bias of how they actually feel, and then say, look, even Barack Obama said it. Okay. Mofax says, Rob, thank you for calling out this fake outrage. A lot of people are going from caping for the Democrats to doing the same caping for Trump. 110%. And you got people sitting up there saying that I cape for Trump. I'm not caping for Trump. I just agree with more conservative policies and more conservative ideologies than Trump does. But that doesn't mean that I'm caping for Trump. Those are the ideologies that I agree with. Those are the ways of life of certain things that I agree with. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily agree with Trump on a lot of things, right? You know what I'm saying? I agree with certain mathematicians that 1 + 1 = 2. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that I agree with their worldview. That doesn't mean that I agree with them religiously, right? But again, you know, we're dealing with low brain mass people, right? And one thing is, we have to start putting the virtual handicap sticker filter across people's foreheads to, you know, make it more time efficient on who we engage with versus who we don't. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that doesn't utilize information, you know what I'm saying, should not be looked at as an analytical person, in my opinion. And for the most part, they should be ignored for anything other than, you know what I'm saying, increasing your equity gains with laughing stock. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Caldona. Caldona said, can never blame mommy's people. 304 Obama. Hey, that's what it looks like. Right? That's what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it looks like.
Women matter in the electorate.
So this is the whole thing, right? How much do they matter? If you were to break it down, white women, white men, women of color, men of color, white.
Now, look at this. White women, 36% of voters. If you look at that number as a total, the nominal amount, black men far, you know what I'm saying, surpass that number, right? They far surpass that number. Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense.
White women make up the plurality of the electorate, 36%. So, you know, yesterday we were talking about those massive gains that Donald Trump was making among black men, black women. But the bottom line is they actually make up a considerably smaller.
Did he say that Donald Trump was making gains among black women? Yeah, Donald Trump is making gains among black women. Not, mathematically, according to the data, if we look at it at a chart, right? But remember, these charts also they show relationships that may or not be expressed, right? So, you know, another question is, where's the outrage for the black women who support Trump? I don't have any outrage for any of these people. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with a lot of Democrat parties, a lot of Democrat policies and how Democrats conduct themselves and Democrat hypocrisy. But that's not to say that there's not any hypocrisy. And I agree with everybody on the other side. But again, we deal with low brain mass people, and they can only think in terms of binary. They can only think in terms of linear, right? We have a bunch of linear minded people. We don't have people that can think exponentially and logarithmically. So as a result of that, you have people that create false associations and they can't process anything outside of that. However, they should not be given any mercy for their handicap, if you ask me. How many people believe that these people should be given mercy, quote unquote, for their handicap? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to y'all if y'all disagree. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. And those people who, you know, have those handicaps will probably say, oh, thank you for the mercy. No mercy from me. You know what I'm saying? No mercy from me.
Talking about those massive gains that Donald Trump was making among black men, black women. But the bottom line is they actually make up a considerably smaller portion of the electorate than white women do. So when we're talking about 5, 6.
So that's another good point, right? Being that the black men make up a smaller portion of the electorate, right? Because we know that the reason why they have the percent sign is to standardize these numbers against a total of 100 per cent, per century, per cent. How many percent? Percent is a ratio. 36 per 100, 34 per 100, 16 per 100, 15 per 100. Right? So it's standard. It's the same way per capita is a standardization. You know, it's funny, you know, white people always say, well, maybe black people don't understand per capita. Anybody who understands percent understands per capita. If you know about per, then you know about a lot of things, right? How many people ever heard of hydrogen peroxide? Well, hydrogen peroxide, it's a ratio, you know what I'm saying? Science and math are related. You know what I'm saying? A hydrogen ion, right, per an oxygen molecule, right? Just like I said about normal saline, normalized saline, a salt crystal per water molecule, right? Somebody, you know what I mean? Like, and this is what I'm saying.
Point shifts, 7-point shifts in Kamala Harris's direction. We're talking about that among a major part of the.
Here, I'll give you guys another one. Sodium bicarbonate. What does that mean? That means sodium in two carbonate molecules. Sodium bicarbonate. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, again, when it comes to a lot of things, right? A lot of things you could get the answer just out of the word if you understand the word. And the fact that people don't understand the words and the fact that people don't understand the numbers, this is more indicative that there's an underlying communication and articulation issue that really is causing a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying?
The electorate, and that can actually move the overall electorate more.
My man, we
enormous shift among a considerable.
What's good with it, bro?
Smaller part of the electorate.
You can just do the math. More than double the impact, depending on how it all spaces itself out. Why?
Why? I think that this gets at a pretty good reason why. All right. Abortion is the top voting issue. We're going to look at Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Well, look at this. Abortion is the top voting issue in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now, here's how this matters, right? These are battleground states. Kamala Harris is ahead in the abortion issue. However, over 80% of the voters are white. That's one of the reasons why in that target area, winning those white women, that could be a pathway to Kamala Harris winning some of those votes, right? And there's so many white women in comparison to other demographics, like white men and white women make up the largest amount of demographics. They could really change the tide on those things. Now, look at how women and men fare in this abortion issue, right? Women, 27%, men at 7%. Being that men are at 7%, that means that more than likely they're looking at the economy and they're looking at immigration. As a result of looking at economy and immigration, who leads on economy and immigration? Trump. That is the thing that's driving that trend, not misogyny. Shout out to Mo Facts. I agree, bro. It's the underlying education issue. Facts. So would you guys agree that this chart is just one of the many pieces of information that we can utilize, right, to say that, no, this isn't a misogyny issue? Look at the trending. The trending shows all male groups have increased Trump support. Trump's issues that he leads in are immigration and economy. As a result, it would make more sense of why these numbers look the way that they look. Not because of misogyny, because men hold interest in the issues that Trump is leading in. Women hold interest in the issues that Kamala Harris is leading in. So it's an issue prioritization difference, right? Issue prioritization gap that is actually causing what appears to be a gender gap, which you could call it a gender gap because of males prioritizing certain things, but it doesn't have to do with male hatred or male domination of women. These are false accusations coming from a radical, blue-pilled girl dad. Self-proclaimed girl dads over there, you know what I'm saying, wearing blue, right? They called themselves the girl dads. You've seen the bumper sticker, right? And again, this is girl dad talk. So they classified themselves appropriately. Instead of looking at facts, what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to shame in order to protect women from what? Because women aren't under attack. These are just ideological differences, right? But this is what we're going to do. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to B1 First. What's good with it, bro? Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. And just remember, anything that regardless of whatever you're talking about, right? Everything that, and shout out to Jay. What's good with it, Jay? Anything that you're talking about, right? It could be factual, but the facts don't matter. The only thing that matters is if it isn't absolutely 110% in support of Kamala Harris, or if it's critical of Kamala Harris, you get a paycheck from Trump, apparently. Well, you know what I'm saying? I got to check my mailbox, but because mine ain't came yet, but that's what they're saying out here.
In Wisconsin, on average, where 80% or north of the voters are white. Look at this. The percentage of women who say that abortion is the top voting issue come November, 27%. Look at this gender gap. Among men in those states, it's just 7%. I think what we're talking about here is after Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022, white women in the suburban areas, in these key battleground states, have very much turned against Republicans. And we're seeing in the polling right now.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to Kelly. And Kelly says, I don't care about abortion. Now, Kelly saying that she doesn't care about abortion, that's consistent with this data here, right? That's a consistent statement with this data here. Now, if you look at this chart, it says abortion is a top voting issue. Michigan, Maine, and Wisconsin, where 80% of the voters are white. So being that Kelly is not a white woman, her comment is consistent with these statistics. Shout out to Karen, right? Karen said the same thing. I'm so sick of hearing about abortion. You guys can see Karen's picture, right? Karen's clearly not a white woman, right? Karen's comment is consistent with the statistic. Right. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy is not consistent with the statistic. You know what I'm saying? But again, we have outliers, and not being consistent with the statistic is to be expected. There's going to be outliers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to MoFax. MoFax says a lot of this Trump support is a bandwagon for clout chasing, content coin. Bro, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. Matter of fact, we might have to skip what I was going to talk about and bring the main content to the front real quick so we can get to it while you in here. You know what I'm saying?
Because Kamala Harris is doing historically well, at least this century, for a Democrat.
Look, hey, real quick, MoFax, read the description box. Read the description box on this video. Oh, I don't think they show the description box on live streams. You can only read it after the video. Read the description box after the video, bro.
Democratic candidate among white women. And of course, they make up a very large portion of the electorate. If she wins, it could ultimately be because she did so well with white women, John.
As we said, big shifts with an F there, Harriet, and thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
22 days left until the election. And for the first time, and this is notable, Vice President Harris chose to use one of her events to play sound of Donald Trump to her supporters.
I will show you one example of Donald Trump's worldview and intentions. Please roll the clip.
The worst people are the enemies from within.
So you heard us.
It's like, we'll get to that. We will definitely get to that. All right, so shout out to MoFax. We about to talk about these content creation coins, right? We about to talk about these content creation coins. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Where is it at? Okay, yeah. All right, so we're going to look at some convertibles, right? Shout out to the convertibles. We definitely look at Anton Daniels' scalp and see that he has the top down, right? So, yeah, he's for sure a convertible, right? Let me see. Hold on real quick. I just want to grab. Sometimes, man, hey, sometimes, hey, do y'all ever just get lost in thumbnails? Sometimes I don't even watch YouTube videos. I just be viewing thumbnails, and I just get lost in the thumbnails and be cracking up. Shout out to Vincent Harper. It's some real talented graphic artists out there on YouTube, man. I'll be looking for a video, and then I'll just get lost in looking for the video, and then just be dying laughing at thumbnails. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, let's check out Anton Daniels. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this might be like his third or fourth appearance on Fox News, right? Now, you know, I've made videos in regards to Anton Daniels before, so, you know, people can, you know, make their judgment call on that, right?
Now, Xavier de Rousseau, a former BLM activist, and Anton Daniels.
So as you guys can see, this guy on, you know what I'm saying, this guy on the right, with the blonde, the Joy Reid hairstyle, he's a former BLM activist, right? So this is what I'm talking about these convertible people who are quote unquote pro-black coons, right? We call it the thin black line over here, right? There's the thin black line, because what we know and what we need to understand is that when it comes to this idea of quote unquote pro-blacks, they are convertible coons. The only thing that's different about their talking points is the audience that they go in front of. It's the only difference. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Volvo to Love. You when a convertible takes their anti-black talking points in front of a black audience, right? It's we care so much. We're just pointing out inconsistencies and issues. It's all of this heartfelt, just tough love, allegedly, quote unquote, for the community, right? That's what it is, apparently. I'm just bringing you the facts. I know this is difficult, but I love y'all so much, I'm going to do it. Family, 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 family. Everybody's a family, 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 but nobody ever cooked me anything. And trust me, I'm at all the barbecues. Seriously? You know what I'm saying? I used to, you know what I'm saying, rock with a team of DJs. I'm at all the barbecues, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, ain't nobody ever cooked me anything, right? So I'm going to take these quote-unquote community critiques in front of whoever will pay for them. There's some unfortunate black people who, you know what I'm saying, had this sadomasochism, you know what I'm saying, probably from trauma, generational trauma and stuff like that, that just constantly need to hear negative stuff about us to substantiate however they view us, whether it's as mediocre or whatever type of negative talking point they have, or to substantiate some type of issue that they have in their personal life and publicize it, right? That very same individual can take those exact same talking points and go in front of a white person and utilize those talking points to substantiate white people's racism and anti-blackness, and the white person will react and say, this person is one of the smart ones. This person is one of the smart ones. But what's so funny is that the white person is so unsuspecting, you really don't understand, or maybe you do and you just don't say anything about it, that while you're sitting there talking about the victim mentality and this, that, and the other, that person literally just took that argument and said it to a bunch of other people. You know what I'm saying? And this is the reason why I say I don't trust any of these people. I don't take none of these people serious. These are the black police. You guys saw Larry Elder black policing Barack Obama the other day, right? Now, I'm consistent, right? I don't have to ignore something that somebody does about something that somebody I don't like and not call it out because, oh, I'm going to really stick it to that person. I'm going to just turn my head. Now, I ain't going to just turn my head. The same way with Dr. Boyce Watkins, when that Indian channel lied on Dr. Boyce Watkins and said that Dr. Boyce Watkins was bashing black fathers. In that particular tweet, he did not do that. Yet that channel didn't get flagged for mis or disinformation, right? I'm not here to please or appeal anybody's emotions. You know what I'm saying? People's emotions already cause enough issues with human development. I'm not trying to contribute to none of those. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got shout out to the sports channel, sports and political channel of LB. Bad faith actors going in because it's the cool thing to do. Meanwhile, they all kissing the ring to Trump. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So again, you know, this ain't no disrespect to Anton Daniels, because like I said, you know, Anton Daniels has made a successful business for himself on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I necessarily agree with his business model, and I know for sure I don't agree with a lot of his talking points or the, you know, like, you know, certain things, but you know, numbers is numbers, right? This other guy over here is a former BLM member, right? So he was banging, fist pumping, banging for the BLM, and now all of a sudden magically he pops up on Laura Ingraham. Any of these people will pop up on Laura Ingraham. Any of these people that's popping up, they'll pop up on Laura Ingraham, regardless of what side of the algorithm they on. I ain't never popped up on Laura Ingraham. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, that's not to say that, you know, there's anything wrong with popping up on Laura Ingraham. I'm just saying, though, these are the very people that'll police you for what you're doing. That's another thing that these people will do. These people will police your interactions with white people, but they can go and do whatever they want to. You're not giving your business to the black community. Then you go and give business to Fox News and then sit there and say, well, I did this because. Hey, I'm not, you can do whatever you want to. I'm not telling you what to do. You're the ones that are telling everybody else what to do. You know what I'm saying? You're the ones telling everybody else what to do. Well, the reason why black people can't make no money is because don't know black people spend no money with other black people. Then you pop up on a white-owned news broadcast denigrating black people, right? And then when black people say, well, hey, you went on this newscast and you telling us what white people we can and can't deal with. That's because I know. Like I said, they got a term for I'm white and I say so, but they don't have no term for this. There is a broad sweeping term. It's called hypocrisy for the most part.
YouTuber, content creator. Xavier, let's start with you. You say you were personally, after watching them, offended by Obama's comments?
So now what I want you guys to pay very close attention to with the hypocrisy is Fox News, which is notorious and famous for shaming black men. As a matter of fact, Fox News famously hired Bill O'Reilly as one of their lead people after he shamed Ludacris out of a contract with Pepsi, right? All of a sudden, these Fox News white people are just so concerned about being offended, right? First and foremost, these are the anti-offense people. Literally, people should just be able to denigrate you, call you all kind of names, you know what I'm saying, burn a cross in your family's front yard, leave a noose on your desk, and the problem is with you if you're offended. However, you can be as offended as you want to be if another quote-unquote perceived black person says something that's kind of off the cuff, which is interesting because these are two black people here that say things about and to black people that are way off the cuff, possibly at the same rate or even more than Barack Obama has. Right? Now, Barack Obama came out and made this statement, but I guarantee you that if you go and take a look at Anton Daniels and his many channels on YouTube, more of his thumbnails and titles are denigrating and address black people in a negative way more than the one statement that Barack Obama made. Right. So Laura Ingraham has somebody on her show that is literally has a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year track record of making content that is the exact same fashion of what Barack Obama did in front of those voters. But she invited him on there to be outraged about what Barack Obama said. Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense. If this makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, Obama's not as talented of a liar as he used to be. But quite frankly, my ancestors fought way too hard for me to have the ability to learn how to read, just for Obama to expect me to be so uneducated to think that I would vote for Kamala Harris simply because she claims to be a black woman. And I mean, if people want to stop having Kamala.
Now, here's my question, right? Let's talk about the quote unquote misogyny and all this, right? Why is it that when women hear an individual talk like this, the antennas don't go up and they don't say this individual has an issue with women, right? Because I would go as far as to say that this individual has an issue with women, right? And that issue that this individual has with women is that he's carrying himself
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
But you're not a woman. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shabazz, American Freeman. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Mo Facts. Yeah, Sassy on 10. Now, here's the issue, right? I don't do the tether thing. Y'all know that, right? But we're going to do the tether thing to prove a point. Now, we're going to lay out the definition of what a tether actually is, because tether gets thrown around incorrectly, and cult members call people tethers in many cases that don't need to be called tethers. And I'm not going to stop saying that until I stop seeing people saying that stupid ass shit in TD's comment section. You know what I'm saying? Keep that shit in your own front yard. You know what I'm saying? So a tether, supposedly, despite the fact that this isn't how we see it get used, tether has lost its definition and power in the same way that simp has, right? Because simp gets used incorrectly too all the time. So does red pill, right? And again, this is when you're dealing with low brain mass, you know what I'm saying, low cognition, you know what I'm saying, individuals, right? Tether is a term that is reserved for an individual who attaches themselves to a movement to the detriment to the originators of the movement. Right? That's what a tether is. An anchor baby is someone who was born in the United States to allow a vehicle for citizenship or extended stay in the United States for their parents and their family, right? So actually, the way that tether is used incorrectly, there should be a combination term that combines tether and anchor baby to make it so specific so that you're not just throwing it out there, you know what I'm saying, at people that might not be from the United States, but are not harmful or harming anybody. But nobody makes the provisions for doing that, which is why people take the perceptions on certain things that they do. That's a system issue, right? The administration needs to deal with that, right? Now, shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. Yo, Deformed Pretty Boy, leave a comment after the stream, bro, so I could get you together. You know what I'm saying? Now, It's now based on those two definitions that I just gave, right? You can't anchor baby someone to a woman, right? However, you can say that women who have lived their existence as women and dealt with unique situations that they've dealt with as women now have an issue with males tethering themselves to the idea of what a woman is, right? So it could be said that men who act
just like a woman, because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper, keep it 1,000.
are tethering themselves to the female identity. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, just putting that out there, right? The very people that we have to pay attention to them, and once they've presented themselves, we ask a question like this.
Why are you gay?
We could say, you're kind of tethering yourself, you know what I'm saying, to being a female, right? But for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying, that terminology, that relationship is never made for whatever reason, right? But if you ask me, that's what you got here. Now, why is that important? Well, that's important because, you know what I'm saying, I would say that Fleece Johnson and, you know what I'm saying, what he's famous for, you know what I'm saying, he kind of, you know what I'm saying, out there.
Just like a woman, because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper, keep it 1,000.
Right? Now, we know that, you know, Anton Daniels has some famous content out there with Fleece Williams, I should say, right? I think his name is Fleece Williams, the booty bandit, or booty warrior, whatever his name is, right? So now, you know what I'm saying, we got these two situations where there's these content pairings, and it, you know what I'm saying, again, we looking at data, starting to see a little pattern here. You know what I'm saying?
Harris be called a DEI hire, maybe he should stop trying to remind us of her demographic every 5 minutes. Black men not supporting Kamala has nothing to do with her being a woman.
Now convertible talking points, right? Convertible talking points. This guy is so outraged. He's so upset. He's so irritated. Oh, he's so mad. He's so mad, right? About being reminded of the demographic every 5 minutes, but yet you used to be part of an organization where the demographic is in the name of the organization. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my God, if I hear about the demographic, if I hear about black men one more time, you were in an organization called Black Lives Matter. Literally, anytime somebody addresses the organization, you're hearing the demographic. But for some reason, you know what I'm saying, just recently, you know what I'm saying, you need to get preparation H for it. I don't understand. So again, what we're doing is we're dealing with convertible talking points. You can be pro-black in one instance, right? And say that I'm just giving the quote unquote community solutions and tough love, which is interesting because these are the very people that talk about Umar Johnson's school, right? But these people claim that they give solutions and they also don't have anything to show for it as far as quote unquote community improvement. Now, mind you, right? I'm not sitting here taking sides or taking up for Umar Johnson because he got his own issues that we discussed, right? But these people also criticize him and how he hasn't been able to produce a school. They claim to have community solutions and have yet to produce a solution with viable results. Remember, this guy was actually part of BLM. What's the viable result? The viable result is you were part of BLM and now you're on Fox.
To remind us of her demographic every 5 minutes. Black men not supporting Kamala has nothing to do with her being a woman. It has everything to do with her lack of accomplishments over the last 1,359 days.
Well, Anton, I'm watching this. And
Bro, I don't know if you've seen or heard. I've said this countless times. The black conservative is the ultimate identity politician. They have no existence without putting black in front of their name. And I always ask the question, well, why do you call yourself a black conservative if race doesn't matter? And also, race doesn't matter, right? So if Fox News was actually consistent with how they believe, then what they would have done was they would have whitewashed Barack Obama's comments and actually applied Barack Obama's comments to all men, because all men matter and all men are following the same trend. So this is an instance where we actually could viably, all lives matter this situation, right? We could actually, right, we're all in this together as men, this situation, but Fox News and Black conservative identity politicians chose to be the race obsessed people that they are, because these people are race obsessed. They're so race obsessed that this country was built on multiple laws that have race written into them, and only white signatures signed those laws because those people are race obsessed. It's not about race. Have to remind them constantly, right? That's why this dude was part of this organization called, quote unquote, Black Lives Matter. Now it's, you know what I'm saying, my news time on Fox matters. You know what I'm saying?
Thinking to myself, the shtick is kind of worn thin with Obama, you know? How you doing, Pittsburgh? You know, that whole, it just seems very 2002 or 3. I mean, 2008, I should say. Right? It doesn't quite have the same appeal, as megastar-ish as he is.
You know, it's a Hail Mary pass, considering that we did vote him in based off of identity politics.
Now he's saying that we vote. Now listen, again, this is what I'm telling y'all. Here's the conversion, right? The conversion is always this we stuff. Do you guys notice how when I talk about me, I talk about my individual situation and what went on with my family, and I talk about interactions with myself and people that I'm cool with? And that's what made me think of Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Again, shout out to him, you know what I'm saying, because I watched this video that he posted last night, and he was talking about how his family wasn't really into Democrats and they didn't vote for Obama. And what's interesting is that he said that, like, you know, his people, you know, family, parents, grandparents, they was talking about like the Rothschilds and stuff like that, right? My dad told me about the Rothschilds like in the 13 families like long time ago, and my parents never forced me in any political direction, and my parents didn't vote. Now, my dad was drafted into the military. You know what I'm saying? You want to go tell me that because my dad didn't vote, he don't have a say in the country? My dad fought so that these punks online can sit there and make sideways comments like that. Check yourself. And my dad fought against his will when the United States had a communist system of making men that fit a certain age group have to fight for this country that didn't do nothing for them. And you got people that never served in the military, never done anything to protect this country, can't even protect themselves with their 2 small hands, and want to sit there and tell people about what they can versus what they can't talk about. Man, I wish you would. Come make me. You know what I'm saying? Come make me. Right? If you're a citizen of the United States, you can talk about or say or complain about whatever it is that you want to complain about. There's a lot of different groups that are moving in a different direction, right? So the Teamsters, they can't talk until the next 4 years because they moving away from Kamala Harris. The undecided movement, the Palestine people, they can't, quote unquote, talk. You know what I'm saying? Because not supporting Kamala Harris. Man, get out of here, dude. These are the, I want you guys to understand, these are the pro-black coons. These are the very people, right, that say we want equality. We want equality. We want equality for black people. We want equality for black people. Everybody's a white supremacist. We want equality for black people. You sit up there saying you want equality for black people, but then putting these different rules on black people, saying that black people still can't have the same critical ability or the same rights and privileges as other Americans. Voting isn't a requirement of you being able to exercise your quote unquote citizenship rights. This is not a communist country. There's no requirement to vote. Voting is a right. It's something that comes with the package. If you buy a house that got 3 bathrooms in it, and for the most part, you only on the 1st and 2nd floor, and you use the bathrooms that's on the 1st and 2nd floor because you don't go in the basement very often, can't nobody squat in your house and sit there. You'll never come down here. You can't use the bathroom. You'll never come down here. You'll never use the bathroom. You bought the house. The house is yours. You have to stay in the bathroom. Just because you don't utilize it all the time, just because you never, you know what I'm saying, went down there and took a piss, just because you don't really take a dump down there all like that because you're not down there all like that, doesn't mean you can't just up in one day and say, I want to remodel this bathroom. No, wait a minute now. We got to talk about this. You ain't never even came down here in 5 years of living in the house. You ain't came down here in 5 years of living in the house. You know what I'm saying? Listen to how stupid these people are. You know what I'm saying? Stupidity should be a capital offense.
And I'm not saying that all is bad, because he did do some things that I didn't necessarily disagree with that Trump absolutely did better than him. But at the same time, I felt that it was incredibly disrespectful, because he's making the assumption that we're not educated enough to lead our families, to look at the policies, to understand exactly what's going on with immigration. And we're supposed to overlook everything that they did over the last 3.5 years.
Now I want you guys to see where Anton Daniels is going to go with this, right? Again, so he's on here and he's saying we all did this, our families all did this, right? So again, when it comes to a lot of these quote unquote pro-blacks and pro-black coons, they are the same PBCs. We call them convertibles, right? They'll talk about issues that happened in their life or things that happened to them that they're not satisfied with. And they'll go in front of a group of susceptible black people or go in front of a group of willing white people and espouse these critical talking points about their own life experience as we. When it comes to these things, these people always talk about their negative experiences as we. But when it comes to the positive experiences and things that they do, it's me. Do you notice that? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't notice that, then give me a thumbs down. Now, what you'll also see is you'll see a lot of black people, a lot of pro-black coons, right? A lot of black conservatives. They'll go in front of black people because let's just be realistic about the changing shifts in demographics. A lot more black people are more open to conservatism now as a result of how the world has shifted way to a radical left as a normal position, right? Which makes sense. Again, so I want to make this understood. I'm talking about these particular people. I'm not talking about all black conservatives because I don't feel that all black conservatives are coons. And I'm also not the black police. I'm not the one that points out everybody for non-obvious reasons and says this person is a coon. That's other people that do that. Let them do that. They got the forensics department, in the Department of Black Internal Affairs. Let them do all that. I don't do that. I don't work for internal affairs. You know what I'm saying? I work in the data department. Shout out to AB Promotion. Bro, you know I'm so disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? I'm so disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? So, as you'll see later, Anton Daniels is then going to say, you know, quote unquote, our parents, our grandparents voted based on quote unquote identity politics. We was dumb. And as a result of us being dumb, we dumb changed, right? We dumb evolved. I got a different and more factual argument. When it comes to our grandparents and our great-grandparents, they did pay attention to policy. They didn't have a choice but to pay attention to policy because policy was making physical contact with them back then. So as a result of policy making physical contact with them back then, and they couldn't just turn their heads to it, despite the fact that they tried, and what ended up happening is you get pressure washed down the street by the police or the fire department, and then possibly when you get up from the ground, it'd be a German Shepherd biting your arm. They voted for the people that they perceived would help get rid of those policies that allowed the United States government and the people of the United States to do that to our parents, our grandparents, and our great-grandparents. So I would disagree. I would say that at the time, the policy was based on identity politics, and these people were voting based on survival. That's not the story that Anton Daniels gave Laura Ingraham. So I don't know if you got parents that kind of came up a little bit different than mine, because that story is a little bit more consistent with a story of people that got parents like Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, economics professors, really ain't experienced too much of the American experience. But, you know what I'm saying? Anton Daniels is from Detroit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? He's from the Steel Belt. How your parents get to the steel belt. I'm saying the steel belt is so indicative, and it's so the Midwest and the steel belt is so ingrained into black culture, man. Motown records, Motown mean Motor Town. Like, come on, man. What are we doing out here? Yeah, shout out to Catsy. Back then, it actually was vote or die, or get injured, or end up in the ICU. Somebody should have came. You know, Puff Daddy could have came with Revolt Records, Revolt Media, vote or end up in the ICU. But what we're going to do is we're going to historically and quantitatively ease those parts of history, and at the expense of making black people look stupid, so that you can get another invite from Laura Ingraham. But mind you, I'm only doing this just to get the message out so that, you know, people in the community could hear this and somehow be better. Know what I'm saying? So let's listen.
You know, it's a Hail Mary pass, considering that we did vote him in based off of identity politics. And I'm not saying that all is bad, because he did do some things that I didn't necessarily disagree with that Trump absolutely did better than him. But at the same time, I felt that it was incredibly disrespectful, because he's making the assumption that we're not educated enough to lead our families, to look at the policies, to understand exactly what's going on with immigration.
Now, again, you're actually on a channel talking to an individual who agrees with that. Laura Ingraham and Barack Obama, just like how Fresh and Fit and Abba and Preach secretly agree about how they feel about black people, black Americans, Laura Ingraham and Barack Obama secretly agree with how they feel about black men. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Who is Ann Jones? Ann Jones says there's nothing fake about our black race outrage. I don't know. I don't think I said anything about black race outrage. But I don't think, never mind, I'm not even going there. But yeah, I don't think I said anything about our black race outrage. Did I say anything about black race outrage? And it's not our black race outrage, it's your feelings about how you feel. So, I mean, if you feel a certain kind of way, you know what I'm saying? If you feel some type of way, then that's just you, right? Now, here's my question. What have you done about other people talking down to black people like, quote unquote, slave illiterate little boys? And last time, how I checked, from what I understood, you know what I'm saying, there was corporal punishment involved with chattel slavery. So they were talking with whips, right? And as far as quote unquote slavery goes, you know, there weren't very many black slave owners, right? There were some, but not many, right? So there's nobody owning black men. So when we say quote unquote our black men, I don't know who owns them, but I know no one owns me other than whatever my social security card is tagged to, right? So we're going to get that straight here. And all black men can make their own decisions about how they feel about whatever, right? If you ask me, the most sensible thing would be for those Kamala Harris supporting black men to ask Barack Obama, why is it that you're ignoring the fact that we support Kamala Harris higher than any other candidate is being supported? I don't think that anybody should be telling black men how to feel about anything. I think that black men can make their own decisions. If you feel that you should tell black men how they feel, then you're no different than those people on the plantation that you claim you got a problem with, because they definitely were making black men feel how they wanted black men to feel, with the whips, with the buck breaking, with the rules, with the laws, right? Shout out to Black Women Stand Up. What's good with it, right? Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all think that y'all should tell black men how they feel, or y'all should dictate and dominate how black men feel? If you guys feel that you should, give me a thumbs up. If you guys feel that you shouldn't, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's another question. How many of y'all own a black man? I don't. I never owned anybody alive today. Now, here's another. This is an interesting thing, right? Because we're talking about demographics and stuff like that. So let's get some comment section demographics, shall we? Give us your demographic profile, Ann, for context.
And we're supposed to overlook everything that they did over the last 3.5 years that was not in our favor. And when I say our, I'm talking about the American people, let alone men, let alone black men. And we're supposed to vote for her because of some misogynistic reason that's made up. And instead, we've learned how to educate ourselves. And now they've sent their Messiah back to rein us in and bring us back into the Democratic plantation. And most men that I've spoken with have said that.
Laura Ingraham making them noises. You know what I'm saying? Anton Daniels got her chemicals going. You know what I'm saying? Anton. Somebody help Ann out. She needs assistance with answering the question, what are your demographics? All this black bashing, you know what I'm saying, made Laura Ingram's face flush. You know what I'm saying? She made some little noises. Oh, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Shout out. shout out to Anton Daniels for getting it working, right? You know what I'm saying? That he need to take this clip and put it on his content. This how you get it working right here. You know what I'm saying? Start saying that talk, telling them whatever they want to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Because of some misogynistic reason that's made up. And instead, we've learned how to.
Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, right? Because Brooklyn Queen said, yeah, shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, are you white, black, female, likely voter, rural, urban, right? So shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. What's good with it, bro? So Ann says, what do you mean? She said, what does demographic mean while she came in and gave specific orders for a particular demographic? Black men should feel this way. We got it. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Right? You didn't speak of Kamala Harris as a tactic. You came in saying what black men should do. And honestly, you know, no offense, but I don't think that there's any black man walking the planet alive today that should do anything just because Ann Jones said it. Sorry. You know what I'm saying?
Educate ourselves. And now they've sent their Messiah back to rein us in and bring us back into the Democratic plantation. And most men that I've spoken with have said that it's absolutely disrespectful and we're done with it.
Yeah, so, you know, hey, it's too bad Anton Daniels was on that Zoom call. He could have bagged that afterwards. Now, I don't know if anybody would brag about it, but, you know, it's a head on the shelf, right? It's a head on the shelf in the fish pool, in the fish tank, be looking like the governor on The Walking Dead. But, yeah, so, you know what I'm saying? So, Anton Daniels was doing his thing, and as you guys can see, live action, real time, Laura Ingraham reacted. Oh! You know what I'm saying?
The American people, let alone men, let alone black men, and we're supposed to vote for her because of some misogynistic reason that's made up. And instead, we've learned how to educate ourselves, and now they've sent.
You are talking about demographics. You are talking about demographics. You said that black men, which is a demographic, you're talking about demographics, should be offended. I said black men shouldn't take anything that you say into consideration about anything at all, unless they're directly related or dealing with you. That's what I said. That's what I said. You could have the best information about Kamala Harris. No one should care just because they're black and you have it and they should listen to you. Like, no one should care. You're not important like that. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody's important like that, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Their Messiah back to rein us in and bring us back into the Democratic plantation. And most men that I've spoken with have said that it's absolutely disrespectful and we're done with Obama.
Well, Xavier, again, when he said...
Now, here's the thing, right? Now, Anton Daniels is making the profession. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to take the lead for black people and I'm going to get in front of the line and I'm going to explain to, you know what I'm saying, Miss Laura Ingraham here about why we being good blacks and moving away from Barack Obama. Newsflash. Democrats have been losing black support since the 1980s. It's not a new phenomenon. But content creators, convertibles, pro-black coons want to try to take credit for a mathematical trend that has been going on. Let me ask you guys this question. How many black people are there in the United States? Anybody know? Anybody got any ideas? Give me some numbers. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, Cameron? Ann Jones says nobody is important if they think a person has their own brain, not trying to be coaxed of who the best is to lead this country and take care of their families. Yet you came in here and tried to control somebody's brain. You came in here and told black men what black men should do, and you're offended that somebody else told black men what black men should do. You're the same as Barack Obama. And your name from here on out in the comment section, if anybody addresses Ann Jones, make sure that you address her with @Ann, A-N-N-E, Obama. Okay? That is Ann Obama in the comment section. Address her as Ann Obama.
You're lucky Michelle's not here. He does. What is that supposed to mean? I mean, I guess it's supposed to be funny because she'll scold them in a more convincing or scarier fashion. It's kind of treating young black men as children, almost like you're children. And mommy's coming back and mommy's going to chastise you and you're going to get punished. But you're supposed to vote against your own economic interest to make Michelle and Barack happy. And they're
right. We're supposed to vote against our own economic interest. And, we'll just, forget reparations, right? Vote against our own economic interest. Stop talking about our own economic interest. As far as talking about black men, and quote unquote children and different things like that, right? As far as black men being talked to like children, nobody has made more money. Now, Anton Daniels and people like Anton Daniels have made a lot of money doing it, right? But nobody's made more money than Fox News by denigrating black men. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So the fact that Laura Ingraham, you know what I'm saying, in all of her glory here, is sitting here acting like, oh my God, I'm so outraged. I'm so outraged. Let me be the white savior and give these two, black men the platform to be able to, discuss their horrible issues that they have. They have these horrible issues with this black man, Barack Obama. It's fake outrage. Fake outrage. Get the hell out of here, man. Shit fake. You know what I'm saying? It's fake. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Michael R. Yo, Michael R. I might have to actually do like a I don't know how I'm going to get it in, but I'm going to try to do like a separate stream on that video that you sent. All right? Shout out to you, bro. Keep them coming. I appreciate you. Now, shout out to Ann. Ann says, typo, we have our own brain. You don't think that black men have a brain. You're just like Barack Obama. Ann Obama is just like Barack Obama. She doesn't think black men have a brain. You know what I'm saying?
4 mansions?
It's absolutely degrading. And black men are sick of being reduced to being expected to think with our skin color. We have seen how
literally nobody's ever expected anybody to think with their skin color except white people. And now what's interesting about it is that somehow black people are in front of white people explaining to white people that we don't think with our skin color. We don't have no signatures on any race-based laws. We didn't contribute to the structure of the country and ingrained racism other than being a target of it. I'm not ever going to sit here and explain anything about a European concept called race that was utilized to weaponize resource hoarding and a class structure to a person who is a genetic benefit of that. It'll never happen in a million years. You'll be more likely to see another Earth form in the galaxy in the universe populate with intelligent life. And is telling us things that are not relevant to the conversation. And said this race is not about color. I'm pretty sure it's about red and blue. Did something change? So we got Ann Obama doing what Obama does. She first came in the comment section telling black men what to do. Then she came in the comment section and gave us misinformation and said that the race is not about color. I'm pretty sure the Democrats are depicted as blue, and I'm pretty sure that the Republicans and conservatives are depicted as red. She said it's not about color.
terrible the Obama, Biden, Harris trilogy has been for our country. It has completely demoralized our country. And quite frankly, Obama has no credibility because this is the same man who heavily endorsed Joe Biden. And we all can feel in our pockets and we can see it for sure at our border just how terrible the Biden Harris.
Facts. Shout out to Mo Facts. Mo Facts said, why didn't Fox News pick 2 people to speak on this topic based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin? That's a great question. What do you guys think about that? That is a great question. I'm going to tell you 2 reasons why. The first reason why they didn't is because they need identity politics to be able to put out content like this. The second reason is because, you know what I'm saying, we have such great scholars and thinkers, you know what I'm saying, that advocate for us, that they've taught everybody this monocle of, it don't matter if they're not black and they trying to speak on black issues. That whole thing of it doesn't matter if they not black and they trying to speak on black issues actually is what feeds people like a Candace Owens. It feeds people like a Anton Daniels, and it feeds people like Cisco down there to somebody like Laura Ingraham, because now they got a black person to quote unquote speak on black issues. And then you got to start backtracking and stutter stepping like the whole defensive line is coming at you and you running into the end zone. Well, see, what I meant was it got to be this black person, got to be that black person, got to be this black person, got to be that black person, got to be this black person, got to be that black person. I would actually have rather listened to what a white person had to say about this, and not over listening to any black person, right? But over listening to what Anton Daniels and this guy, you know, Cisco down here had to say. And the reason why is because Cisco and Anton Daniels, they're not mimicking what they think a white person would say. They're actually saying the same thing that somebody who's a pro-black would say. You can look at the videos of people in Chicago and all these people on YouTube that call themselves pro-black. They say the same thing. It's the cults that they cultivate and produce that have the delusion that they're saying 2 different things, right? ChatGPT will tell you that they're the same. You know what I'm saying? What it is that these people want to expand their influence and the perception that people care about what they have to say. Well, Laura Ingraham listened to me. Well, I mean, who cares that Laura Ingraham listened to you? You so pro-black. I mean, that shouldn't be the gauge of if something is correct or not. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when it comes to pro-black and, you know what I'm saying, being coons and all that same shit, all of that stuff is rooted from the idea of race, where you now have white people saying race isn't important, but race was important when they was building that wealth in 1619. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, and Obama sounds silly. Yeah, facts. This country is all about color. Yeah, I mean, you got the red, white, and blue flag. You know what I'm saying? You got the green military. You got the green party. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got color all over the place, right? You got the Rainbow Coalition. I mean, colors all over the place. Bloods and Crips, right? Which side of Obama's family you on, Ann? Mom or dad?
Administration has been for our country.
Hey, you remember back in the day when men and women were a thing and boys and girls were a thing, and like you would have a party for the baby and the boy baby was blue and the girl baby was pink. Those are colors, right? That's a tradition, right? You remember that? I don't know what we got going on in here.
And Obama admitted himself back in an interview with Steve Colbert that if he could, he would run our country from an earpiece down in the basement. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what he's doing.
Now, Xavier, Anton, the media are really pushing Obama to be the, rescue agent for Kamala's campaign. Watch this.
So I want you guys to pay very close attention to Laura Ingraham. Oh, she just made a mistake because, anytime they do something and it's not right, it's just a mistake. You got a black dude with a shiny bald head on there, you know what I'm saying, and some designer glasses, right? And then you got another black dude that, is kind of sitting there and conducting
just like Obama. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. I'm like a Reaper, keep it 1,000.
Right? shout out to the Reaper, keep it 1,000. But somehow Laura Ingraham got these two mixed up. She called Anton Xavier. I don't know how you do that. Xavier's got, you know what I'm saying, some custom hair. Anton has a custom shave, right? You know what I'm saying? I used to call this facial dyslexia, when people had more hair on their face than on their scalp, but I don't do that anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Ton. The media are really
shout out to my man Antithesis. What's good with it, bro?
Pushing Obama to be the, you know, rescue agent for Kamala's campaign. Watch this.
Barack Obama, with joy and with humor, is able to sort of get through to an audience that it's not okay to lie. It's not okay to sell the presidency. It's not okay to be a narcissist and to have the reins of the presidency.
Anton, so Kamala's joy campaign isn't really working. So Obama's going to come in, and again, you're supposed to make less money in real terms, right, and be happy with it to make Obama and like MSNBC happy. I don't.
Now right here, they're actually saying stuff that I agree with, right? So again, you know, when somebody is saying some stuff and it makes sense and I agree with it, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand this argument.
They took the same blueprint that got Obama.
Now, you also have to take the position that some people, the people who are under the impression that somehow you'll be able to squeeze a check out of reparations that are framed as mental health, you know, benefits, those people are either pushing the understanding or acting like they understand that, you know, reparations is going to be some type of payment, when Kamala Harris has already made it clear that she's not with reparations cash payments. She's with reparations and mental health care as a form of reparation, right? So people who aren't aware of those details, they could possibly inadvertently think that they're voting for Kamala Harris in their quote unquote economic interest. But if you ask me, which is one of the reasons why it may seem that I'm more conservative when I'm really not, that self-generation of your money and financial instruments is the best, most secure and viable way, not dependency on others or utilization or collaboration with others. Those people who believe that dependency on others and collaboration with others are more likely to agree with a Democrat worldview, which is one of the reasons why they would vote for Kamala Harris, not simply because they're crazy or they have some type of issue wrong with them, like these people would like to imply, right?
Elected, and he was a first for us, right? So our grandparents and our parents and things like that wanted to see this happen, but they were largely voting out of ignorance and voluntary ignorance because they only wanted that identity politics in order to push him through into the presidency.
Another thing that I want you guys to pay very close attention to is pay very close attention to how Anton Daniels automatically forgave the Democrat marketing team, right? So again, I had an issue with Barack Obama. I used to be the person that, you know, I asked the question because there's so many hypocrisies. You have to get clarity and nail people down on the clarity and then continue the conversation. You can never give anybody an inch of rope, right? So, you know, I would always ask the question, well, you know, are we saying Barack Obama is black? Right? And now the reason why I say that, in 2024, that'll get flipped as me black policing, right? It's not me black policing. This is me preparing myself for all of the rebuttals and arguments that I'm going to have to face when everything falls flat. When everything falls flat, I'm going to have all of my ducks in a row so that when people try to come with some group nonsense, I can, you know what I'm saying, put it all down. So you can tell the deflections, because back in these days when Barack Obama was running, I would ask the question, well, are we saying Barack Obama is black? Then I would say I don't like certain things that he's doing. I didn't like the bank bailouts. I don't appreciate the bank bailouts. How many black people do y'all know that got cash for clunkers? Y'all remember the programs? Now, all of these people, right? Like, you know, Anton Daniels and all them, they're so political that they remember all of the initiatives that Barack Obama was doing. So political that when they're talking about their critiques of Barack Obama, they go into deep detail about these things like cash for clunkers. Most people only talk about Medicare and Medicaid and Obamacare. And most of these people have private insurance through their job. So let me ask you guys again. I'm gonna ask you guys, how many black people do y'all know that got cash for clunkers? Well, I told you that you're just like Obama, and you keep substantiating my talking points. You came in with misinformation. You came in telling black men what to do, and now you've revealed to us that you're a Democrat. I mean, you are literally an Obama. That's why we're calling you an Obama. And it's okay. You know what I'm saying? You're not voting for Kamala, right? And Liz Cheney's not voting for Trump. And I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you looked at the sign when you walked in, but a lot of people over here aren't voting at all. You know what I'm saying? shout out to AV. Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? All right. So again, what we're looking at is convertible talking points. This is I get in front of anybody and say anything. Run me my check. Hey, look, I ain't mad at it, but my thing is just say that. See, you know what I'm saying? See, they wouldn't want to do an interview with me because immediately on camera, I'm going to ask, how much am I getting paid for this? Can I show the W-2? You know what I'm saying?
Where he was charismatic, she isn't. And so we can see through her. She's a chameleon. When they unleashed her and they allowed for her to be able to take reporters' questions and things like that, it showed that she was completely incompetent. And frankly, not only do we feel disrespected, but I'm uncomfortable with Obama standing in front of us trying to scold us and then divert our attention away from the things that's really meaningful.
Now, Anton Daniels has an entire YouTube network that's based on generating revenue, scolding people, scolding black people like Barack Obama. That's what Anton Daniels does, but he's offended that Barack Obama was doing it. He should be the only black man that should be allowed to go around and pick out people and scold them. You'll notice that with a lot of these PBCs and convertibles, they believe that there's some type of deity and that what they say and think matters and that they should be the one lead black person that can, you know, drone attack other black people. You know what I'm saying?
Especially for our families. I'm not comfortable with him. I don't want to hear any more messages of hope. I don't want to hear any more messages of joy. I can feel it with my pocketbooks. My friends can feel it with their pocketbooks. And we're ready for him to get out of our way.
I mean, Xavier, I saw something on YouTube. I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was Instagram. But it was a young man, African American, and he was talking about the price of food. And I think
and Laura Ingraham keeps calling people African Americans.
It was at some fast food place. I can't remember what. I think it might have been McDonald's. But just the nuts and bolts.
Now, here's the issue with Laura Ingraham calling people the African Americans, right? I don't have a problem with. I understand the African American term, right? And again, y'all know I'm not with the tether shit. I'm not with the diaspora war shit. Even though you got people that come into my comment section that don't listen to shit, see a thumbnail and try to group me with people that I'm not associated with, right? And say that I say the same things as them when shit that I talk about is completely different, right? The problem with her saying African American is the fact that the Rupert Murdoch News Network uses disproportionate amounts of imagery with black immigrants to depict the migrant crisis. So what Fox News is doing is they're doing the same thing that Democrats do, but for a nefarious reason, right? If you pay attention to most of these political parties, the Democrats will do something and the Republicans will do it, and they'll do the exact same thing. And the Republicans will do it and be loud about doing it to be nefarious. And the Democrats will do it and feed it to you like they're doing it to help you, right? They're doing that to be able to merge all of their talking points and to be able to disparage everybody collectively. This is one of the reasons why Fox News and the Rupert Murdoch News Media Organization, this is why they were prepping for that Haitian migrant misinformation and it flopped. If you guys go back and watch all of my undocumented bros, I keep asking the question, look at all these, like, look at the numbers, and the numbers show all these Venezuelan migrants coming in. Where they keep getting these black immigrants from? Where they keep getting these black immigrants from? Then you saw them put the steroids on the Haitian migrant issue. And I told y'all what they're doing is they're trying to, the race obsessed people are trying to black the immigration issue, right? So my thing with and once they've quote unquote blacked an issue, that allows white people to then just point at any black person and say that it'll be, if they had allowed this Haitian migrant issue to continue, white police officers in Springfield, Ohio would have been pulling over random black people, quote unquote, under the assumption that they're Haitian. And again, this is one of the reasons why the diaspora war is so dangerous, because in a lot of cases, the diaspora war got a lot of black people going at each other so often and so hard that you're missing the play that white people are using to try to harm everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I understand having to debunk certain talking points, and I understand that people can come out of pocket, and I'm not saying to let any of that type of stuff go. But what I'm saying is, you know, with anything, discernment should be used. And I keep trying to show people how the way that people are moving will lead to these pitfalls, and people don't like it, so they boycott the channel. And then all of a sudden, when the pitfall happened and we hit the bullseye and the arcade machine thing is alarm is sirening, you know what I'm saying? And I do a video about it, then everybody like how this happened. I'm not about to sit up here and explain how this stuff happened. When it's not popular, actually take a listen. Just because somebody that you love might have said something different, that don't mean I got a problem with the person that you love. That just mean, hey, some people see things in infrared, some people see things in ultraviolet, some people see a visible light spectrum. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I shout out to Dre D. I agree. Anton Daniels literally, he's sitting up here acting like he's so angry about Barack Obama, but he does the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is that we've already exhaustively roasted Barack Obama and showed Barack Obama and his mis and disinformation. So now what we about to do is we about to show, you know what I'm saying, the convertibles right here. You know what I'm saying? We about to show the convertibles. Barack Obama's daughter that we haven't really heard about too much, which is probably why she's upset in the comment section. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that when a parent throws you away. You know what I'm saying? She, Ann Obama says, I'm not Obama's child to call me this. I get it, not wanting to be associated with your parents when they did you wrong. But, you know, the thing is that you just got to accept the reality that these are your parents. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, there's a certain level of respect that every child should have for their parents. And I think that, you know, if you kind of let them know that you're throwing them away and disregarding them as your parents, I think that they'd be hurt by it. I think that they'd be hurt by it. As a matter of fact, I think that Barack Obama would be hurt by it so much that he would get in front of an audience of black men and start talking crazy about black men and absentee fatherism. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you might get that because you agree with that, right?
When you go through just what a Happy Meal costs, the differential in simple things that families
don't have a white parent. I don't have a white parent. I have a black American father and a mixed mother who is mixed with black American as well and was raised by a black American foster family. I don't have a Kenyan father. You know what I'm saying? So no, he must not be my father. My name sounds nothing like Barack. I guarantee you that Barack doesn't have a grandmother named Ali Mae or a aunt named Mady or an aunt named Bobby Jean. You know what I'm saying? Or an aunt named Lil. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you a lot of people on YouTube that claim that they FBA don't have none of that shit either. You know what I'm saying?
Like in Obama, you know, that doesn't affect him. It doesn't affect Hillary. It doesn't affect Trump. But Trump somehow has that ability to say, that's not acceptable in America. But they think Obama's charm is going to override daily life for people. The charm offensive from him. It's not 2008 anymore.
Right.
I can't emphasize.
Right. Shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, who the pappy? Right. Who the pappy? Ann Jones said, both of my parents are black. And my father's name surely is not Barack. What's your father's name? Is his name June? What's your dad's name? Where are you from? Now, you know, because of the xenophobia environment that's been created, you know what I'm saying? If you ask somebody where you from, they're going to clip that and be like, you xenophobic, you xenophobic, you sitting over there attacking somebody from the diaspora, you xenophobic, you xenophobic. I'm talking about what state you from. Talk about what state you from. I'm saying. Okay, shout out to Ann. She said her father's name is Jonathan. He's from Philly. He's from West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground where he spent most of his days. What happened?
Enough that being a young Black voter, it feels like the Democrats are constantly trying to gaslight me about my own reality. I know how expensive food is. I know how expensive gas is. And I know how many illegal immigrants are running around in Los Angeles. We are sick and tired of being expected to feel good with Barack Obama, or now they're trying to put the ovarian version of Barack Obama up there and tell us that she is talented. She is absolutely not talented. And on behalf of Black men, it's not that
I don't really know how I feel about this person talking here, right here, this individual right here. I don't really know how comfortable I feel with him saying on behalf of Black men. Anton Daniels, you know what I'm saying, the masculinity guy, he should kind of be asking some questions about that too.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
I be real, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be real suspicious. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you gay?
I be real suspicious. He said he's concerned with Anton Daniels, or he's concerned. Shout out to Kid Gravity. What's good with it, bro? He's concerned with, you know, Barack Obama, you know what I'm saying, and him quote unquote speaking on behalf of Black men. I'd be concerned when anybody speaks on behalf of Black men, right? Or anybody speaks on behalf of Black people. But I get the warning flags really go up when you got somebody that claims that, you know what I'm saying, like they're the beacon of masculinity and all this. And then you got this individual right here, like, I am speaking for Black men. Like, I don't know. Okay.
A young Black voter, it feels like the Democrats are constantly trying to gaslight me about my own reality. I know how expensive food is.
You already been gaslit about your own reality talking like that. Oh, you graduated. Woo, you graduated the year I was born. What you doing on YouTube? Damn, you graduated the year I was born. What are you doing on YouTube? Shout out to your hands for still working and not having arthritis and carpal tunnel. You able to, you know what I'm saying, hit the buttons and all that. You know what I'm saying? That's what's good.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
I ain't even mad at it. I ain't even mad at you no more, Ann Obama. I ain't even mad at you no more. You done took care of yourself. You know what I'm saying? You clearly in good health. But you might be using the voice commands though. Are you using voice commands or are you actually using your joints to type into the comment section? If you're using voice commands, I'm not gonna be mad at you. You got an excuse. But if them joints are still working, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got the gat, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got the gout. You know what I'm saying? Making your knuckles all big and all that. And you can you can still type in the chat. I ain't mad at it. Hey, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Now listen, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think Trump is trying to keep the Social Security age at the same age that it is. That it is. Now, I think that Kamala Harris actually wants to increase the age, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. Ann says, I will be 63 years old in 2 days, worked for 36 years before retirement. Hey, I'm not mad at that. Yo, everybody give Ann a round of applause. Throw some flames, some ducks in the chat for Ann. Yo, shout out to you, you know what I'm saying, for living a long, successful life and being able to retire. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody mad at that at all.
I know how expensive gas is. And I know how many illegal immigrants are running around in Los Angeles. We are sick and tired of being expected to feel good with Barack Obama, or now they're trying to put the ovarian version of Barack Obama up there and tell us that she is talented. She is absolutely not talented. And on behalf of Black men, it's not that we're opposed to having a female president, because Miss Ingram.
What are on behalf of Black men?
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Hey, look, I ain't even mad at you. Believe it or not, I actually am trying to reach that age. Shout out to Ann. Ann said, no, hun, I'm doing great for my age. That's what's up. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually for real. So that I'm very happy for you. You know what I'm saying? You got a great retirement pension. That is what's up. Hopefully you can reach my age. Hey, I'm trying to get like you. I ain't trying to troll like you in the comment section, but I'm definitely on the life level trying to get like you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to troll in the comment section with you, but you got your life right. I ain't mad at it at all. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying?
I would love to vote for you if you ever decide to run.
Only if you guys are in my cabinet. That's the only way I'm going to do it. Xavier and Anton.
Yeah, I bet you she got them little Negro dolls in her cabinet. Y'all remember on Tales from the Hood? What was that? The third story on there, where the where the dude that was supposed to be David Duke, he had the little voodoo dolls, the ninjalets. I bet you she do got some little ninjas on the shelf. You know they got the elf on the shelf. You know they got ninjas on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So this, we got the convertibles right here, right? So now, I guess it only makes sense since that dude on there that claimed that he was speaking for quote unquote black men had the same hairstyle as Joy Reid. We need to move on to Joy Reid. Shout out to Ann Jones. Ann Jones said, "I thought you was trying to disrespect." Nah, a little light trolling, little light trolling. I ain't gonna disrespect you. A little light trolling, little light trolling. You know what I'm saying? A little light trolling. I ain't mad at you though. You took it. That's what matters. You know what I'm saying? You took it. You took it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it. So yeah. So hold on. There was this one video that I was trying to find. Let's see something real quick. Hold on. So, I think it's it's just hypocrisy. When has Fox News cared about black people's feelings? Man, all of these thumbnails that have come out in the last couple days. Shout out to Darkstar. What's good with it? You should go, and you should go to the doctor and see if they can get you on some steroids. You know what I'm saying? And I think they have like medicine that can help with that, at least help calm it down so it don't cause you, you know what I'm saying, inconvenience and, you know what I'm saying, loss of function and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be suffering with them type of autoimmune diseases like lupus, you know what I'm saying? And they got a lot of treatments out for them now. Sometimes people don't know that the treatments is available. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure you've been dealing with it. So, you know what I'm saying? But in case, if I don't know how extensively you've been dealing with it, but you should go see a good rheumatologist. They'll get you right. You know what I'm saying?
So with 3 weeks to the election, Kamala Harris is trying to shore up support among black male voters with new initiatives, including loans for black entrepreneurs and new regulations for cryptocurrency and legalizing marijuana nationally.
Your underlying premise is not an assumption that I'm supposed to have black men in my back pocket in terms of their vote.
Why she be doing that head nod thing? Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Ann. Shout out to KG. KG said they watched Steve Urkel sing "Feelings" to Laura on that tree branch. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it spreads. I already know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just trying to control both sides of the argument. And again, if you ask me, the allowing of the argument to be controlled has got to stop. You know what I'm saying? So Fox News has all this sympathy now for black people's feelings. But remember, if black people's, now mind you, that sympathy goes away quickly if you say that there's something going on that's racist. But Fox News will give you the biggest and best mic to be able to espouse your opinion over if your issue is with another black person. Now, here's the test, right? Anton Daniels should hit up Laura Ingraham and say, yo, I got some issues with Ron DeSantis. But we all know that for one, Anton Daniels ain't gonna do that. And he's gonna be like, actually, Ron DeSantis never did anything wrong in his life. You know what I'm saying? So, you'll never get to see these things, right?
And that I should be taking that for granted, because I don't. Black men are no different from anybody else. They expect that you have to earn their vote.
Now that's interesting, right? You know, shout out to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said black men are no different than anyone else. You have to earn their vote. I would say that black men are a large majority of the only group of men in the world that has actually, quote unquote, a large amount of black men deified their women, deified them, not beat them over the head in caves in Europe. You know what I'm saying? Not beat them to the point where they need to have political movements to try to get just equal life rights to them. Black men have actually deified their women. So I would say that black men are significantly different than other men. But Kamala Harris doesn't think so. Just so we clear on that. Black men, no different than other men. I'll tell you, just in relation to Kamala Harris, black men support Kamala Harris at a higher rate than any other group of men support any other candidate. But in Kamala Harris's eyes, black men are no different than any other man. I'm just saying, just so we look at the data, right? And we compare similarities, and we see, she said that black men are no different. So we no different, despite that the data says otherwise. How y'all feel about that? What y'all think about that? Now, you know, Ann about to go in. Go ahead and get them fingers. Go ahead. Get the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? Get them keyboard shots in on Kamala. Go ahead. We open the floodgates now for you. Go ahead.
Weeks to the election, Kamala Harris is trying to shore up support among black male voters with new initiatives, including loans for black entrepreneurs and new regulations for cryptocurrency and legalizing marijuana nationally.
Your underlying premise is not an assumption that I'm supposed to have.
Kamala Harris's policies for you encompass a stereotype that all you do is smoke weed. I mean, they should, why, you know, I mean, all we do is commit crimes, and, you know what I'm saying? All we do is commit crimes and delete each other too. You know what I'm saying? Now, as a black man, I'm offended, right? As a black man, I'm offended. We know Fox News doesn't care about my offense, which is why I got my own platform and I can speak about my offense on my own platform. I'm offended, right? Because in addition to marijuana being given to me because I'm black, I want a ski mask and a gun along with this legislation that Kamala Harris put out. How many of y'all want a ski mask and a gun? Black mask, black truck. I mean, that's what she's doing, right? We're gonna use stereotypes to give you what you need. Give me a gun and a ski mask. You know what I'm saying? With my crypto and my weed. And a bottle of Hennessy. Forget it. Let's just do it Hunter Biden style. Let's just get the Hennessy. The Hennessy price is killing me out here. You know what I'm saying? So let's just do that too. Now, Hennessy prices is Biden era policy. Hunter Biden era policy, right? It's not Joe Biden era policy. It's Hunter Biden policy, right? But let's get it, man. Let's get the stereotype stimulus popping off. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not laughing at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not laughing at all. I'm literally telling you, go ahead. This is your time. Go ahead and shine. Go get your comments off on Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? That's why you know what I'm saying, when you said about the lupus, that's why, you know what I'm saying, we hope you feel better. You know what I'm saying? We hope you get you a good rheumatologist, you know what I'm saying, and get some, you know what I'm saying, hopefully get some comfort. You know what I'm saying? As long as you around here, we're not gonna let you give up. We're gonna be on you. So you know what I'm saying? You in the right place. Shout out to AB. Hey, I ain't mad at it. Maybe we could get that written in. AB said, I don't smoke. I want some big booty 304s and champagne. AB want that shit. Bit. AB want rose and fruity pebbles like True Life.
Black men in my back pocket in terms of their vote, and that I should be taking that for granted, because I don't.
So again, and I want to show you guys the similarities between Fox News and Kamala Harris. And again, I told you Fox News and Kamala, they secretly agree with Obama and Kamala Harris about black men, because Laura Ingraham, you know what I'm saying, she went and got this dude right here to offset. She went and got this person that Reaper's talking about to go offset Anton Daniels.
Just like Obama. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Reaper keep it 1,000.
And she went and got somebody, you know what I'm saying? She got somebody like Saucy Santana that they can sit there and have a discussion about plastic entertainment pieces with each other after this interview. You know what I'm saying? She went and found somebody that she could have a discussion about plastic entertainment pieces with after the discussion. These type of individuals right here.
Why are you gay?
And they're sitting up there saying, speaking for black men. You know what I'm saying?
Black men are no different from anybody else. They expect that you have to earn their vote.
So why is she just doing it now? And today she'll be sitting down with Charlamagne the God in Detroit, a move our next guest says will not hit the mark with black voters in their city. Lorenzo Sewell is a senior pastor at 180 Church in Detroit. He joins us now. He had the former president there as well, Donald Trump. Sir, thanks so much for joining the program.
Lawrence, I'm so Holy Ghost happy to be here with you this morning.
What y'all think, man? What y'all think? This pastor here, he said he holy. Hey, he said he Holy Ghost happy. shout out to Narrow Woman. Yeah, the gun and the ski mask to go with the weed, right? If we're gonna make policies and give them to people based on stereotypes, help me live my stereotype. Here, I'm gonna give you the piece of shit stimulus package. Here goes some weed for you. Can I get my alcohol? I want a brick with this as well. You know what I'm saying? I want a brick. I want an SUV with the windows tinted. I want a semi-automatic with a silencer. And I want a Carhartt ski mask. Since we're going to go with the you're a piece of shit stimulus package. Because black manhood is defined by access to marijuana. They when it comes to the Democrats and when it comes to the Republicans, they gotta find like the most awkward people. And I don't know who these people are. I don't know who these people are that work for these people, but they got to find the most awkward people and be like, come up with a plan for me. Diet change will definitely help. Eat you a lot of antioxidants, and like go eat, like get some blackberries, get some blueberries, raspberries. You know what I'm saying? Pomegranates is good. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. Y'all know that I'm a diet advocate, right? And I'm telling you, diet and electrolyte balance, you know what I'm saying, like drinking Gatorade and Pedialyte and stuff like that. Those definitely help. There's these things that's called free radicals, right? And I tell you another thing too. You might want to cut down on your dairy, right? You know, lupus is part of like inflammatory diseases, right? You should look into how long-term, you know what I'm saying, dairy is associated with increased incidence of inflammatory diseases. You know what I'm saying? I could do a whole stream about that. That's some other stuff we could, you know what I'm saying, we could hit that later. But yeah. And the thing is that the way that the world does healthcare or body maintenance is not correct. It's not created to optimize the actual human experience or the actual human metabolism. There needs to be some adjustments made and certain things separated and certain things combined, but it's not correct. What's end up happening is that a lot of the medical system encompasses a lot of things that aren't really necessary or helpful. And then other disciplines have things that actually are helpful that's not even associated with medicine. And the reason why is to be able to carry out a business that is very lucrative, that preys on human maintenance costs, which is what healthcare is. Healthcare is human maintenance costs. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why this is one of the reasons why anytime any type of initiative comes out where there's quote unquote preventative healthcare, anything involving preventative healthcare for the most part is always immediately struck down or always automatically, they try to make it like it's bad or demonize it. And the reason why is because preventative healthcare is the key. It's the key. Preventative anything is the key, right? You can do preventative care on your car, and the likelihood of your car breaking down will be a lot lower if you maintain your car. If you rotate your tires, you know what I'm saying? If you get an oil change, if you flush and fill your fluids, if you do all of that stuff, right? Your car might break down, but it'll break down at a longer interval of time than if you didn't do any of that stuff, right? Your body is the exact same way. And the reason why is because your body operates the exact same way as a car. You are a human machine. And it doesn't make sense for all other machines to have to go through maintenance while there's no maintenance done on the human machine. The human machine only gets maintenance done, quote unquote, when a tire falls off or when the air condition stops working. You don't go for your quote unquote fluid flush and fill. But I'm telling you how to do your fluid flush and fill. Drink you some Gatorade, drink you some alkaline water, drink you some, Pedialyte. That's your flush and fill. You know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, that's another live stream for another day, right? Shout out to AB. Make sure y'all show AB some love. AB said Kamala is the woman that dissed you when saying hello. Then she finds out you're well-to-do too and wants to talk. B, I'm good. Bro, facts. You ain't never lied. Remember, listen, you know what else didn't age good? You think I'm going to do something specifically for black people? No, she's sure trying to scuffle to do something specifically for some black people now, ain't she? Hey, she trying to do something specifically for black people now, ain't she? Oh, man, shout out to AB, man. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Oh, man. She better thank a black voter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got you, Ann. We got you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cindy. Cindy said, what do you think about RFK Jr., Make America Healthy Again? The things he's talking about removing. I hate to say this, but I don't really listen to RFK too much. Honestly, honestly, when it comes to like quote unquote talking about medical stuff, the only politician that I ever listen to as far as that goes, if Rand Paul says anything, you know what I'm saying, as far as like anything involving like medicine or medication or science or healthcare, I'm always curious as to like what he has to say. But I don't trust anybody who is a Harvard graduate who has never taken any classes, you know what I'm saying, north of biology or microbiology about anything that they have to say about healthcare or science or anything. I don't pay attention to any of that. You know what I'm saying? You got to have credentials for me. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you, and you welcome here too. You part of the crew. You know what I'm saying? You part of the crew. We just be clowning. We be having a good time. We be vet. That's why we give you a hard time. We be vetting people. You know what I'm saying? And you, like I said, you passed the test. You passed the test. You know what I'm saying? Now you know what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want in here. You know what I'm saying?
As well, Donald Trump. Sir, thanks so much for joining the program.
Lawrence, I'm so Holy Ghost happy to be here with you this morning.
All right, Pastor. So tell me this. Is this going to work with black voters? I know that when it comes to black males, entrepreneurship is big for us. How is she going to overtax us, but then give us loans as well?
I have never been so offended in my life. She's bringing a man here who is Charlemagne, a false god, to a community that has 4,500 churches, all people of faith. We are extremely offended that she's bringing a podcaster here to talk to black men about politics. She brought a retired athlete to Flint who is failing, Magic Johnson, and she brought...
Hey, that's a crazy picture of her right there. No, you all good. You all good. You all good. You all good. Don't even trip, man. You all good. You know what I'm saying? You all good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look at this picture of Kamala, though, man. Like, what's going on? She about to identify her demon name right here.
Oprah to Oakland County as if she understands the plight and the plane of people that look like me. We will not allow virtue signaling, or we will not allow identity politics.
There we go with the virtue signaling, right? There we go with the look like me. There we go with it. Yeah, that's one of them TD pictures, Cindy. Facts. There we go. Hey, look, there we go with I'm telling y'all. So the stuff that we be talking about, right? Like amongst ourselves. This is what I'm saying about the cringe stuff. So now, you know what I'm saying? These people here, they're running to the plantation to tell the people, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not all this stuff that you all have done to us for years that, you know what I'm saying, has been conditioned into us as part of our culture. Look at us being good. Look at us being good. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do that anymore. I don't even know what to say with a lot of this stuff, man. All politics is identity politics. So, you know, I guess go ahead and work against your political interests and not do identity politics. The reason identity politics existing is the reason why Fox chose you and that brother that's interviewing you, because they're playing identity politics. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, shout out to Caldona. Look like me politics. Right. Yeah. Facts. If you guys agree with Caldona, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. shout out to AV. AV said, Rob, that actually happened to me. I had that girl begging to hang out with me. Oh, champagne. It's for my friends. Now disappear. Right. I just spent all the money on this bottle and it's already pre-poured. Goodbye. It's already pre-poured. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Go buy a bottle of champagne with your looks. That's what I would have told her. Go buy a bottle with your looks. The best you're going to get is a shot of some middle shelf alcohol. You know what I'm saying? All right. And yo, take it easy. Make sure you take care of yourself.
Black men are not political infants. We know exactly what's happening with the Democratic Party. We know that they've exploited us for over 6 decades. And we are saying...
So here goes my question. Why are you going to the people who literally set that? Like, these are the people who literally set the tone for that belief to be true. And now you're going to go there to do what? I guess try to convince them that their talking points that have been adopted by black people and used against other black people are not true. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cindy P. Cindy says, I slightly disagree. If they didn't look like us, nobody, especially black folks, ain't listening to them. Which, again, I agree in a large amount that is true. And it's problematic if you ask me, which is why I'd be like, look at the programming. You know what I'm saying? Look, they've programmed people to say, well, this ain't a, you know what I'm saying, this ain't a black person talking about this quote unquote black issue, so don't listen to me. They can't talk about my experience, right? So through that argument, let's say, for instance, like, you know what I'm saying, like you had a heart attack, you know what I'm saying, and you need to go get a coronary artery bypass graft, and the only doctor that's available is a white doctor. You're gonna be like, nah, I'm gonna just go ahead and take this heart attack because you don't know nothing about the black heart. You don't know nothing about the black heart. You ain't never had a black heartbeat before. You can't cut on me. You can't cut on me. So you just go sit there and die on the operating table. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, you know what I'm saying? Who know how to do this so I can live a little bit longer? You know what I'm saying? Who takes my insurance and who can get this done with the highest success rate? That's the person I need to be talking to. Shout out to my man Adrian. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, and the Democratic Party doesn't change this behavior by voting for them. Facts. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying, right? I understand where people have certain concerns with that type of thing, but at the same time, it's the absolutism that caused the, I'm not even going to listen to this. Okay. Now, people was willing to listen to Jill Stein when they thought that she had a reparations bag. And I told people, man, Jill Stein is a Green Party member. Green Party and no leftist politicians, no leftist top politics support reparations. Reparations is the result of a capitalist consequence. leftist politicians will never correct a capitalist consequence with capitalism. They're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. They might package it in a way to where it's an illusion and people think that they're, you know what I'm saying, being sold a bill of goods, but that's all it's going to be, is a bill of goods. Reparations, the way that it needs to be distributed because of how the harm took place to us in the United States, is not compatible with any politics on the left at all. That is the reason why anytime any politicians on the left see any reparations package, people get upset because they say this is something for all. Any policy on the left is going to always, in some way, shape, or form, be something for all. Always. So again, this is what I'm saying. So now you see people, they be like, oh, well, you know, these are rising tides policies and lift all boats. Literally, that is the guiding principle of anything on the left. Go read the Communist Manifesto. The word communist has the root word community in it. Shout out to Cindy. No, Jill Stein doesn't support reparations in the way that reparations is appropriate to be paid out. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't support it in the way that it's appropriate to be paid out. She supports it, for the most part, in the same way as other people do. Shout out to Cindy. Cindy said, Charlemagne said Kamala supports reparations. I showed y'all about the Kamala reparations, right? How many people, and again, how many people heard about or saw the Kamala reparations? Shout out to AW1. What's good with you, bro? Let me ask you guys, does anybody know Kamala Harris's reparations package? If you know what Kamala Harris's reparations package is or looks like or what she said in the past, give me a thumbs up and let us know in the comment section. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Yeah, they are butchers. Shout out to you. Man, listen, shout out to Black Spider. If only you knew. You probably do. That's why you said that. You know what I'm saying? Man, these doctors, butchers. You know what I'm saying? Kamala just wants a study. So again, most people, when they say that they support reparations, they support HR 40. Now, you know, there's plenty of studies, right? And again, I'm not in support of a study. I would support HR 40 if there was an attachment that's pending completion of the study within a certain time period. And the time period, you have the maximum of a year. You only got 365 days. We're not going to do this study and sit there and say, oh, it's going to take 5 years. Oh, that's convenient. Just so that right when you get out of office, you could turn around and the new candidate come in and in the study, and you could just throw your hands up and be like, hey, I had to study while I was in office. I had to study while I was in office. Nah. We OCD with it over here. We getting everything the way that it needs to be, right? Everything that it needs to be. So there's going to be a term limit on the study. Pending the end of the study, whatever the conclusions are, you have to go ahead and go on with the reparations advancement package and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adrian Hick. Or I think I said, yeah, shout out to you, bro. And shout out to Crew Reality. All right. So here go Kamala Harris, Senator Kamala Harris on reparations. This is a 2-minute listen. Who want to listen to this? Because I don't feel like reading.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Jarl and Pamela Moan, thanking the people who make public radio great every day and also those who listen.
One of the Democratic presidential candidates is floating an idea. It's a way to pay reparations for slavery and racial discrimination. Several candidates have endorsed that notion, although they're rarely giving specifics. Senator Kamala Harris also says the matter needs study, but in a talk with NPR, she did suggest what's on her mind.
Now, let's listen to what's on her mind. Sometimes she opens her mouth up wide enough where we can kind of just look down the tunnel and see what's on her mind. But today, you know what I'm saying, we're lucky enough to be able to have this wonderful content in front of us, and we can just listen to what she's saying, right? And turn this volume up real quick. Real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Give me an idea of one possible form this could take.
Sure. You can look at the issue of untreated and undiagnosed trauma. African Americans have higher rates of heart disease and high blood pressure.
So now she's a doctor, you know what I'm saying? She's a nurse, you know what I'm saying? She's a physician assistant. She about to give us some vital signs, you know what I'm saying?
It is environmental. It is centuries of slavery, which was a form of violence where women were raped, where children were taken from their parents. Violence associated.
Taken from their parents like the border, right? Boy, without us, the Democrats don't got anything. They didn't got nothing.
With slavery. And there was never any real intervention to break up what had been generations of people experiencing the highest forms of trauma. And trauma undiagnosed and untreated leads to physiological outcomes.
And I want to highlight all of the Black people, right? I want to highlight all of the Black people who are enthralled in these political debates and political conversations that think that this is so funny. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
We're talking about the same thing as post-traumatic stress from a war. That's the kind of thing we're
absolutely. But listen, unless there's intervention done, it will appear to be perhaps generational, but it's generational only because the
shout out to Shaka Nulu. What's good with you, bro? And I mean, so again, these are her words, right? Now, again, you know, people don't like hearing her words, but this is what she said.
Has not experienced a significant enough change to reverse the symptoms. You need to put resources and direct resources, extra resources into those communities that have experienced that trauma. So that's
now how in all of Kamala Harris's political career has she done actions that are even anywhere consistent with what she said? I'm gonna run this back. We're gonna run this all the way back. Now, here's my question. Does she have a new position on reparations that anybody has seen or heard? Because I don't know if there's a new position that she has on reparations that's been discussed. I haven't seen anything come up.
One of the Democratic presidential candidates is floating an idea. It's a way to pay reparations for slavery and racial discrimination. Several candidates have endorsed that notion, although they're rarely giving specifics. Senator Kamala Harris also says the matter needs study, but in a talk with NPR, she did suggest what's on her mind. Can you give me an idea of one possible form this could take?
sure. You can look at the issue of untreated.
Hey, shout out to Cindy. Cindy said, Cindy said, so what's her plan to fix the PTSD? Flashing lights in horror movies. Just, you know what I'm saying? Go sit yourself in a room with a strobe light and watch The Exorcist and you'll be great.
Diagnosed trauma. African Americans have higher rates of heart disease and high blood pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It is environmental. It is centuries of slavery, which was a form of violence where women were raped, where children were taken from their parents. Violence associated with slavery. And there was never any real intervention to break up what had been generations of people experiencing the highest forms of trauma. And trauma undiagnosed and untreated leads to physiological outcomes.
We're talking about the same thing as post-traumatic stress from a war. That's the kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Right. Hey, shout out to hey, shout out to Black Spider. Right. Get your man cave together where it's looking like a rave, like a techno party, and then on the big screen just put the put the Exorcist up. You'll be cured in no time. You'll be cured in no time. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, unless there's intervention done, it will appear to be perhaps generational, but it's generational only because the environment has not experienced a significant enough change to reverse the symptoms. You need to put resources and direct resources, extra resources into those communities that have experienced that trauma.
So now, look, this was when she was a senator, as you guys can see, right? Senator Kamala Harris on reparations. This article of her words was put out on March 14th of 2019. Now, she's had access to being a politician for quite some time. My question for you guys and anybody watching this is, what has she done consistent with what she's saying in this 2-minute clip here?
Reparations
in my
could be
mind,
mental health treatment for
I think
African Americans.
I think that the term.
Did you see that? So again, this is also assuming, right, that we all have some type of quote unquote mental health disease.
I think reparations. Yeah, I think that the term reparations, it means different things to different people.
Mm-hmm.
So Kamala Harris says that the term reparations means different things for different people. Yeah, it would mean different things for different people if you don't address it as reparations for quote unquote slavery descendants, and then provide the qualifiers that have been laid out. You know what I'm saying?
I think reparations. Yeah, I think that the term reparations, it means different things to different people.
Mm-hmm.
But what I mean by it is that we need to study the effects of generations of discrimination and institutional racism, and determine what can be done in terms of intervention to correct course.
Well, there you go. There you have it. Who wants this? Anybody want this article? Shout out to the content creators in the chat. Y'all want this article? So one of the things that'll fix that trauma is some weed. You know, people smoke weed to feel good. I mean, I guess she onto something, right? Smoke the pain away. Right? She gonna help black men smoke the pain away. Hey, do we get free shells with this stimulus? You know what I'm saying? You know, I used to like the white owls. You know what I'm saying? I used to like the white owls. You know, I do a little, you know, depending on, you know what I'm saying, the situation, might do a little Swisher Sweet here or there, right? And so we can smoke the pain away. In an outreach to black men, Harris vows to legalize weed and protects crypto. I mean, are we going, you know how back in the day they used to drop government cheese off in a bag of rice on your porch? Are only black men going to get a brick or a zip delivered on our porch by the U.S. Postal Service every day? We're going to get a twomp delivered onto our porch by the U.S. Postal Service every day with this or what? How this supposed to work? Are we going to be allowed to drive? If you're black and you get caught with a scale in your car, can you tell the police officer, officer, I got this bell in my car because I'm driving around with a Kamala Harris official bag of weed? Shout out to my man Windless Rug. Windless Rug said I posted the White House in the Discord one time. Right, facts. I just want to know how it's gonna work. I just want to know, are we gonna get special baggies? Are we gonna get those little bottles, the little orange bottles with the white top from the prescription place? And I want to know how my weed and my possession of my weed is gonna be protected and treated different than other men, since this is specifically for me. This is my package of reception, right? Because I'm gonna get this, right? Whether I support Kamala Harris or not, I'm gonna get my weed. So I want to know what's up with it. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what's good with it. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says she ain't offering no Popeyes or no grape soda. She didn't offer no vegetable tray. Hey, but listen, right? This is what we're supposed to do. DC Precise, how dare you being ungrateful down there in the comment section? What we're supposed to do is we're supposed to be grateful for whatever it is that we're given, right? So here I am in my grateful bag. I'm just trying to figure out how it's supposed to work. That's I just want to know. The same way they be trying to figure out how reparations supposed to work, I'm trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. I'm allowed to do that, right? Right? Shout out to bro. I prefer the weed over the catfish nuggets. I ain't gonna lie, because I can't sell the catfish nuggets. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna get old and get stale. You know what I'm saying? So I prefer the weed over the catfish nuggets. How if y'all had a choice between the weed or the catfish nuggets, which one do y'all want? The weed or the catfish nuggets? Let me know in the comment section. I just want to know how it's supposed to work. I want to know the process behind it. How it's supposed to work? Who's distributing it? Is it going to be in like a sealed refrigerated baggie? I want to know all of the information behind this. Right. You better thank a presidential candidate. It's probably going to be Reggie anyway. It's not even going to be nothing good. They're going to come with some BS. It's going to be some CBD pills. It ain't even going to be like no THC edibles or nothing like that. It's going to be some garbage. It's going to be some kush. They're not gonna give you no diesel or no Gorilla Glue. Oh, we can't get you the high concentration THC stuff. I want some White Widow or some Gorilla Glue or some purple diesel. I got parameters on the type of weed that I want. Don't just be handing me no bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna smell it. And if it don't smell right, I'm gonna add what is this? And if it breaks off all weird, it's not supposed to break off like a scone. You know what I'm saying? If it break off all funny, nah, I don't want this. Transaction gone bad. I don't want this. What is this? You better take this. I drove halfway across town. I ain't buying this crap, man. Yeah, they're gonna give us some K2. You're gonna smoke that and your eyes gonna roll in the back of your head. You know what I'm saying? Looking like a YouTube thumbnail after you take the first hit. Oh, his brain is gone. You know what I'm saying? Take his watch off. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's get it. Let's get it. I mean, they want us to be stupid. Let's go all the way stupid. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna go all the way stupid. We're gonna be competent at being stupid. Right? You gonna take the nuggets, Caldona? What if it's some beer battered cod though? And see, that's what I'm saying, Cindy. Facts. Cindy says she's going to study her plan for the next 4 years. So you'll find out after the study, and you'll find out after she's not president anymore. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adrian. Adrian said, just an FYI, it's been 5 years since the hearing over HR 40. At this rate, Gen X will be dead by the time any real movement is made. And that's the point. That's quantitatively that they run in quality control. Do we need to set up a series of streams where we talk about the quality control, how they're quantitatively easing the numbers to drive down the population of living people across each generation to make it to where the people who are alive are not eligible for the things that they're advocating for, so they can give that as an excuse each time? Do we need to run quality control on benign neglect? DC Precise is the head of quality assurance around here. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that y'all put any type of inquiries in his inbox. Right? But do we need to run quality control on benign neglect? Let me know.
Just like Moses said to Pharaoh, let my people go.
Oh, you talking about the weed nuggets? Yeah, we ain't doing no weed nuggets. Nah. It's gotta be it's gotta be like it's gotta be like greens. It's gotta be like romaine lettuce. It's gotta have bounce back. It's gotta be sticky, and it's gotta be loud. You gotta be able to smell it through the bag. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to get a slight contact high when you smell the bag. You know what I'm saying? If it's coming from the government, this better be some nuclear weed.
So, Pastor, tell me, what are you hearing from the folks that you're speaking to? I was in Detroit last week. I heard I had multiple conversations with voters, black males in the barbershop, and opinions from all over the political spectrum. But what are they telling you they want from a political candidate, a president?
They're saying they want a president that, number one, can help us with election integrity. We understand that in the city of Detroit, election integrity is an issue. The second thing, we want a president.
Now, pay attention to what this dude is saying. Is this any? Shout out to the fellas in the chat. Is any of this stuff what he's talking about? What any of y'all want? I don't think that. I'm not gonna go there, but I don't know if there's a bunch of, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's a bunch of brothers out here, quote unquote, banging for election integrity, but you know what I'm saying?
They're saying they want a president that, number one, can help us with election integrity. We understand that in the city of Detroit, election integrity is an issue. The second thing, we want a president that can hold accountable our local and our state government from the resources that are already here. We already have federal funding through agencies like SBA, which President Donald Trump opened up that portal in a way that it has never been opened up in the history of the SBA, which, by the way, was started by Republicans. And we want a politician that's real, that wants to come here and listen to us. Vice President Harris, she's not spoken to any pastors. Vice President.
Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, "What's up with these dudes?" That's
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
I don't know, bro. I wish I had the answer for you. You know what I'm saying?
President Harris, she continues to think that she can entertain her way to the black vote. We're offended, and we want her to be willing to actually bring real solutions to the complex problems that we're facing in urban America.
Yeah, black folks continue to say that we want to provide for our families, take care of our families, whatever.
All black people don't live in urban America. How many? Let me ask y'all this question. How many of y'all live in quote unquote urban America? Now, I live in urban America, right? But I didn't live in urban America my entire life. And I don't know why we have these conversations as if urban America is the only place where black people live at. You know what I'm saying? Yo, to anybody that's from Ohio, there's a city in Ohio called Warrensville Heights. Somebody do me a quick fact check. Go and look up the demographics of a city in Ohio called Warrensville Heights and put the race demographics of Warrensville Heights into the chat. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. Warrensville Heights is a suburb of Cleveland. I don't know how most places are set up or structured, but I'm going to tell you all this. The way that Cleveland is structured is that you got Cleveland. For the most part, Cleveland is where the majority of the black people are. Then you got the quote unquote suburbs. The suburbs closest to the metro area damn near got the same concentration of black people, if not more, than the city. Then beyond the suburbs, you got what's called the quote unquote outskirts. Now, the outskirts is where you start getting like the diverse population and more like, you know, less black people, right? And then you got the rural areas. So why they be sitting up here saying this weird stuff about urban areas and all that stuff, this is another talking point that people have just allowed to persist. And all black people don't live in the urban areas for the most part. And the way that they've dissolved the populations with, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the gentrification and migrants and stuff like that, is really, you know what I'm saying, an outdated idea. It's an outdated talking point. Shout out to the Cosmic Annihilation. The Cosmic Annihilation said, "I'm from the South, not an urban or suburb. I'm as country as they come." Yeah, in fact, it's a whole bunch. That's real. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, when we was talking about the video, the song "Better Hit the Flow" by Dirty, right? That, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the Southern rap, they be depicting like these kind of black rural populations and cultures. And it's a black suburb population and culture. You know what I'm saying? Like people from Warrensville Heights and, you know what I'm saying, Ohio and Bedford Heights, you know what I'm saying, and Maple Heights and all that. These are black American people that live in these suburbs, Oakwood Village and stuff like that. They don't live in Cleveland. Cleveland is the urban area. Cleveland is the metro area. They live in the greater Cleveland area, which is what the region is called. But, you know what I'm saying? We talking about the suburbs. These are actual suburbs. Shout out to Tarek. What's good with it, bro? in where I stay at, you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't stay there anymore. You know what I'm saying? The composition is kind of different where I stay at now. But back in the day when I used to live in Cleveland, back in the day when I used to live in Warrensville Heights, it ain't nothing for the suburbs to be banging with the city. Don't nobody care. Like no one, like if you go to Warrensville Heights and you about to kind of, you know what I'm saying, have an issue with people, literally no one from Warrensville Heights is gonna back down if you be like, man, I'm from Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from 89th and Kinsman. Ain't nobody gonna back down or not do nothing to you because you said that. You're gonna get swarmed on by them Warrensville Heights boys. Nobody care about if you from the city or not. Especially if you from an area where it's structured like that, where all of the black cities are around and really in close proximity and surrounded. Man, look at all the fights that broke out between East Cleveland and Shaw. Don't nobody care. Nobody care. Nobody respect you or care that you from the city. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get banged on the same way as anybody else gonna get banged on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says city folks don't like coming to the suburbs. It's rough. It is. Shout out to Lavanya. What's good with it, Lavanya? It is. So I don't know. To me, like this is people are out of touch with reality, and then they bring people who are out of touch with reality on these TV shows or on the news or on these major platform segments to then perpetuate the false reality. And like, you know what I'm saying? The people that live in these areas or from these areas don't even be like, yo, this is this is not correct. What are you talking about? Like, you're wrong about this. You know what I'm saying?
Candidate that offers the best agenda for that is going to get the share of the vote. Pastor, thanks so much for doing the program.
I'm Steve Ducey.
So yeah, you know, that dude didn't really say too much, and I don't know what that's supposed to. I don't know what that's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So Chris Cuomo did a little segment talking about Kamala Harris and her Charlemagne the God interview. Now, you know, I didn't really do anything with that Charlemagne the God interview because my question for y'all is how many times, what's going to change over all of these times of us listening to Kamala Harris talk to Charlemagne the God? We know Charlemagne the God got the easy interview package ready for her, and that's what it's going to be. Fake critique, fake outrage, Kamala Harris being allowed to, for the most part, control the conversation, and that's really about it. All right, shout out to Crew. Crew said the burbs is the plug to the city. Nothing moves without the burbs. Yeah, facts. Look, that's yeah, yeah. But this is what I'm talking about though. Like all these people that's supposed to be the quote unquote realsters. All these cats is like, you know what I'm saying? They so real, and you know what I'm saying, they ear to the street and all that. Why don't they ever be talking about any of that? Why don't they ever say any of that? You know what I'm saying? I really be shocked a lot of times when I listen to a lot of YouTube and YouTube content creators, and then I really be shocked, like the people in the comment section don't, like, where do y'all be seeing this stuff at? Like, y'all don't be, you know what I'm saying? Not y'all in here, but like, you know what I'm saying? People don't be calling this stuff out, like these weird inconsistencies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Where all black people don't live in the urban areas. So the thing is that when, to me, if you ask me, when people make these blanket statements about quote unquote urban areas and making black people in urban areas synonymous, shout out to the black people that's shout out to Carla. You see that? Warrensville Heights is 92% black. That's a suburb. 92% black. Now, as much as people be banging with their fist pumping on here, tell me how many of y'all grew up in an area that was 92% black. I ain't even trying to hear that, man. There's areas in the South that ain't even 92% black. That's where I grew up at. Brad Sellers was the mayor of Warrensville Heights. He played basketball, you know what I'm saying, on the Warrensville Tigers with my cousin Junie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be banging. You know what I'm saying? We this, that, and the other. We this, that, and the other. You ain't grow up in no place that was 92% black, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on YouTube be trying to tell everybody what everybody is. You know what I'm saying?
Important is this? Is it working? Conservative podcast host Robb Smith is with us, and News Nation correspondent at large Geraldo Rivera, who knows Trump. Hey, Chris. Is a Republican, but says he.
Hey, facts. Shout out to Caldona. Caldona said Boley, Oklahoma, the Midwest. The Midwest. You know what I'm saying? The Midwest. Hey, look, I got love for the people on the East Coast, man. I got love for the people on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? I got love for my people in the South. You know I got love for the people in the South. Shout out to the people on the West Coast. And no disrespect to the people on the West Coast, man. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to y'all, cuh. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect for y'all, cuh. But hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the Midwest, you know what I'm saying? We don't really kind of don't be getting our fair due when these conversations be taking place. I think we need to delineate. I think the Midwest need to delineate. You know what I'm saying? Because we are our own. You know what I'm saying? We are our own. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I've always said this though. You know what I'm saying? I don't like how the East Coast, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like a lot of the things that they did with hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the West Coast and how the West Coast really handled the, you know what I'm saying, influx of invaders out there. I don't like it. We all get grouped into it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the fact that the East Coast came at the South talking about the South messed up hip hop. And, you know what I'm saying? The South actually saved hip hop, but that's another story for another day. So shout out to the South. I got y'all. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it, man. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Midwest. We a special breed. We a different breed. You know what I'm saying? We a special group that's been through special things. We got the majority of the sundown towns, man. We different, man. We special, man. We, you know what I'm saying? We got to set ourselves out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said the South started hip hop. It's arguable that the South started Black America. You know what I'm saying? It's arguable that the South started Black America, but that's a conversation you ain't never gonna hear, right? And that's why I say I got love for the South, man. Shout out to the South. The South for real, the motherland. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it is what it is. What white people call Ebonics is actually a Southern accent, right? You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to shine any light on their own ignorance. So when you hear Hawk Tua say spit on that thang, it's so cute. But when you hear a Black person say thang, it's ratchet and ghetto, right? But they the ones that taught us their language, right? No accountability whatsoever. Right? Let's not talk about racism because then we have to start talking about stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. Listen, Pimp C had been calling out people that was doing this.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Now you got these cats on YouTube that grew up in some place called Eagleton. You know, they grew up in Eagleton's corner. You know what I'm saying? Banging with fist pump. Man, go sit your ass down somewhere. You played on the basketball team with a bunch of people named Zach and Nathan. You know what I'm saying? And y'all on YouTube all blacked out, all black everything. Man, sit your ass down. It's your state champion picture. You the only ninja in the picture. And you was on the bench. And somebody else got a scholarship to go to a school because you couldn't shoot and you couldn't dunk and you were 6'2". Well, sit your ass down somewhere.
He has to endorse Kamala Harris for president. And once I get my man in Michigan on, you guys may know him. You may know him, Rob. I know Geraldo does. Charlie LaDuff, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist from the New York Times. Now he's got the No BS News, and he knows Michigan and what's going on there like nobody. So I'll bring in Charlie when I get him. It's good to have you both here. Geraldo, one, what do you make of what Harris is doing, and how has your endorsement of her been received?
Well, it's certainly stirred up a lot of attention. You know, I'm pleased that my opinion still matters.
I didn't know that. Hey, I didn't know that Geraldo endorsed Kamala Harris. Did I hear that right? Did they say did they say Geraldo endorsed Kamala Harris? She got all the wrong endorsements. She got Hey, Vladimir Putin endorsed Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? Now Geraldo Rivera endorsed Kamala Harris. She's having the worst. She got Liz Cheney to endorse her. She's got a who's who of who not to endorse you. Like, that's crazy.
Well, it's certainly stirred up a lot of attention. I'm pleased that my opinion still matters, although it should not be news to people. Maybe the voting for Harris part is, but my vow shortly after January 6th was that I will never, ever.
Hey, these endorsements are crazy weird flexes. These endorsements is crazy weird flexes, man. Where are these people coming out the woodwork from? I endorse Kamala Harris. Like, man, what? Oh, man.
Or support Donald Trump again running for office after he attempted his coup, after he unleashed and incited that mob to invade the Capitol. But Harris, I've never been a giant fan of hers, but watching her, I thought with Charlemagne the God, she was the first time I saw her.
Hey, man, Geraldo already got me dying laughing, man. This dude said Charlene the God. This ninja here said Charlene the God. Yeah, Dick Cheney endorsed her. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? Hey, did y'all hear it? He called this fool Charlene the God.
But Harris, I've never been a giant fan of hers, but watching her, I thought with Charlemagne the God.
Hey, look, check this out, right? Check this out. It's so bad for Kamala Harris, man. It's so bad for Kamala Harris. Listen, how many people we gotta go on a little detour here. Kamala Harris got the Three Stooges campaign, man. She got the Three Stooges campaign. Like, it's like you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You know Bill Clinton was on the campaign trail, right? You know that Bill Clinton was on the campaign trail, right? Bill Clinton was on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris and messed around and like he's so stupid. He messed around and like started going in on the border, but was like going in on the border about Biden-Harris policies. He was like, this border is just so terrible. I mean, the border is just so terrible. And it's like, for real, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is terrible, but like that's not what you're supposed to be saying. Hey, look, Bill Clinton's so sick with it, he even brought up Laken Riley. Like, you can't make this up. And yeah, at this point, like, at this point, man, they gotta be sabotaging her, man. They gotta be sabotaging her because ain't no way. Like, there is no way that there's this many bloopers. Like, there's no way. The hell? I swear there'd be some strange stuff going on. But anyway, real quick, shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Bill Clinton is literally out here. And again, it's funny, right? Because they just, like, Joe Biden was bad, right? Cognitively bad. He didn't have no brain in his head. You know what I'm saying? No, none of that, right? And what's wild about this is that you got stupid mistakes. You know what I'm saying? The same type of stuff that Joe Biden was doing. Look at this. Look at Bill Clinton. Watch this.
Me, but it's not. It's about you. Come on. Kamala Harris says, what we need to do is have more affordable housing, make it easier for people to.
I don't know what's going on here with this. Hold on real quick.
Make their
All
first.
right, there we go. All right, let's try it again.
About me, but it's not. It's about you. Come on. So, Kamala Harris says, what we need to do is have more affordable housing, make it easier for people to make their first down payment.
Yes. Yes.
Make more loans through the Small Business Administration and keep this thing going. And on the immigration thing, she's the only candidate who has actually endorsed a bill that would hold down immigration in any given year to a certain point, and then make sure we gave people a decent place to live. We didn't divide people from their children, and we did total vetting before people got in. Now, Trump killed the bill. Yep. The bill was being written by senior Republicans in the Senate, and he killed the bill. Why? He had a case in Georgia not very long ago, didn't he? They made him mad about it. Killed by immigrants.
Now look, so now Bill Clinton goes in on the people getting deleted by immigrants. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
Killed by immigrants. Yeah, well, if they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened. But if they all properly,
so now he gets on his dementia, right? It looked like he outside a retirement home for real. But then, so now he gets on his dementia, and I'm just about to awkwardly repeat something that's really not really helping here. And so he's gonna start doing the repeat. She wouldn't have died if the immigrant had got vetted. She wouldn't have died if the immigrant had got vetted. She wouldn't have died if the immigrant had got vetted. I know somebody like, Bill, shut up. Somebody like cut his mic. Somebody cut Bill's mic. You know what I'm saying?
but if they all properly vetted, that doesn't happen. And America is not having enough babies to keep our population. So we need immigrants that are vetted to do work.
So, you know, America's not having babies, so yay abortion. Because again, math, right?
There wouldn't be a problem. And he couldn't keep people all torn up and upset. Kamala Harris said, I don't want you to get upset. If you don't like me, you can vote against me next time. If you don't like me, you can vote for me next time. Meanwhile, what do you say we solve some problems? What do you say we get something done? What do you say we get
Man, Bill Clinton out there. Bill Clinton out there lost and confused. Bill Clinton is out there lost and confused. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Shout out to Carlton. Bill Clinton, quote unquote, our second black president. Again, I gotta find like the weirdest music that I can possibly make. And like actually, we should make a Strange Flexes series. The Strange Flex series. Hey, that's gonna be Arsenio Hall. Arsenio Hall gonna like be the theme of all the artwork on that. You know what I'm saying?
listen to all this stuff? And I thought, if that's true, how come since the end of the Cold War, there have been 50 million new jobs added to the economy by Democrats and 1 by Republicans total? And we are about to finish the 4-year period that will produce the most new jobs of any 4-year period in the history of the United States.
It's crazy how like these certain former presidents, not all of them, but certain former presidents, it's crazy how they actually still be running the country from the shadows. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like what actually goes on here is like, you know, the people who are in these positions, they're kind of like just line people. And then when things start getting out of control, it's like they start bringing in upper management. Like it's almost, how many people have ever been at work and like it's going kind of bad at work? So like the first thing the supervisor gonna say something, right? Then the manager come out the office. Then when it get to really, really bad, then like 4 or 5 people drive from another state from the corporate office. And then when it's like everybody finna get fired, like the owners show up. Like we're at the point where like the owners are starting to show up. You know what I'm saying? Like we're at the point in this campaign where the owners are starting to show up. We gotta come here. We gotta come down here now and, you know, personally protect our invitation. And we're gonna be looking at you with the side eye while we get this cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where we at now. Like Kamala Harris is doing so bad that corporate and the owners have all come out. You know what I'm saying?
Now, so they got a real load to carry. The Republicans want to attack Kamala Harris and blame her for anything they managed to keep from happening. Like they claim she was the border czar. That's not what her jobs are. Her job was to go down to these other countries that were sentencing a lot of people and trying to get them to enroll them in a legal process while they're still in the country. So they would traffic, share our border, have to be cared for on one side of it or another. And then we'd run the risk of having people get in here who weren't properly vetted. That's what she tried to do. And we had some success with that, but those traffickers, they make a lot of money. So for the last 3 years, the Biden-Harris administration has...
Look, it's bad, and I'm telling you, it's bad. Sometimes you can get the heads up, though. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said facts, the clipboards and all, right? When you get to work and you can't find a parking spot, you know it's going to be a long shift. The parking lot is your first warning sign. You know, usually like you can pull up and at certain times, certain parking spots is available. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to get your favorite parking spot. When you pull up at work for your shift and the parking lot is full, you got a few minutes to make a decision. You could continue and, you know what I'm saying, go ahead and go in there and, you know what I'm saying, you just know you're going to be dealing with a rough day, or you could hurry up and go ahead and try to call off real quick. But you know it's not going to be nothing nice if you go in there with those. And it's all the, you know, when you go to work, even the people that's the supervisors, nobody's car is really nice. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's car is nice. You know, everybody got they got a low priced used new car, or they got a, you know, moderate type used car. When you pull up at the beginning of your shift and it's like Acuras and BMWs and Benzes and the like SUVs that are the size of a school bus, it's not going to be a good day at work. It's not going to be a good day at work. You know what I'm saying? You see all these cars that like cost more than your salary for the year in the parking lot. Lincolns. When management is there, there's a different parking lot showroom floor. When normal people are at work, you got Toyotas, you got Chevrolets, you know what I'm saying? You got Fords, you got Hondas, Kias, you know what I'm saying? When it's about to be a bad day at work, that's when you got the BMWs, that's when you got the Acuras, and it's a lot of them too. Did I pull into a damn Acura lot? All these damn new cars. Did the use? You know what I'm saying? Did Acura buy the employee parking lot? Am I supposed to park somewhere else or something like that? What the hell is all these new cars at? Where the stickers for? Where the stickers for them at? Wait a minute, hold on. Says that this car was just bought yesterday, but it got a bumper sticker on it, not a dealership sticker on it. Then you walk in and you like, I've never seen this person in my life. Where's your name badge? You get greeted with, where's your name badge? I just walked in. Hi. You know what I'm saying? You be like, how you doing? Where's your name badge? Like the immediate rebuttal is, where your name badge? It's about to be a bad day. It's about to be a bad day. That's like, you know, you're trying to, like, you don't know who these people are. Like, so like, that's the initial, like, you don't know who to have an attitude with, because like these are like the corporate hit people. You've never seen them before. It just looked like the agents from Matrix have pulled up. You know what I'm saying? And you like, hey, how you doing? And they just got their sunglasses on in the hallway, and it's still kind of dark in the hallway. You like, why these weird people that look like feds got their sunglasses on in the hallway? You like, hey, how you doing? Put your name badge on. It's like, oh, they don't hire some robots. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, they can't even get you any veggie trays. The vending machine don't ever even have your favorite little snack in it, right? But the day that the corporate fleet is there, a sous chef cooking lobster in the conference room is there. You like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? Prime rib and shit all over there. It's a damn hibachi table that you had no idea existed. They cooking live hibachi in the conference room. You walk past it smelling like a damn Chinese food place in there. What's going on? What's going on? It's compliance day. Where's your name badge? Like, And then it gets to the point where like you start to fear for your life. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm about to let me go upstairs and go get my plate. You know what I'm saying? Like when you say, let me go upstairs and go get my plate, like if you accidentally said it out loud, when you turn around, there's somebody that's 6'5" in a suit looking like John Wick standing over you, and you like almost like walked right into them. And then like you look up and they be like, this room is in use by management. And you like, okay, I'll just walk around. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Church of Black Power. What's good with it, bro? You know what I'm saying? You like, okay, I'll just walk around. And then like you on the floor with your coworkers, like, man, who are these people? Where did they come from? I've never seen this person in my life. And you know, none of them have a name. They just all have a crew name. That's corporate. How many of you all have like 10 individuals who their name is that's corporate? But you have no idea what their actual name is. You even got some vehicles in the parking lot. Whose car is that's corporate? I've seen these people, you know what I'm saying, over the course of like 10, 15 years. I have no idea who they are. That's corporate. That's what they got going on with the Democrats. They got corporate on the scene. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
It's done increasingly tough things trying to control the border. And the illegal crossings have gone down every year for 3 years. Our friends in the other party don't want to talk about it, but that's true. And then President Biden called the Republican senators who seemed genuinely concerned about it. And he said, look, let's make a deal. Only thing you care about is having fewer people come in, right? And they said, yeah, we don't want them.
Now look, if you work at one of them, it depends on where you work at, right? Like back in the day, like North Akron used to be a whole lot of Italian people, right? And shout out to anybody that's I think Lois, you know, says she's from Youngstown, but is, you know, if you're from Youngstown or like Warren or out that way, you know, like it's like that shit that you like. It could just be said that anything that was owned by anybody out there was like under mafia control, right? And they, believe it or not, like they still got old school mafia issues out there to this day, right? But then you could be in one of those like places where it's a lot of Italian people that own the business, right? But see, in the area where I work at, it's a lot of like, you know, they got the old like Italian halls or like the places where like the old Italian women be, you know what I'm saying, serving food all day and being racist and stuff like that, right? So if you got some owners and like it's like an Italian family, sometimes that stuff really be scary. You pull up in the parking lot and it looked like Sonny about to get lit up at the toll booth because it black Acura, black Crown Victoria, black Lincoln Town car, a random Hertz. What's that there for? You know what I'm saying? A suburban bus, Expedition, all black, all blacked out, 5% tint everywhere except for the front of the building. You know what I'm saying? Or in front of the car, on the windshield. And then you walk in, and this is when people know people's names, and it'd be the name that you don't want to hear. You'll be like, whose car is that out in the parking lot? They like Bruno from corporate. You like you like Bruno from corporate. You know what I'm saying? He here to write everybody up and kill everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like oh yeah, I ain't going in there today. I'm calling off. You know what I'm saying? I'm calling off. I'm done. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? The old Italian women, they'd be in there making some, you know, some homemade 9th generation marinara and some tiramisu. And then as soon as they see, you know what I'm saying? As soon as they see you walk in, they saying all kind of wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you looking like, who the F is Bruno? You know what I'm saying? And okay, why is Bruno all these damn SUVs and a random black Hertz with 5% tint all over it in the parking lot? Who owns the Hertz here? Because that's going to determine whether I go into work or not. If once I figure out who got this Hertz here and why a Hertz is here with the corporate fleet of cars, what's really about to go on? You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about.
And they said, well, there is a limit to how many people we can efficiently take. So I'll make a deal with you. I'll take your limit if you'll give me enough money to make sure that these families can stay together and no kids are taken away from their children.
That's right.
And
That's right.
if we do serious background checks, so the people who shouldn't get in because they're highly likely to commit crimes don't get in. Let's make that deal. So they made a deal. So Biden then says, you write the first draft of the bill. I trust you. You never hear this. And then Donald Trump hears about it. And he said, oh my God, we can't fix the border. What am I going to do for TV ads?
That's right. That's right.
Who am I going to demonize every day? I don't get into politics to solve problems. I get in it to create problems and blame other people for doing it. He learned from his great mentor, Roy Cohn, who helped Senator Joe McCarthy. Deny everything and accuse other people of doing what you're doing.
That's right.
Again,
So-
here goes my question. Why did they wait so long? Shout out to Ricky Giller. Yeah, they losing it. So now look, yeah, Bill looking for girls. You know what I'm saying? He trying to, you know what I'm saying? Now, anybody that want to have a personal conversation about me about policy in my trailer, you can just come on and help me back to my trailer after the show. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton got the quality control clipboard. We 13% of the population, but we make up 90% of the. But we make up 90% of these people at the Democratic rallies. Hey, somebody said that they told Bill Clinton to play the saxophone and he pulled out an albuterol inhaler. Can anybody confirm? Can anybody confirm if that's true or not? He said, yeah, hold on, I'll play something. Watch this. And everybody thought it was a harmonica and he puffed it twice and put it back in his pocket.
A new direction to manage an immigration crisis in a tough time where there's all this upheaval all over the world, where there are border problems all over the world, where millions of people are trying to escape the misery they're in. And other people are saying, well, I want to do what I can and take what I can, but maybe there's a limit to how much we can do. In other words, I don't think Americans are anti-immigration, they're anti-chaos, right? They don't want us to do more than we can, but they recognize, at least most people do, we got the lowest birth rate we've had in well over 100 years.
But at the same time, though, do we have now? Look at this. Let's make this make sense. They've got the lowest birth rate that they've had in 100 years. Yet he's advocating for the candidate who is pro coat hanger your baby. I'm with the kill the babies lady, but at the same time, we got to get these birth rates up. I don't know. Again, let's do the math, right? Maybe, right? If there were more quote unquote viable pregnancies, quote unquote, maybe those viable pregnancies would quote unquote lead to a successful birth. Is that logical? If that's logical, give me a thumbs up. If it's not logical, then give me a thumbs down.
We're not at replacement level, which means we got to have somebody come here if we want to keep growing the economy. Unless one of you is one of these artificial intelligence geniuses and figured out how we can all grow with no work.
They've already figured out how we're going to grow with no work. It's called universal basic income, but hee ha ha. See there, I want to see that right there, that little type of comment right there. That's the jab at the public. You know what I'm saying? That these people be doing. Yeah, exactly. Then they also had vasectomy kits at the DNC. They didn't have food trucks. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have merchandise kiosks. They had vasectomy trucks. Here, you can come, you know what I'm saying? Get your stuff rearranged right inside this trailer right here. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? But they had that there. It make sense. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Which I'm not sure would be good for us. I think, it helps us a little get up and go to work every day. So,
Yeah, so you got basically Bill Clinton sitting up here, you know, he's supposed to be, I guess, advocating for Kamala Harris while saying, I guess, facts that he thinks are gonna help, and it really is not making her look good. You know what I'm saying? But instead of people being like, hey, Bill, you really didn't help Kamala Harris out a lot with that, you know, speech that you made there. You got people trying to, you know what I'm saying, come into my comment section and talk all crazy to me about my content. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Church of Black Power. You said you unlike so I can see the stream again. I ain't mad at it. Yeah, they agree with Rollo Tomasi. And again, that goes with that whole the right agrees with the left thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? They all sabotaging her, bro. Biden sabotaging her, you know, like she's getting sabotaged all the way around. That's why when she was like, we just got to make it another 64 days. She wasn't lying. She for real is just trying to make it another 64 days. Hey, she's so corny, man. She did that. She did that Fresh Prince. You know what I'm saying? She was like, I'm just trying to make it another 64 days. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we know what you're saying. It's getting it's getting rough out there. You know what I'm saying? It's getting so thick, man. She probably going through that period of where, you know what I'm saying, the time crunch is so bad. She ain't putting on makeup and shaving her legs. She just trying to get stuff done. You know what I'm saying?
Important as this, is it working? Conservative podcast host Robb Smith is with us, and News Nation correspondent at large Geraldo Rivera, who knows Trump, is a Republican, but says he has to endorse Kamala Harris for president. And once I get my man in Michigan on, you guys, you know him, Rob.
Hey, Kamala Harris got them type of endorsements like Geraldo. Like Geraldo, like I don't really like her, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not dealing with Trump, and I want to vote. I can't stand her. Now I can sit up here and tell you a whole, you know, hour or two worth of reasons why I don't like her. I'm gonna vote for her anyway because I don't like Trump more. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like she's got a bunch of like endorsements that are gonna do nothing but sit there and talk crazy about her, and then at the end of talking crazy about her, I'm just not voting for. I'm voting for her because she's not Trump. Like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? that's hey, that's exactly what she's saying. Church of Black Power says she's drowning, but she's talking to herself. If I could just make it to land, bro, I'm telling you, the most honest thing she ever said was, we just got to make it through these 64 days. She was so serious. Because look, I've been there before. You know what I'm saying? Like when it be like 4 hours left of work, I just got to make it through these last 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? That's Kamala Harris every day when she wake up until November 5th. I just got to make it to 64 days. You know what I'm saying? She's looking at this. She probably going crazy in her office too. I got stuff like this going on. He's supposed to be endorsing me. I got stuff like this going on. You know what I'm saying?
I know Geraldo does. Charlie LaDuff, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist from the New York Times. Now he's got the No BS News, and he knows Michigan and what's going on there like nobody. So I'll bring in Charlie when I get him. It's good to have you both here. Geraldo, one, what do you make of what Harris is doing, and how has your endorsement of her been received?
Well, it's certainly stirred up a lot of attention. You know, I'm pleased that my opinion still matters, although it should not be news to people. Maybe the voting for Harris part is, but my vow shortly after January 6th was that I will never, ever support Donald Trump again running for office after he attempted his coup, after he unleashed and incited that mob to invade the Capitol. But Harris, I've never been a giant fan of hers, but watching her, I thought with Charlemagne the God, she was the first time I saw her answering in a spontaneous way, in a meaningful, original way that didn't seem scripted.
Man, that's wild for this being an endorsement. This is somebody that's endorsing her. Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
To me, she seemed, this was the candidate we've had for the last month, I think she'd be better off, because I do believe, as you suggest, Chris, that this race is Trump's to lose. I think that Harris has faded a bit, and he has come on strong, and he's using the most vile tactics. You're asking about the African-American constituency, but if you're a Latino man and you see what Trump has been saying, the vile poisoning the blood of our country, and must be in.
No, I want you to pay. Look, you see what Geraldo just did right there. Notice how anytime we're dealing with anything involving black people, regardless of what it is, when it comes to non-black people, not just white people, non-black people and opportunistic black people, right? It's, I don't know why you're paying attention to what's going on with black people. Did you see what's going on here? So it's never to remedy or deal with the issue that black people are facing. Anytime there's a problem that black people are facing, the non-black response to the problem is, I don't even know why you're worrying about the fact that you're dying. Look at these people that are dying over here. Nobody's doing that. But pay attention to how non-black people and opportunistic black people do that all the time. It's part of their culture. Encouraging self-negligence and harm to black people is the culture of non-black people and opportunistic black people. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You see this tactic all the time. Yeah, you got a knife sticking out of your forehead. Hey, don't you know that there's people over here starving in Palestine? You know, when I get a health insurance plan, I always check, you know what I'm saying, for like ED visits and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, pre-existing conditions and all of that kind of stuff, because I want to make sure that there's no provision that when I go into the ED and tell the ED about my problem, they sit there and tell me, well, don't you know that there's people starving down in Cambodia? Go sit your ass in the lobby. Like, I'm here for help. Literally, this is the mode of operation. This is the ingrained at the parent son-daughter dinner table culture that's taught to these people. It's not the problem is severe, the problem is not severe. It's because of who the problem is affecting, the problem is not even worth addressing. Let's address a problem where there's some worth, implying that you're worth nothing. Do people want, how many people get that? If y'all get that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, oh yes, just what we need. I've been waiting to know who Geraldo endorses. Kamala. Like Trump be saying, Kamala. And shout out to Tarek being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Tarek. Geraldo endorses Kamala.
In their genes. I mean, who do Latin men think Trump is talking about? Yeah, I can't see how there could be.
I don't know. I know they might think that he's talking about Haitians. I think that the Latin men get the privilege of being specifically talked about. When Trump talks about a lot of these immigrants and stuff like that, he specifically talks about Tren de Aragua. He specifically talks about particular migrant criminal groups. When white people and opportunistic black people and non-black people talk about black males and black people, there is no provision for statistics. Every demographic or every intersection of black people, when discussed by opportunistic black people and non-black people, is discussed as a monolith. How many people in the comment section live in Chicago? Shout out to the people that live in Chicago. Even if you don't live in Chicago, we're all responsible for what goes on in Chicago. How many people in the comment section grew up in a single mother household? It's all of our fault that you know what I'm saying, that individual grew up with a single parent household. When it comes to dealing with or addressing black people, American culture has made it permissible for opportunistic black people and non-black people to literally say anything that's not consistent with reality, and it's permissible because the permission has been given to do, say, or manipulate in any way that people want to black people, which is one of the reasons why people got to start not buying into this stuff and start actually hitting back. People's lack of cognition and their failed brain function needs to start being put on display. Why Kamala Harris is sitting there talking about the bill of health, I think that all of these people need to show a bill of health. I think they need to show a bill of psychological stability as well. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And I think that their culture needs to be examined and ran. You know what I'm saying?
Any drift among that constituency toward the former president.
Well, we saw it
What he's
last
done
time.
is pure
We'll see it now.
outrageous.
Let's bring in Robb about this. So we were talking before we came on,
Yeah.
and I was saying, you know, you got to forgive a lot of things about Trump to vote for him. And you said, oh yeah, how would it go over if he said, I'm going to give you free weed, black guys, go enjoy yourselves? That's what Harris's plan is.
He did kind of say something like that. How many people remember Trump saying this? Your schools are garbage. Your kids are failing. Your neighborhoods are run down. Vote for Trump. Yeah, Trump did say shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, like he did say shit like that, and nobody cared. Nobody cared. Why are we acting like Trump didn't say shit like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, now, shout out to Cindy. Cindy said, I thought he was saying Trump said free weed. Now, what I'm saying is the will address you by negative stereotypes stimulus package. Right? So, you know, he might not have said free weed, but you know what I'm saying? You live in the ghetto. No, we don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You're eating cats. You're eating cats. The blacks are eating cats. Under Trump, you could afford groceries. No more eating cats under Trump. Because I will build a strong economy. I will protect the border. I will secure the presidency. I will beat Kamala Harris and be your president on November 5th, 2024. And the black people will no longer be forced to eat cats. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, J.D. Vance, you know what I'm saying? J.D. Vance going to come in all smooth with it. Well, I think that under a Kamala Harris presidency, Dana, that the people who come in legally to Springfield, Ohio, will not have to eat cats because the economy that a Trump and Vance presidency will bring in, it will bring those jobs back to Springfield. It will reinvigorate the American people, and it will make the economy so prosperous that no American will ever have to eat cats again. Under a Kamala Harris presidency with the migrant crisis and people coming through the border, driving houses up impossible, some people have no choice but to eat cat. And if I got to talk about these stories in order to make a point, then by golly, goddamn it, I'm going to talk about them. I'm going to bring attention to the American people. Dana, now you shut your ass up and hit that button and let me off of this phone call. You childless cat lady. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? J.D. Vance gonna come in like the smooth operator and get the shit all together and be condescending as hell. 10 times more condescending than Trump, but he's just such an artist at it. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna fly over everybody's head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Why isn't that working for you?
Well, the Harris plan doesn't work for me because basically, if black men were a important thing to Kamala Harris, she would not be putting out this little 5-point proposal 3 weeks out of an election. She would not be going out of her way to talk to black men 3 weeks before the election, right? And like I said, if Donald Trump had put out a proposal that said, "Hey, black men, I want your vote.
Hey, here go J.D. Vance. Here go J.D. Vance on another one. You know what I'm saying? Here go J.D. Vance with the laser eyes. Well, under Kamala Harris, Americans can't even afford health care. We saw an American president, Joe Biden's brains melt out of his head during the debate with my partner, Donald Trump. And if he had access to health care and low deductibles and no pre-existing restrictions, he might have been able to get that EEG that might have made him more competitive in the debate. We see old Americans failing. We see Bill Clinton coming out on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, speaking talking points that actually support Trump and I. And America is failing. You see Joe Biden failing, falling. You see Bill Clinton saying the wrong things. Joe Biden fell up and down the stairs all throughout his presidency. This is because Americans have no access to health care. Even people in her campaign are being affected, Dana. And instead of dealing with that, instead of addressing that, here she is talking about her medical records that she hid of Joe Biden and his failing health, but submitted her medical records and then expects Trump to submit his. I would say if I was Kamala Harris, I'd deal with the border. I'd deal with the support that you're losing across your voter demographics. These are things that I'd be dealing with, but instead she's nitpicking things that Trump said. You know what I'm saying? There it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jesse. What's good with it, bro? That's what it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it.
I'm going to legalize marijuana. Do you know what the Kamala Harris campaign would say about that? It's completely ridiculous. It's disrespectful to black men. And honestly, I don't knew that they were going to get that from Obama comments where he basically shamed and denigrated black men for not being excited enough to go vote for Kamala Harris. So what black men are basically saying, and look, I'm not going to say that there's going to be this big groundswell of black support for Donald Trump. I think it's going to be more than 2020. But what black men are saying is you can't bully us into supporting the line with what we agree with. And by the way, illegal immigration is also an issue for black Americans and all Americans. And black men know that the Biden-Harris administration, over 90 executive orders, day one, loosened Trump's restrictions on that border, which allowed 10 million illegal immigrants to flood across this country. They're not going to penthouses in New York. They're going to working class black communities. And black men see this.
One quick thing.
Yeah.
Obama.
Now, here goes I got a question for this black conservative right here. And my question for the black conservative and for all these other people is, if all we do is sit around and get welfare, how do we have an existing working class at all? How can you have a working class at all while simultaneously being an entire 100% group of welfare recipients? How can those two things be the same at the same time? So, you know, in this instance, this black conservative here, this is the pro-black coon. This is the flip, right? He just flipped the thin black line. He's become a convertible. So now, you know, because his pro-black talking point is helping conservatives, now he's going to be fist pumping, you know what I'm saying, for Chris Cuomo, right? But now, you know, if he was on PragerU or, you know, on Blaze or somewhere talking something, he would be using the exact same talking points to simultaneously denigrate black people. Shout out to Cindy P. Cindy P said, who said black men sit around and collect welfare? How many, anybody want to name anybody who said that black men and black people sit around and collect welfare? Here's another question. Where's all the Fox News coverage for the black crime in Chicago over the last 365 days? Kind of interesting. What happened to it? Where's the coverage on it? Now, shout out to Cindy, right? I'm going to go as far as to say this. I'm going to go as far as to say black people who agree with Candace Owens, right, which would be Barack Obama, which would be Kamala Harris, and as far as, you know, white conservatives, they all believe that most black men sit around and collect welfare. They also believe that black men sit around and generate welfare because welfare is generated with the creation of single moms. And all of these people, every single one of them, have literally all said that black men create and perpetuate a single mom epidemic in the United States. So I would say that all of these people have said that, and they've said it either directly or in a roundabout way. And I think that they should be confident in it. You know what I'm saying? They should poke their chest out and they should say it loud and proud. You know what I'm saying? So that means when they sitting over here getting flamed up on the barbecue grill until we get the stripes right on them and we flip them, you just got to take that. They just got to take that. You know what I'm saying? Like Diddy, take that. You know what I'm saying? Take that.
The way he said it, I'll take your reckoning.
Yeah.
The idea that this guy has never been for you, not in his private life, not in his public life.
Mm-hmm.
How does that land with black? Not that you speak for all black men. But when you heard it as a black man, how does that land for you?
See, I had to correct myself because I know that we're a monolith, but I don't want to say that we're a monolith because I've been saying my entire career that we're not a monolith. You see how Chris Cuomo did that? How does that affect you as black? Whoever gets asked those kind of questions, if we're not a monolith, why do people have to correct themselves when addressing a black person like that? It's because these people are not capable of seeing black people as an individual. They see a black person as the black people, and black people do it too. When you have content creation and you look at content and you see these individual relationships between different black men and different women, the relationship always becomes black men did this. Kim Kardashian and Kanye West's marriage failed. Black men can't maintain a relationship. Like, what? This is a relationship with one person. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? A crime takes place on the local news and somebody makes a heartfelt video to protect women about it. Black men deleted this black woman. Really? I watched the entire video and I only saw one mugshot and no other suspects that were on the large, but you said black women, you said black men did it. Now, these are the people that are supposed to be getting these liberal arts degrees, right? And part of the liberal arts degree requirement is language arts, but yet you don't know the difference between plural and singular. And I'm supposed to somehow, for some reason, respect your intelligence? I don't respect the intelligence of people that don't know the difference between plural and singular. That's first grade language arts. As a 44-year-old man, if you don't have enough sense and enough brain cells rattling around in your head to where you know the difference between singular and plural, you shouldn't even be regarded as an adult human. Why am I supposed to give you some type of extra respect when you clearly show an incompetency every time you open your mouth? Why? I would advise people to no longer do that. Yeah, no, they don't see us as, not shout out to AB. They don't see us as individuals, but that has actually trickled down to where, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see people amongst us doing that. And we know that it's a symptom of a larger problem. It's the trickle down, culture trickling down into the subculture, right? But at the same time, no, there's got to be some type of operant conditioning, negative reinforcement for that type of nonsense. And my thing would be those people should become invisible to people. You know what I'm saying?
One quick thing. Yeah. Obama's, the way he said it, I'll take your reckoning. Yeah. The idea that.
Right. Singular and plural becomes tricky when it comes to words like sheep. It also becomes tricky when it comes to words like fungus, right? Fungi. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to Luigi's, is it plural Luigi, or is it a Luigi? What if it was Super Luigi Brothers? You know what I'm saying? Would it be Luigi or Luigi? The mysteries, right?
This guy has never been for you, not in his private life, not in his public life. Mm-hmm. How does that land with black? Not that you speak for all black men, but when you heard it as a black man, how does that land for you?
That Donald Trump. Not that you speak for all black men. So again, when Chris Cuomo corrects himself and says, "Not that you speak for all black men," the autocorrect right there, right? Because human autocorrect is different. You know what I'm saying? Than robotic autocorrect, right? Robotic autocorrect is simply just gonna, it's just gonna shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, "Is it mouse? is it mice or mouses? Is meese?" Look at all them meese over there. Shout out to Kirk. What's good with it, Kirk? You see all them meese? Man, there's so many meese. I had to go get. I had to go to Sam's Club and get a whole crate full of traps. Look, it was so many meese. I had to go to Sam's Club and get a whole crate full of traps and turn my crib into a trap house. I had to go to Sam's Club and get a whole crate traps and turned my house into a trap house. Look, every time I kill one of the meats, it sounds like Fetty Womp. Oh man. Shout out to Q. What's good with it, bro? Man, I'm dead, man. It's hilarious. But yeah, though, man, like, come on. This that monolith shit that I be talking about, man. And that's why Chris Cuomo had to do that real quick. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? I can't do the monolith thing. You know what I'm saying? I can't do the monolith thing.
Doesn't, think about me or care about me or anything like that? Is that what
That's what Obama was saying.
Well,
that you'd even consider voting for a guy who has a track record of nothing but painting black men at their worst.
Well, this is what I say to that. Number one, we're not electing a best friend. We're not electing a drinking buddy. We're electing a president. And I think a lot of people, like I said, look,
now that logic right there that this dude just used, I'm not mad at that logic. In my opinion, that's actually a good way to look at it. If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The meese, you know what I'm saying?
Mainstream media and everybody else has been denigrating Donald Trump for the past 10 years. People know who he is at this point. And I would wager that a lot of black men, a lot of people of color, a lot of people that are non-traditional Trump supporters are basically saying, I'm not voting for a drinking buddy. I'm not voting for a best friend. I'm voting for somebody that is going to secure the border. I'm going to vote for somebody that is going to make the economy stronger than what I've experienced.
And then again, right, so what he's saying, his points that he's saying, Trump actually leads in, confidence in those two issues, immigration and the economy. So again, Barack Obama trying to frame this as if there's some type of misogyny, that argument doesn't hold up. It doesn't even match up with the reasons why the voters who are voting are going to vote. It doesn't match up at all. It doesn't make it made no sense for Barack Obama to make that statement at all. You know what I'm saying? And if you ask me, that right there is one of the huge reasons why he's just, you know what I'm saying? Like Obama just, you know what I'm saying? He basically just ended himself. You know what I'm saying?
During the Harris administration.
The new take on the hold the nose vote. That I'm pinching my nose because I don't love either of these people, but at least it works for me.
I'm not saying that they're going to be holding their nose voting because there's a lot of black men that love Trump. All right, there's a lot of black men that cannot wait.
He just there it is right there. He just did that. Now look, now he said that we got to do it. You know what I'm saying? We got to do it, right? He said that there's a lot of black men that love Trump. I you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't be, like, come on, man. Don't do that. Don't be talking the love stuff. It's weird, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know when that became okay with all this. I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know when that stuff became okay to be talking
just
to
like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
You know what I'm saying? The Reaper kept it 1,000. That stuff weird. But now, they love you so much. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump responds to the swastika flags flown during the boat parade because he had I guess they had like some type of little boat parade. They had like a fresh and fit yacht party, and it was a swastika infestation there. Imagine that. Some Trump shit with a swastika infestation. Who would have ever thought, right? Not the black dude on News Nation. But anyway, the campaign of Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has responded to controversy surrounding a boat that displayed a swastika and Trump flags during a parade in Jupiter, Florida. And again, I don't understand why we acting like these things are two things that don't go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? But, it is what it is. Photographs and videos posted on social media. And again, so all the Trump supporters are coming out saying that this is fake. It was crisis actors. These are crisis actors. It's people in crisis and there's a crisis actor. Okay, well, then every time somebody be on TV, that's a black person that committed a crime that they show on the news saying that black people committed all this crime. They're all crisis actors, man. Them cats are all crisis actors. Did you see what happened in Chicago? Yeah, you mean when that crisis actor ran up in that Target and stole everything out of it? Yeah, I seen that crisis actor. Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said they chased him off a boat. I heard that they was rerouted to another location. I heard that they was rerouted to another location. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the photographs and videos were posted on social media and showed groups of people bearing neo-Nazi insignias. Now we know that they love the America loves these people, right? The neo-Nazis and all that. You know what I'm saying? The United States government, speaking of Obama, right? Obama actually funded the Azov battalion with a lot of money during his presidency. How many people knew about that? And we know that the Azov battalion in Ukraine, who America loves so much, right? Not only are they welcome immigrants here, right? But they are actual Nazis. But what's interesting about it is that when Putin said that he was running a special military operation to quote unquote denazify, you know what I'm saying, Ukraine, it was deemed as missing disinformation. It was deemed as missing disinformation. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck. The United States has a history of, you know what I'm saying, saving and taking care of particular World War II students that it likes. You got the history of Operation Paperclip. You got the Ukraine coddling. You know what I'm saying? You got NASA. There's a long, strong track record, and America needs to stop acting like it's offended and like that Nazism is not a part of American culture and history. You got didn't Adolf Hitler give Henry Ford a civics award? The United States loves them. They love them. They love them. Our colors, our flag colors here may as well be yellow, red, you know what I'm saying, and black. Yeah, shout out to Alonda. Shout out to Black Spider. Rolling your eyes and misinformation these days. Yeah, facts. Facts. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda says, hell, even Joe Biden funded the Azov battalion during his administration. Facts. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said, I have a crisis acting job at the Circle K. Bro, I'm about to have a crisis acting job when I get to work tomorrow and I start acting like something wrong with me and I got to go home. I'm about to really be in crisis and start acting. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with you? Oh, my God, I'm having a crisis. I got to go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Kurt Alden. You know what I'm saying? Kurt Alden, we did it the best. The United States used to have eugenics offices, you know what I'm saying, all over the place, right? So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Time Magazine made the mustache man the person of the year. Like, and nowadays, oh my God, oh my God, Trump is akin to him, man. Stop it, man. They treated him good. The United States would have let everything slide had the Japanese not hit Pearl Harbor. The United States don't care about anything. You know what I'm saying? You notice how when World War II, the United States got involved with World War II, they didn't put a bunch of Germans in internment camps? What's up with that? How come nobody ever asked that question? Yo, United States, why y'all ain't put no Germans in internment camps? Why y'all ain't put no Italians in internment camps? Because they was up there fighting with Japan, being part of the Axis. You know why? Because the German immigration and the Italian immigration is the palatable type of immigration that America likes. You know what I'm saying? That's why. These people are absolute clowns. And since they want to be clowns, let's build a circus for them. You know what I'm saying? Trump responds to swastika flags flown during boat parade. Let me guess, there's great people on both sides. I learned how to barbecue ribs from this one and learned how to barbecue across from another one, and nobody got hurt. They're all good on every side. Yeah, we know. You know what I'm saying? We know, right? The campaign of Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has responded to the controversy surrounding a boat that displayed swastika and Trump flags during a parade in Jupiter. And it should have been on Jupiter. It would have been better, you know what I'm saying? Because then it wouldn't have been on Earth. Photographs and videos posted on social media showed a group of people bearing neo-Nazi insignia and chanting racist slogans that aren't racist, because as long as America's not racist, I can just say whatever I want to. And because America's not racist, that makes it not racist. I'll just say the N-word all over the place. And America's not a racist country, so that makes what I said not racist. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kim. We still, you know, we still got NASA. You know what I'm saying? We still got NASA. You know what I mean? However, Trump's campaign dismissed the display as a false flag attempt by liberal activists. It was the liberals. It was Black Lives Matter. They did it. You know what I'm saying? It was Black Lives Matter that did it. We solved the myth. We found it. We figured it out. We got it. We don't need to read no more of this article. We know who did it. It was Black Lives Matter. We should have thought of that when we first hit this article up. When there's anything that should be looked at from the side eye with the critique when it comes to Trump or Trump supporters or you know, conservatives or anything like that, it was a liberal crisis actor. Look, how many of y'all knew that the liberal crisis actors, the Democrats had people like, you know, Mission Impossible, you know, John Wick level liberal crisis actors that can swing from the sky, you know what I'm saying, on a suspension cable, and you know what I'm saying, swoop down and be Navy SEALs of crisis action. Like, I didn't even know that they had it all like that. But they got these special trained crisis action, these crisis actor strike force units that just appear anytime some conservatives are doing something crazy. And magically, it was the crisis actors that did it. I guess is why it's called a crisis actor, because, hey, we got a crisis here. We got caught doing some dumb shit. And they call these people over there. And then the crisis actors, you know what I'm saying, they take the blame for it. Yeah, shout out to Is they anytime but now if again, so now anytime anybody says anything negative about black people or black, it was crisis actors. And we know that these are crisis actors. What are you talking about? Trump said that the news is fake. That's what I'm gonna say from here on out. Oh my God, did you see all this black crime? Did you see all this black crime? Hey, it was crisis actors. Y'all heard Trump, the news fake. What about the crime statistics? What about the crime statistics? What about the crime statistics? The FBI stats. Didn't Trump say that the DOJ has been weaponized? I don't trust the DOJ. President said it's been weaponized. Hell out of here. Next talking point. Shout out to Mage. What's good with it, bro? Next talking point, right? See how that worked? Yeah, right. They come up there with their hello, my name is the hello, my name is stickers on. I'm with the crisis. Where's the excuse me? My navigation kind of got me, you know, tripped up here on this roundabout, and have you seen like a fire or an explosion, or you know what I'm saying, like a bunch of people kind of running out of a building or anything like that? I'm the crisis actor. They didn't send me my email this morning, and I'm kind of having trouble finding this back street. I'm supposed to enter in through this underground tunnel. Can you show me where this street is? Because my navigation just not picking it up. Then that's when you get the email. You left your government issue phone that has the different set of navigation at home, and you picked up your phone that you pay a phone bill for. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tarek. Tarek says, Rob, because America is not a racist country, we should be able to say that we're there. You know what I'm saying, about them folks, them nano hats. Right. And then they'll say, well, you're being a religiousist. You're being a religiousist, and you're targeting a group that has been harmed based on religious oppression for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? And if you're dying of cancer, you should be happy that you just weren't alive when they were going through what they were going through, because that's the worst thing that's known to humans in human history. How dare you concentrate on your own issues? If you concentrate on your own issues, you must be a religiousist. That's what we're going to start calling it from here on out. We're going to start calling it being a religiousist. They flag too much for saying anti-Semitism. And I don't know what if I said somebody was anti-Persian? Does that make sense? So we're going to start using the appropriate terminology, right? We're going to say that we're religiousist, because when they talk about the hate crimes and different things that occurred, you know what I'm saying, that occurred involving that particular demographic, it's based on religion. Religion is the category that they use. They don't use race because we lead in race. Hate crimes committed against us. So they got to use something else. So they use religion. So we're going to say that they're religionist. I see you with the fuck shit, DC.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
DC with the fuck shit. Okay. Oh man, so look at this. Look at this. In a statement to Newsweek, Caroline Leavis, that Trump's campaign spokesperson, said Kamala Harris supporters are reaching all-time lows. Social media posts show genuine Trump supporters identified these idiots as liberal activists trying to create fake news. They clearly responded accordingly. Listen, next time somebody tell me about a black single father, or next time somebody tell me about black crime, I'm gonna be like, I don't know what we about to do with white people, man. This is ridiculous. That's about to be my response to it. You know what I'm saying? Can you believe how many crimes are going on in Chicago? Yeah, I know. We got to talk about the white problem. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We got to all put our heads together and figure something out. Yeah, those were like a bunch of black people running through the street, you know what I'm saying, with them TVs on their shoulders. The white people, I you know what I'm saying, like I know, and I feel bad for those black people that had those TVs on their shoulders that was running through the streets, like, you know what I'm saying, on I'm gonna get you, sucker. But we really got to deal with what's going on here, you know what I'm saying, in white America. Now, it's crazy that they're allowed to literally say and do that. But then if I, you know what I'm saying, like if I said and did it, people look at me like I'm crazy. Oh, this guy must be crazy. Somebody go do a well check on him. But nobody ever does a well check on, you know, I mean, like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Look at this with all these damn look at all these damn Trump signs right here. Trump 2020, all up and through here. You know what I'm saying? If this is the same area, all these people probably came back out there with their same boats, and they got to have a pass to be able to go into that area of the water. And I'm sure they probably vetted it. She didn't even do no investigation, nothing. She just said it was liberal activists. However, Trump's campaign had dismissed it. We don't have to worry about this. This was the liberal. It was Black Lives Matter did it. BLM did it. You see, they had black shirts on. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? I told you there's going to involve something black in it. The Florida chapter of the Anti-Defamation League said the individuals on the boat were members of the Order of the Black Sun. In a statement to Newsweek, the Anti-Defamation League said OBS is a small neo-Nazi network primarily based in Florida that distributes propaganda and holds in-person demonstrations to spread their white supremacist ideology. So they're literally no different than anybody else in the United States. These are regular. I don't understand. Why is there an article about these regular people? Hey, listen, you can barely, shout out to Church of Black Power. In Kentucky, they're eating their moms. You know what I'm saying? You can barely survive the suburbs out here. You know what I'm saying? In Kentucky, they're cooking their parents and they're eating them. And when I say that, it's actually not misinformation. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the advocacy group Stop Anti-Semitism, Stop, you know, religiosism, right, wrote on X, formerly Twitter, that one of the people on the boat was known anti-Semite John Minadio. And, you know, these people will, if you disagree with them, they'll just keep repeating that you're an anti-Semite until people just accept that you're an anti-Semite. So there's that. You could be like, yo, you know, I got a question about this. Oh, you a known anti-Semite. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. Yeah, I don't know if they ate her head or not, the woman's head. But when the police pulled up on the scene, the torso was out there in the front yard, and her body parts was in the house being cooked in pots. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, are these the same assholes in red shirts? I think it might be. What's the name of them people? I forget. They got the red shirts and the black masks. Yeah. So they said added that other people were present. His cronies from the Goyim from the Goyim Defense League, which Southern Poverty Law classified as a neo-Nazi group. And again, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a matter of time before these people start classifying black people as Nazi groups. And then you got this large idiot in what city was that? North Carolina, something like that. Mark Robinson, who he's going around with his extra wide men's big and tall you know what I'm saying, suit wearing self go sit there and talk about he a black Nazi. You know what I'm saying? Go sit your grimace-sized self down somewhere. And now I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's suing CNN for like $25 million or something like that. He got one of them preacher-sounding voices too. If he actually said some, you know what I'm saying, if he actually said some stuff that was worth listening to, he definitely got the voice and the delivery to do it. And we all know that his lungs, as big as he is, his lungs is probably like 2 giant kegs full of oxygen inside of his chest. So he could send that message for a very long way. You know what I'm saying? My name is Mark Robinson. He got one of them, he got one of them big rumbling voices. My name is Mark Robinson. And I approve this message. You know what I'm saying? He got one of them type of voices. Somebody that always, like, they can never even whisper. Like, they always scream when they whisper. Like, I got, you know what I'm saying, motherfucker come up behind you, like, I gotta tell you a secret, scare the shit out of you and shit. God damn. Why didn't you, you know what I'm saying, whisper? I am whispering. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, bro, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You need a device to make him talk more quiet or something. I'm saying, I know y'all know some people like that. It's like, you just have a disability that you just can't, you don't have an inside voice at all, do you? Like, you can't talk lower than that. And why is it that them type of people always go deaf? Like, they always got some type of issue with their hearing or something like that after they loud already. So in addition to the fact that you just genetically loud, then on top of it, you get some type of issue with your ears or something like that, where you like are on speaker now. You just sitting minding your business. You're not really paying attention to what's going on. And somebody get right. And why do they get right up in your ear? They get right up in your ear. Excuse me, young man, I got a secret to tell you. You about to jump out your damn chair. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's this big Wilson Fisk looking nigga standing behind you. I gotta tell you something about black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, do you want me to survive through the conversation? Please don't scare me like that, because my heart damn near jumped through my chest. Damn, didn't anybody tell you, like, come around, get eye contact, and say, hey, Rob, I want to tell you something. Knowing you sound like a damn megaphone, don't come up to me when I'm not even expecting you to say anything, and you right in the back of my head, and just boom, boom, here go, you know what I'm saying, Mark Robinson and Vogue. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Like, God, bro. Whoo. Then you got to walk around and take an extra 5 seconds because your blood pressure like 300 over 250. This person just damn near scared the soul out of you with a loud ass voice. That's Mark Robinson. You know what I'm saying? Listen to what, like, one of his little, you know what I'm saying, rallies or something like that. Like, you're like this dude is got this amazing voice and is saying nothing with it. Like, the hell? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, he got arrested in Poland. This dude did, after sharing far-right propaganda at the gates of Auschwitz. All right. And I don't know if y'all know about what's going on in Poland, but Poland actually got a policy where they not letting, like, if you're an illegal migrant and you try to get in Poland, you might get hit. You know what I'm saying? A sniper might take you out. How many people knew about that? If y'all knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. So now here says Newsweek has contacted Florida's Democratic Party via online forum and Vice President Kamala Harris campaign for email for the comment. Leavitt said Trump himself abhors the hatred and abhors the hatred implied in these images, which, again, I don't agree with. I don't believe that, because during Charlottesville, he sat up there and said, well, there's good people on both sides. So, you know what I'm saying? Now, all of a sudden, there's hatred implied in these images. Or what Trump will do is then he'll turn around and be like, you know, the Black Power fist, you know, there's an image of hatred too. You know what I'm saying? Because black people have left so many white people hanging from trees. It's an issue in this country. Like, come on with this insanity. You know what I'm saying? She called such behavior unacceptable and against everything President Trump stands for. I don't know about all that. I'm calling bullshit on that. I'm calling bullshit on that one. You know what I'm saying? I'll call it bullshit on that one. You know what I'm saying? Trump may not say that stuff out loud, and he might be trying to like revamp his image into the quote unquote softer Trump so that he can be more palatable, you know what I'm saying, to certain people. But nah. Let's get a couple drinks in him and then see what he say. You know what I'm saying? So then it says she said Trump had worked to expand. Here we go. Trump had worked to everybody leads back to the Civil Rights Act. She also said the great American Trump has also worked to expand the Civil Rights Act to dilute anything that it does for black people, to protect Americans from anti-Semitism, because, you know, the Civil Rights Act was initially to protect people, you know what I'm saying, from racial slavery, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, the intersectionality, you know what I'm saying, we can cut everybody a little piece of the pie, referencing a 2019 executive order, right? But remember, we can't do something specifically for a particular group of people. And now, I don't know if you guys were aware, right? This is actually a good segue. So in 2019, Trump worked to expand the Civil Rights Act to protect Americans from anti-Semitism. Did you guys know that he recently made a tangible promise to do that, quote unquote, for them again? How much more protection do you need? How much more protection do you need? Think seriously. Let me know what y'all think. Not only look, he's gonna put in special he's gonna put in special immigration legislation for them. Shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, please take a moment and share the stream. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look, somebody come look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Trump vows to remove nano hat haters, sombrerito haters, if reelected during event commemorating October 7th attack. So they already got the hate crime legislation from the executive order that we just talked about, and Trump said, I'll keep you safe from things like October 7th. These are our valued friends. They have the right to defend themselves. I will protect these people. I will protect American people at our border. I mean, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Now, you know, we can't do this, though. You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris will sit there and tell you that you can't do this. Trump will tell you, yeah, I got you. First, I got you day one. On dictator day one, I got you. Bet. Former President Donald Trump said Monday that he would remove the J haters if reelected, speaking at an event commemorating the first anniversary of the October 7th Hamas attacks in Israel. I will defend our American Jewish population. I will protect your communities, your schools, your places of worship, your values. We will remove jihadist sympathizers and J haters. We will remove the J haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country. And if you vote for me, Donald J. Trump, I will save our country. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we've heard it all. How many times? You know what I'm saying? So again, right, there are people that are getting things, quote unquote, out of the deal, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, you know, again, the event in Palm Beach County maintains a residence initially described by the attendees as a celebratory gathering of Trump supporters. Ahead of the bench, Trump ally Roger Stone wrote on X that it was going to be the quote unquote mother of all Trump boat parades. And then you see, and then see the boat parade. It does here. Like it, yeah. I gotta agree. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said Trump clout chasing the J community. Yeah. We got to start calling them lids. You remember that store where they sell them hats at? The New Era hats is called lids. He's trying to appeal to the lids. You know what I'm saying? The former president did not specify exactly whom he considered J haters, and nobody, even the people who are deemed as this, in many times there's no specifics as to why they're deemed this, other than because a group of people that's attached to a group of people that has a lot of lawyers working for them says that they are. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we'll talk about that later. Shout out to Cassie. You heard Trump. You know, Trump got the roaring white guy voice. Yes, Cassie, remove citizens. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with Cassie. Cassie just. I guess we got to get better internet. You know, the Biden administration, they failed on the internet. They were supposed to do the nationwide broadband. And Cassie, who survived Springfield, needs us to explain things further about the citizen removal. Like, he be on his own, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Trump be on it. Trump be on his own planet, like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie though, I be laughing, man. He be having me dying laughing sometimes, but I be like, yo, Trump, wow, man. He be on some other stuff, you know what I'm saying? So now here it says the post leave it referenced included a widely circulated video that showed another group of Trump supporters using their boats' engines to douse the alleged fascists with water. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what they was doing, but they was playing splishy splash with each other. I wish I had them type of problems where I could have yacht rage. How many of y'all have experienced yacht rage? Get out of my way. Let me rev this engine up in your damn face. Those are the $1 million problems that make, you know what I'm saying, the struggle of white America just, you know what I'm saying, so unique. So unique. Yeah, he ain't even in the same. That's why they had this shit in Jupiter. It's the closest they could get to actual Jupiter. That's why they had it in Jupiter, Florida. You know what I'm saying? The Trump campaign did not provide evidence of a false flag operation organized by the political. Hey, they petty for putting this in here. Hey, they petty as hell for putting that in there. The Trump campaign did not provide evidence of a false flag operation organized by the political left. Hey. So then it said in a statement to Newsweek, the Anti-Defamation League said OBS is a small network. We did that. We talked about that. Let me see where we at. Newsweek contacted the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office via phone for comment for the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles via email for information about who owns the boat. So don't nobody know nothing, you know. And then it just turned into a splish splash contest. You know what I'm saying? You got a swastika sign. You got a MAGA sign. I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Then they just started doing they had their own little weird riverboat type thing, except for the people there actually owned the riverboats. And, you know what I'm saying? They was doing the little splish splashy thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I want to experience yacht rage, though. I would love to. How many of y'all would like to experience yacht rage? I wouldn't. I want to, you know, you need to live a day in my shoes. Okay. Does that include the yacht? You know what I'm saying? do the shoes come with the yacht or no? You know what I'm saying? Because I'll work with you. You see, I tried to work with Kamala Harris earlier. I'm trying to get the specifics on the weed that she passing out. Don't nobody know. You know what I'm saying? I'll work with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit there and be like, nah, I'll work with you. You just got to keep it a buck. I'll work with you. What kind of weed you got? How's it packaged up? You know what I'm saying? We get is there like some type of coupon or some type of little thing that I could put on my license where if I get caught riding around with this and the scale, I don't get in trouble? Like what you got for me? You know what I'm saying? Now watch right, as much as I'm trolling with the weed shit, there's not gonna be anything specific with the weed shit. So why did you say it? It's bad enough that you decided to do the stereotype stimulus package, right? But you did the stereotype stimulus package, and y'all know how I am, man. I'm down for making whatever work, right? Okay, so we're gonna make the stereotype stimulus package work, and I'm telling you what I want, right? I want some Gorilla Glue. I want some Purple Diesel. I want some Loud. Don't give me no I don't sit up here and try to hand me no Reggie stimulus package, right? I need to smell the stimulus package, you know what I'm saying, before I even unwrap it. It's supposed to be a stimulus package. It's supposed to be some THC that's supposed to be stimulating my brain because I'm a black man, right? But they don't even have no specifics on that. No, nah, you being silly. You know we can't sit up here and talk about that. Why? Talking about weed with the president of the United States is literally probably one of the best people to talk about because they're not going to have you on a wiretap and won't use it later because they're trying to make it into some type of law, right? So, you know, let's actually talk about this. I want to live my stereotype truth. I'm trying to smoke something. Where the weed at? Do you guys notice how there's no pathway to the bag when it comes to talking about this weed proposal? Now, you might ask yourself the question, the pathway to which bag? The pathway to the money bag or the pathway to the dime bag? There's no pathway to either bag. There's no pathway to any money bag. There's no pathway to any dime bag. This plan is not designed to utilize decriminalization for black males to create entrepreneurship and businesses with medical and medicinal dispensaries. Despite the fact that a disproportionate amount of people who have no experience with weed other than smoking it and who were not locked up on nonviolent offenses have become billionaires since the decriminalization of weed, and there's still black people in jail on nonviolent weed offenses. Shout out to DC Precise. Look, DC Precise said no pathway to the bag is hilarious. Bro, there's no pathway to the bag. We're gonna analyze, we're about to run quality control on this. You know what I'm saying? We're about to analyze this this proposal here, and we're gonna see exactly how to get from point A to point bag, whichever it might be. You know what I'm saying? A little dime bag of some rinky-dink Reggie that's actually half Keef, half Buds. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, some corporate bag that we get from being industrious entrepreneurs under a thriving, you know, Harris administration, right? In outreach to black men, Harris vows to legalize weed and protect crypto. That is a that's just a strange combination, isn't it? She said, she said, guess what, y'all? They like, what? I'm finna legalize marijuana and I'm gonna protect crypto somehow, even though y'all probably all got Ledger 2 wallets. What? What? Shout out to Russell Westbrook. What? Vice President Kamala Harris is pledging Monday to legalize recreational marijuana, protect cryptocurrency assets, and give $1 million loans, money that you got to pay back, to black entrepreneurs, right? Which is a subdivision. This isn't black men as a whole because all black men aren't black entrepreneurs. As part of her effort to court black voters who may be pivotal in the presidential race. She already got the black vote on lock. I don't understand none of this. Shout out to the Church of Black Power. Definitely appreciate you, bro, becoming a member. Make sure y'all show the Church of Black Power some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, some ducks, some membership emoji in the chat for Church of Black Power for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Right. Hey, AB said not Keith. Bro, I used to be Chief Keith. You know what I'm saying? My grinder had all the Keith in it at the bottom of it. And then I sprinkle it onto a blunt. You know what I'm saying? Them bags that they gonna give you from the government, it's just gonna be they just gonna be bags full of old dusty keef. It's gonna be the type of keef that when you open up the bag, it get all stuck in the back of your throat and get all on your tonsils and start burning and make you cough. And it's always somebody that, you know what I'm saying, don't really smoke, or you know what I'm saying, they be around you like, you can't even handle that smoke. You ain't even lit it up and you already starting to cough. You like, man, shut your dumb ass up. This ain't nothing but a bunch of Reggie dust and the bag blew up in my face, and I inhaled some of it. I ain't even lit nothing up yet. What you talking about? I ain't even lit nothing up yet. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's where Chief Keef got that song at. That's that shit I don't like. That shit was about unwrapping the, you know what I'm saying, opening up a bag of weed. Shout out to Moxie. Shout out to my man Moxie. What's good with you, bro? That nigga Chief Keef opened up that bag and he called his plug. It was like, this dust, nigga, that's that shit I don't like. That's what he said. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. This is just speculation. It's all speculation. It's all speculation. Oh man, this is all speculation. It's all speculation. You know what I'm saying? Like the Reaper be saying, we don't know these people. You know what I'm saying? I can't be responsible for my content. We don't know these people. You know what I'm saying? So now here says polls show that some black men may be gravitating towards former President Trump, Harris's Republican rival, or not to vote at all. Harris and other prominent Democrats are trying to counter that. Among the initiatives being announced by Harris on Monday, all right, now this is what I'm here for: legalizing recreational marijuana and providing opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in the industry. Like what? Like what? I wonder, is this an old article right here? It says Harris talks about marijuana and racial identity in all the, this is the All the Smoke interview. When she was talking to Stack 5 and them. I never did anything with that interview. Did y'all see it? When they talked about racial identity, did she ask about old boy getting called Becky with the good hair? Because that's some racial identity stuff, and he having some problems, you know what I'm saying, that some identity problems that Kamala Harris was having, so he can understand that struggle. They could have had a good heartfelt conversation about that. Y'all remember when they used to call old boy Becky with the good hair? What's his name? I can't think of old boy's name. Shout out to David Brown. What's good with you, bro? Remember? What was his name, man? Moxie know what I'm talking about, man. Stack 5 and the other dude. Is it Barnes? You know what I'm saying? That's back in the day when Stephen A. Smith was getting relentlessly roasted. You know what I'm saying? He was getting relentlessly roasted, and we all watched his hairline move back a centimeter every single day. Every day, his hairline was getting closer to the back of his neck. And then the one day he showed up on ESPN with a, you know what I'm saying, pretty stylish leather Black Lives Matter jacket. You guys remember that? So yeah, I would like to hear the conversation between Matt Barnes and Kamala Harris about the idea of quote unquote Becky with the good hair. See what they got to say about it. You know what I'm saying? So now she's gonna give $1 million fully forgivable loans of up to $20,000 for Black entrepreneurs and others to start businesses. So, and others. In outreach to Black men, Harris offers treats to others. You know what I'm saying? And a plan to come up with a rule for cryptocurrency and other digital assets. More than 20% of Black Americans own or have owned cryptocurrency assets, according to the campaign. Okay. What y'all think about that? Invest more in Black male teachers, promote registered apprenticeships and credentialing opportunities in Black communities, and investing in leadership and training and mentorship programs like My Brother's Keeper. Do you guys notice that when it comes to targeting Black men, there's never any initiatives for tech startups or AI firms or anything like that? Yeah, shout out to Moxie. I agree. Moxie says, I won't lie. She talking that talk, but I don't believe she will actually do it. But she's still talking the talk. Yeah, I agree. And I also believe that if she does do it, it's not going to be like as targeted and as effective as she's trying to make it be perceived to be. Now, you guys know how I feel, right? I'm all about emerging markets, and I'm all about the tech industry, and I'm all about artificial intelligence, advanced healthcare, all of that kind of stuff, right? The enterprise level jobs that'll get your company as a legacy company. I'm trying for black people, what I want black people to do, right? And again, I'm not the black police, right? So, you don't have to do these things, right? I'm not Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you, you know what I'm saying? If you don't do this shit, you ain't black. You know what I'm saying? We know that there's only one thing that if you do, you ain't black. There's only one thing that data suggests that if you don't do, you're not black. And that's vote Democrat.
You ain't black.
But anything else, you can do whatever you want to, right? So what I would like to see black people do is I would like to see black people create a culture of creating wide sweeping businesses like AT&T, like the Bell companies, where you've got into the industry so early that the United States and the world governments have no other choice but to attempt to constantly harass your business with antitrust legislation because you've successfully, completely dominated the market. If you ask me, all business plans and goals should be to have created such superior business practices that you are being targeted by antitrust legislation. If you ask me, being in a courtroom and having the United States government slap the Sherman Antitrust Act down on you and saying, as a result of your business practices in this industry, competition is unfair, you not only beat the game, but you beat the game and you hit the number one slot on the most scores scored. You know what I'm saying? To me, antitrust legislation is the ultimate verification of industry dominance. Now, of course, it's a legal inconvenience, and you know what I'm saying, you gotta, you're doing unfair business practices. But if these unfair business practices are unfair as a result of you repeatedly doing superior business transactions and superior business practices, to me, that's commendable. You know what I'm saying? All the companies in the United States, like Microsoft and, like those companies made, they made it. You never have to worry about nothing. If you hit antitrust legislation where the government break you up, you done. You that's the pension, that's the retirement pension plan that's business immortality, if you ask me. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Look at all the old school companies that hit antitrust, action early on. They're still around today. Same name and everything. I got to agree with Carlton. We got to figure out a way to dominate asteroid mining. Facts. We got to find a way to dominate anything in outer space. Everything in outer space. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Moxie. Moxie said it's like she listened to somebody about what we need and just made bullet points. That's exactly what she did. She took a template. She looked on Microsoft Word on Office 365 and she said, where's the black people template at? And she found it and printed it off and didn't fill in any of the blanks. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at the actual paper and it says click here for title somewhere there because she just didn't clean up the template. You know what I'm saying? Moxie said it's like she listened to somebody about what we need and just made bullet points. A lot of her policies would be for blacks to have their own businesses, but once again, I highly doubt she'll do it. Yeah, I gotta agree. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the plan is for black men and others. Uh-oh, Richard. You know what happened? You know what happened right before Chris Rock said, uh-oh, Richard, right? Chris Rock said, uh-oh, Richard, and he had that little weird smile that he be having, and Will Smith went across the back of his face, and Chris Rock's head didn't even turn. The only thing that happened was one eye moved to the side, and the eye moved back. And then I think Chris Rock was standing up there on stage. He was like, this nigga just came up here and slapped me. You know what I'm saying? And that was it. The show just went on. Nobody was arrested. And people made content off of it. We ate good. You know what I'm saying? And that was just it. That was hilarious, man. Somebody had told me about that shit happening. Yo, did you see Will Smith just slap the shit out of Chris Rock? I was like, man, shut up, man. I just kept on doing what I was doing. Like, Will Smith ain't slapping no damn Chris Rock. And then when I seen the video, man, I was crying laughing. I was like, this is what I be talking about them skinny structured, skinny niggas, man. Chris Rock ate that slap. Like Will Smith went deep. He went all the way back. And Will Smith be working out too. And he slapped the dog shit out of him right in his face. And Chris Tucker was like, nigga, that's all you got. Like, bro, this nigga's like the size of a stick figure. And he didn't even move. And you just, with no warning, with full recoil, slapped the shit out of this nigga. And he didn't even budge. I don't want to fight Chris Rock. Hey, me neither, bro. Shout out to Moxie. Hey, we're going to be the first galactic bros. You know what I'm saying? Well, actually, we might not be the first, but we could say that we are. You know what I'm saying? We'd be the first human ones. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says a national health equity initiative focused on Black men that addresses sickle cell disease, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately affect them. Now, again, it's arguable, right? We all know that sickle cell disease is different. Sickle cell disease is a genetic modification, right? So this is kind of a different situation. It does affect primarily Black people, right? However, these other things here, diabetes and mental health and prostate cancer, these are health issues with comorbidities that can be linked to proxies that can also be linked to other problems. Sickle cell disease, you know what I'm saying? Sickle cell disease has a lot of interesting implications. And I actually just thought about a controversial implication that I could expand upon with sickle cell disease to do some content about. That would be kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, he said, uh-oh, Richard. I guess Richard was supposed to be the dude that was like supposed to be making sure wasn't shit going on, and Richard fell asleep. And here, you know what I'm saying, a hostile Will Smith has got up on stage to, you know what I'm saying, come after Chris Rock. Chris Rock said, okay, so are you offended? Right. Hey, and he still had a smile on his face, man. Chris, I swear that's one of the few times in my life, like when I saw that I was shocked. And it's one of the times, usually when people be like, that shit was staged, or you know what I'm saying, like when people be on some conspiracy theory, I'm like, man, shut your paranoid ass up. That shit wasn't staged. Everything ain't staged. That's the first time when people said that shit was staged that I didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying? It was a bunch of people like, yo, that shit was staged. I was like, and the reason why I was like that was because I was just kind of shocked by the whole thing. I didn't have anything to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tarek. Tarek said my brother made a joke about Chris, or my brother made a joke about that, saying if Chris Rock would have said anything like, wow, I haven't seen it hit like that. Yo, if Chris Rock had said that, bro, I would have cried laughing. Damn, nigga, if only your movies could hit like that, man, bro, I would have been dying laughing. Yeah, Will Smith would have took him out the game that night. That'd have been it. It'd have been airbrush Chris Rock shirts. Oh man, yo, that would have been crazy if he had said that. Oh man, what? Yo, that's wild. That's wild. He would have been smiling there too. He'd have been sitting there smiling. Nigga, if only your movies hit like your right hand, you know what I'm saying, you might actually be up here for an award and not to smack me. Man, you know, Will Smith would have lost. It would have been it. He'd have went temporarily insane. You know, the crowd would have been laughing too. Like if he didn't knock the microphone off of Chris Rock when he hit him, if any of that had picked up in the microphone and the audience had heard that, yo, the audience would have been crying laughing. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's crazy. So yeah, so you know, she had to talk about the plan in Erie, PA on Monday. You know what I'm saying? We already know about Obama weighing in. It's not really much that we need to talk about in regards to this, right? But what I want to try to do is I want to try to find the proposals and the specifics of these programs, right? Because again, like here's what this is just bullet points. Like Moxie said, this is just bullet points. There's no policies or anything, no proposals behind these. So I'll be curious as to what the actual verbiage of the policies and the proposals are. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tarek. Tarek said, when that dude smashing Jada name was August. Yeah, yeah. Don't even get, bro. Don't get me started on that wild, messy story, bro. That was a wild, crazy, messy story. That was hilarious and unfortunate. Cause like I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. Like I like Will Smith. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I like Will Smith, man. He one of the people that I like. You know what I'm saying? An actor. You know what I'm saying? And like it was just sad to see Will Smith kind of go out like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, he had to get roasted. You know what I'm saying? Will Smith had to get, you know what I'm saying? Like you went beyond where, you know, beyond being able to skip by that without getting roasted. So, you know what I'm saying? He had to get roasted, right? But it was just sad. It was like, damn, Will, like for real, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like I used to mess with your movies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I thought Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a cool show. I actually like Will Smith's music too. Like I just thought Will Smith was like a cool character. You know what I'm saying? And I actually still do think that he's a cool character. I still think that Will Smith is a cool character. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that, you know, because that happened, like Will Smith ain't cool or whatever. I just wish that he had used better discernment and thought, and like on top of it, not continue to put himself through an abusive situation with, you know what I'm saying, Jada Pinkett. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Church of Black Power. The Church of Black Power said if he slapped August like he slapped Chris, maybe Jada would have kept her. Maybe Jada would keep her mouth closed more often. I would say, you know what I'm saying, grab a chair and make contact with a pair. You know what I'm saying? YouTube community guidelines. Shout out to Moxie. You know what I'm saying, with the YouTube community guidelines. Yeah, that red tape. Yeah, man. That was simple. The year status. Like, come on, bruh. Now you see that Joey Reid here. You know, she kind of resembles that individual who was on there with Anton Daniels earlier, right? So when they say that, you know, they talking about the people that look alike and all that, them two for sure look alike, right?
Vice President Kamala Harris was in Detroit, Michigan today, one of several visits she's making to critical swing state this week. She just finished a live town hall with the popular nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club, co-hosted by Charlamagne the God. It's part of her amped up media blitz to reach out to Black male voters.
It's two very different visions for our nation. One mind that is about taking us forward and progress and investing in the American people, investing in their ambitions, dealing with their challenges. And the other, Donald Trump, is about taking us backward.
The other is about fascism. Why can't we just say it?
Yes, we can say that.
Joining me now is Jason Johnson, professor of politics and journalism at Morgan State University and host of the podcast A Word with Jason Johnson, just to prove that we actually can exist in the same place at the same time, because I know sometimes we swap out. But let's talk about this, because there are some people who are going like, why would she go on Charlamagne, or she's apparently going to go on Joe Rogan's podcast? Let me just put up the numbers. She's going on because that's where the people are. These are the top podcasts among Black weekly listeners.
Look at that. I told y'all people be lying. I don't listen to nothing. I don't listen to no white content. You know what I'm saying? I only listen to the Black content. Man, Joe Rogan, the #1 listen to weekly content with Black listeners. Man, it's okay, man. Stop lying. Joe Budden in $1 million worth of game is at #5 and #6. Drink Champs even at #4. I didn't even know Steve Harvey had a morning show. You know what I'm saying? The Breakfast Club #2. More Black people listen to Joe Rogan in the Breakfast Club. Joe, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, listen, they talk about some interesting stuff on Joe Rogan, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't agree with everything that Joe Rogan says. And you know what I'm saying? I think it's kind of weird that You know what I'm saying? White people cheer him on and really have a lot of respect for him simply because he said the N-word, and Rumble offered him $100 million as a result of, yeah, go ahead, keep saying the N-word. You know what I'm saying? I think that that's weird. You know what I'm saying? Right? But they talk about very interesting topics and diverse topics, and they got a lot of pool to be able to bring guests on there. So I I don't have an issue with the Joe Rogan Experience, being like a #1 podcast, because I think that it's got a structure to be very competitive within the podcast space, right? I think that, I don't think that there's anything abnormal or odd with that. I think what's abnormal or odd is that people be sit up there lying, talking about they don't listen to white content. And you know what I'm saying? This white dude right here is the #1 listened podcast among Black listeners. I think that that's, again, indicative of reality denial. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Joe Budden podcast is pretty big, and it's #6. What is Crime Junkie? Anybody? I don't know what Crime Junkie is. Anybody heard of Crime Junkie? I don't know what that is. Drink Champs, you know what I'm saying? Drink Champs is #4. I'm saying, I be trying to tell people, man. You know what I'm saying? People be trying to front online. Stop fronting. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Havoc. Shout out to Rest in Peace Prodigy. You better off bucking yourself. You need to stop fronting. You know what I'm saying? You better off bucking yourself. You need to stop fronting.
Rogan. #2 is The Breakfast Club. We're talking about 11 some odd million people. That's why she's there, right?
Right. Well, yeah, Joy, that makes perfect sense. I mean, I think last time I looked at numbers, like literally the number of Black listeners that Joe Rogan has is larger than I think the entire audience of Charlemagne. Like, he's that big. And
that's see, now this is where you get into these scales, right? Of like different scales. Like, so basically, like, let's put this into a visual perception, right? So Charlemagne the God's audience is the size of the Milky Way galaxy. Imagine this, right? Make a picture in your brain. Use some brain artificial intelligence art, right? Charlemagne the God's total audience is the size of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay? Joe Rogan's Black audience, just the sector of his audience that is the Black audience, is the size of the entire universe. So Joe Rogan's entire Black sector, his audience is so big it has a Black sector. The Black sector of Joe Rogan's audience is the size of Charlemagne the God's entire podcast platform. Shout out to Moxie. Moxie said, "You ever heard of the dead?" Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I heard of the dead internet. Listen, the dead internet, it actually goes into these beliefs and theories that I have. And that is a topic. That's a topic that'll take a while. Yes, I heard of the dead internet. Now you got to ask yourself the question about if it's considered dead. Was there ever a time period, and what was it doing while it was alive? Right? See, you got to start reverse engineering. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at that. Shout out to Crew. Crew said Charlemagne is a star system. Rogan's Black audience is a constellation. Yeah. So that when people start talking about relative size of their channels, and my channel is this and my channel that, man, that's not how that works. It's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? It's not how that works.
Look, it's a great movie. It's also good campaign strategy. Everywhere, everything, all at once, right? Like the best way to win is by going where people are, communicating in different kinds of environments, and hoping that important segments end up getting broken down in little pieces here and there. I am old enough to remember a time when going on Howard Stern as a presidential candidate would seem controversial. Now he's tame. I had to explain to my Morgan students who Howard Stern was, right? But they know that he matters to Generation X and boomers. So, what Harris is doing right now, it makes a tremendous amount of sense. She is trying to recreate the moment that she had in the burst that she had in the polls right after beating Trump. So if she can go on Fox and handle Brett Baier, if she can go on with Joe Rogan and charm him, she may not win over any voters, but she may activate independence or make people decide that she is better than staying home on the couch.
Well, I think that she's not afraid. What people believe is hostile audience. Call Her Daddy podcast used to be connected to Barstool Sports. As you said, she's going on with Brett Baier. She's going on Fox. She's going on with Charlamagne.
Again, this is Joy Reid being dishonest, right? And Joy Reid is not telling the truth about the girl code. Now, here's my feelings about the girl code. The girl code amongst respective women attempts to enforce simping through race loyalty on those men. And when I say race loyalty, there's no such thing as actual race loyalty. We'll call it YouTube race loyalty. And you know what I'm saying? Like who you decide to be with, right? However, when it comes to girl code getting on code, there's no code as far as any racial barriers with girl code getting on code, and women across racial lines will get on code with each other to destroy men. Do we see, you know what I'm saying, this in practice in real time when it comes to girl code? So for Joy Reid to be a woman and know this and has actually participated in this type of misandry, to sit there and say, Barstool Sports might be hostile for Kamala Harris because it's, the Call Me Daddy podcast might be, what do you call this? Might be hostile, right, to Joy Reid because, or to Kamala Harris for whatever reason. No, it's not. No, it's not. The only time girls are hostile against each other is when girls have a quote unquote beef with each other. Then there'll be some type of hostility. When they're not in a hostile state, they're going to automatically be on the same side, and even more so automatically be on the same side and unified and attracted to each other when that same side creates an adversarial position against men. And with, depending on what type of woman that person was that was on the Call Me Daddy podcast, Trump is the adversary man. So all of those, whatever, none of that's going to be relevant while they're interacting. We literally see this all the time. All the time. And people will be like, oh, this isn't true. You know what I'm saying? This is misogyny. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Now shout out to Ricky. Ricky says white women will not side with black women. White women just want to be the ones able to run things away from white men. That's their problem with white men. I wouldn't disagree with that, right? But again, when you have your own self-efficiency and when you have your own self-autonomy, the motive of who you're working with shouldn't matter. You know what I'm saying? You should, you should have enough sense, right? If that's what you're going to do and you're going to work with that type of person, you should be able to negate those type of risks. You know what I'm saying? If you decide to work in a nuclear power plant, you can't sit back and be like, I'm a victim because, you know what I'm saying? Like I got cancer and nuclear power and radioactive materials always give people cancer. Why didn't you wear the protective equipment? Why didn't you, you know what I'm saying, de-ionize yourself every time you went in and out of the plant? You didn't do none of that. So just because there's inherent side effects or just because there's some inherent consequences, you don't really necessarily get to put those consequences on a banner of a plane and fly them around and say, well, this is what this person wants. We know that's what they want, right? You know what I'm saying? So if you're working with that person and that's what you choose to do, just because that person acts on what you perceive as their instincts, you knowing their instincts and not being able to deal with their instincts, that's even more on you. That's even more of evidence of your incompetency. If this is the truth, right? If this is the perceived truth, white women don't want to side with black women. White women just want to be the ones to be able to run things away from white men. That's what their problem is with white men. And anybody who works with or deals with a person who believes that and doesn't put that into, a contingency plan, I mean, you can't, like, how do you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the only reason we lost to the Golden State Warriors is because Steph Curry and them be shooting threes all the time. Why didn't you play zone defense? You know what I'm saying? Man, I bet you if Steph Curry and all them tried to do a bunch of layups, we would have won because we got 7-footers inside the key. But they didn't. Their specialty is shooting threes, and y'all didn't guard them against the threes. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if somebody said that. Imagine if there was an interview after a basketball game, and you know what I'm saying, like the complaint was just Steph Curry and them just kept shooting them threes. They just kept shooting them threes. You know, they're like there's like you're supposed to adjust. You know what I'm saying? Like you move from man to man to zone and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. If people perceive this as the idea of what's going on, or people perceive this as what these quote unquote individual women do, and you don't put into place a contingency plan as you know while you're working with these people or dealing with these people, and then these people do what you say that they're gonna do, and then you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna tell everybody what they did. I mean, I don't know, like when somebody tell me that, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, like, it's like somebody if they got a nub, right? And I'd be like, yo, what happened to your hand? And they like, you know, I just decided to stick my hand inside of a bee nest and keep it there. And if it wasn't for them stingers, if it wasn't for them bees and all that poison, I would still have my doggone hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, I can't get angry with you on that. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just kind of be like, okay, well, you know, hopefully you have a good day. I'll catch you later. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't understand that. You know what I mean? And I get that, right? But to me, even in those situations, that still doesn't negate the fact that in many cases, whatever the perceived motive might be, in many cases, when it comes to girl code, the racial lines drop. Now, mind you, right, the racial lines may drop for cooperation, not so much for end goal. But when it comes to cooperation, the lines absolutely drop. They absolutely drop. I remember when The Root was making content about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation, and they were trying to say that like they somehow turned that into black men and black women. I was like, what the hell? I don't know. I never really heard no black men and black women have no weird issues and all that weird shit that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard was doing, and Amber Heard shitting all in the bed. Like, I never heard nothing like that, but like it got turned into black men and black women by the griot. You know what I'm saying? By the griot copying stupid shit that they heard, you know what I'm saying, white feminists saying about the Johnny Depp shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, like, to me, like, that's weird. Y'all don't think that that's weird? If y'all think that that's weird, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't think that is weird, give me a thumbs down. It's weird. Look at The View is another live action example of that. None of those women are politically the same, and none of those women are racially the same either. But what happened when they brought Killer Mike on there? What happened when they brought Usher on there? Especially when it comes to a black man. Women across all racial groups will get on code to attack, harm, and disarm a black man. We see it every day in practice, every single day, literally every day. You know, that's why sometimes when I listen to some content creators and they make these comments about, you know what I'm saying, other women being better than or worse than or having less tendencies or more tendencies than other women, I'd be like, man, y'all really must not pay attention to what be going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? I'd be seeing the Village People, you know what I'm saying, gang with diversity of women, you know what I'm saying, all with a Me Too propaganda pointed at black men. You know what I'm saying? We all know that, you know, Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein did all of that wild stuff. And you know what I'm saying? You didn't really see a color coalition of women attempting to take them out, despite the fact that they did those crimes longer and to more people than what Puffy is alleged of. But man, the Black and Everyone coalition to take Puffy down, you know what I'm saying? You see that in plain day, right? Now, that's not saying that, you know, Puffy don't deserve any of what he's getting. What I'm saying is, like, pay attention to how the people around you move, man. Pay attention to how people around you move. If you a black man, you always on the visiting team. If you're a black man, you always on hostile territory. Always. There's no home court advantage for black men. So you better learn how to make them shots, you know what I'm saying, on the away during the away games. You know what I'm saying? As much as anybody try to tell you otherwise, it's not true. You know what I'm saying? When Dr. John Henry Clark said, we have no friends, you know what I'm saying? We're going to make an addendum to that. Black men have no friends. You know what I'm saying?
That is the morning show a lot of black folks listen to in the morning. And I think one of the great things about it is not only did she get an interview with from Charlemagne himself, but she also took questions from the audience, which I think is important. Let me play just one bite here. This is Vice President Harris, and this is about outreach to black men. And this is a call.
Shout out to Ricky. I heard that name before, but I'm not sure who that is. Gloria Allred. Who is she? Is she a politician, or I don't know who she is? Help me out with that. I heard that name before, though.
You say to the people that would consider the timing of this proposal as political timing, and how would you speak to the sentiment that support for black men is only sought out during election cycles?
I've been in this race about 70 days. You can look at all my work before those 70 days to know that this is what I'm talking about right now.
How come she can't never give examples? You know, a lot of time when people say you could look at all, immediately, I don't know if you guys have ever seen, right? But like anytime somebody says all or many, immediately I ask people for 2 examples. Give me 2 examples. And in most cases, people can't give me 2 examples. Oh, okay, she's a high profile lawyer. Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to check her out. I'm gonna have to see what's going on with her. Shout out to Ricky. Ricky, you might just give me some content ideas. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crystal. What's good with her, Crystal? I want y'all to try this in y'all's everyday life. Next time somebody tries to like woo you with all of these, you know what I'm saying, like all of this and all of that. Next time they say all, stop them immediately and say, give me 2 examples. Guarantee you they won't give you 2 examples. I almost guarantee you. I done ran quality control on it. 8.5 times you'll get 2 examples. Or I'm sorry, 2.5 times you'll get 2 examples. The other 8.5 times you won't get any examples. You'll get an argument. The best place to test this is on your significant other. When they talk about all of the things that you do that pisses them off. Okay, well, name me 2 that are the highest of priority. They won't name them. And it's not just the significant other, it's people just won't name them. Shout out to Ricky Guillory. Ricky Guillory said, Gloria Allred, she can't stand black men. She was on Don Lemon's show, and she didn't know she was on camera, and I saw her making funny faces at him. She started smiling when she found out. She smiled. Look, now, hold on now. No, I'm just playing. Look, I was about to go there, but I ain't about to go there. She was making a face at Don Lemon because of this.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
No, I'm just playing. That was dirty. I'm just playing. That was, man, dislike the video, man. That was bad. Let me shut up. Let me stop. You know what I'm saying? I gotta check her out though, man. I gotta see what she about, because she about to get flamed up if she on that nonsense. I don't know why people I gotta do the full amount of research before, you know what I'm saying, we come with the napalm. But I don't know why people let somebody like that run around. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Reaper, you know the Reaper keep it 1,000. The Reaper always keep it 1,000. Shout out to the Reaper.
Outreach to black men. This is her taking a call.
What would you say to the people that would consider the timing of this proposal as political timing? And how would you speak to the sentiment that support for black men is only sought out during election cycles?
I've been in this race about 70 days. You can look at all my work before those 70 days to know that this, what I'm talking about right now, is not new and is not for the sake of winning this election.
So why does she never say anything specific? You can I don't need to take a look at your race. Or I don't need to take a look at your work, right? You're there for an interview, which means that you're there to answer questions. This is my question. What have you done? I go there for an interview for you to answer my questions, and you are at the interview telling me to do research and answer my own question. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. It is not new and is not for the sake of the election. Okay, well, show that then. This is about a long-standing commitment, including the work that I've done as vice president and before I was a senator before that. So I want you to understand this, right? Math, we doing math. According to her, she's been a politician for a long time. That means that we have a lot of data about her, right? She has a lot of data. She got a lot of accumulation, right? Long time frame. She's been a DA, prosecutor, senator, right? Vice president now. So we have a lot of information to look over, right? During those time frames, the longer the time frame, the more opportunities you had to initiate your policies, right? So she's got an extensive history. And if she's been doing this much work, then that means that over all of those years, there are multiple examples of what she's done that should have directly affected, what I'm saying, Black people in a positive way. And she should be able to pick two things. If I tell you many or all of the time, I can actually tell you instances of many or all of the time. Most people, when they say many or all of the time, that actually means very little and few. Yeah, facts. Exactly. Shout out to Michael R. Michael R says, facts. That's like going to see Usher in concert, and then the whole time he tells you to sing the lyrics and dance for him. Right. Now, mind you, women go to see Usher at the concert. Usher gonna have to be telling them to stop doing stuff. Usher ain't gonna have to tell no. Usher ain't gonna, what I'm saying? The women gonna go on autopilot at an Usher concert. We already seen it, right? It's the same with Chris Brown. That's one thing that you don't have to do. It'd be like, you ever seen a computer start up and all those commands just come on the screen and like all this automatic stuff just start happening? You get a woman around Usher or you get a woman around Chris Brown. That's the only time ever that women don't have to get told what to do. They just autopilot just turns on, and you know what I'm saying? You just be like, wow, that's remarkable. So that's what that's like. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you for being a man that can, I guess, experience that on demand from any woman. You know what I'm saying? That you haven't done shit for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You've never paid a bill for any of these women, but they'll do it. They'll do anything and let you do anything, and then go home and tell the man that supports their life, no. No. You know what I'm saying? Here go this ninja that never did anything for you and literally in front of your face has access to other women and will deal with you simultaneously while having access to another woman. I got my hand on this and I got this in my palm and I'm kissing your girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? And then that very same woman that allowed that will ask you questions about who this is that texted you. And it's somebody that weighs 300 pounds and they got glasses the size of Coke bottle glasses. And they just simply think that you're someone nice to work with. Hey, you're going to be at work tomorrow? Who that bitch is? You know what I'm saying? She weighs like 300 pounds. Who is she? Oh my God, the Usher concert was great. He literally had me and all of my girlfriends. What? I'm glad you had a good time. Don't tell me you're working with that bitch tomorrow. Like, okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, the requirements, you got to pay for this. You got to pay for that. You got to pay for this. You got to pay for that. But not when you go to a Usher or a Chris Brown concert. Usher and Chris Brown ain't never paid for none of that stuff. How many bills of Keke Palmer did Usher pay for? Probably none, right? But guess what got said to the nigga that do pay the bills? No. I'm tired. Shit like that. Ain't that crazy? I'm just saying. Niggas like Usher and niggas like Chris Brown don't never hear I'm tired or no, which is synonymous. If you know, you know, right?
This is about a long-standing commitment, including the work that I was vice president and before when I was senator and before that.
I also love that she did a question in which she called out her pastor.
I want to listen. You know, when they start making these, modification surgeries and stuff like that for men, because, women have the modification surgeries and stuff like that. And shout out to the women. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. Right. But the modification surgeries, the many different modification surgeries, they're not available for men. There's some of them that's available. Like, I think you can make a man taller or something. Like, you can't just you can't surgically put muscle on somebody and stuff like that, right? But like when they start doing 3D printing and stuff like that, and when they, when they are having stuff like that, I'm gonna tell you the description, the AI prompt that I'm gonna get for the type of modification that I get is going to be the optimal non-financial, undeniable female compliance look. That's what I want. Any type of appearance that can be contrived, where my appearance will be able to, on demand, on contact, on presentation, get non-financial compliance instantly with any woman. Whatever that appearance is, that's the surgical appearance that I want. Now, shout out to Crew Reality. Right now, the women don't care. Like, how many women out there, dudes be making videos about the BBLs. Like, oh, she got a BBL. You know what I'm saying? Look at that shit bouncing right there. She got a BBL. That shit bouncing, right? Ain't no women making no video about Bam Man Kevo's fake abs and calves and height. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's such a gorgeous artificial 6 foot tall. Like, women ain't saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, males have not yet gotten to the point of effective female wooing with surgical interventions cosmetically yet. You know what I'm saying? Yet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they look like the Batman movie from 1960s when, you know what I'm saying, it'd be like pow, bang, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Fake muscle implants got you looking like you wearing a doggone superhero set of tights or something like that. Got you looking like you wearing a superhero set of tights or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's all painted on and makeup running all down. Women ain't doing, like, you dudes actually be appreciating like the BBLs. Like, that shit really bouncing right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? She done got them. And, you know what I'm saying? I remember when, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kanye West. She was up there talking about up top 2 bee stings. Now up top the 2 water balloons. You know what I'm saying? Man, the women ain't sitting around making like, do you see? Oh my God, did you see his fake calves? Like, nobody's doing that. And like, you getting roasted by men and women like, yo, you got a birth defect? Like, that's what they saying. Like, did you get into a car accident? You know what I'm saying? You're like, nah, I got like calf implants. Did you like them? Oh, I thought your legs were crushed in an accident. And then like, she just walks away. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn. So, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't there yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dudes ain't there yet. But when they get it there, though, when they get it there, you know what I'm saying? That's the prompt. That's the prompt that I'm going to use. Non-financial, instantaneous female compliance. Like, I want that. I want I want the instant compliance look. Whatever kind of look that's necessary for a male to have that grants you instant compliance. We're going to call it IAIC. I want IAIC, instant compliance, instant access. You know what I'm saying? That's the button I'm gonna push. Which button do I push for the surgery that I want today? Okay, this one right here. Okay, cool. Then you know what I'm saying? That's what you just, that's it. That's what you got. But what they doing right now, this rudimentary and crude surgery, nah, man, they got you out here looking like Frankenstein. You know what I'm saying? Got you walking around looking like, I don't know what they got you looking like. You know what I'm saying? but like, yeah, man, we can't do nothing with what we got going on out here. There's literally no one anywhere. Like, rappers is making songs about BBLs, like, you know what I'm saying, the female, like, you know what I'm saying, like Suki Hana and Glorilla and all them. They not making no, girl, did you see his fake abs? Like, ain't nobody doing that. Girl, did you see that nigga's fake calves? No one is gonna lay you because of your fake calves. No one is gonna lay you because of your fake abs. It's not gonna happen. Now, what they will say is, child, did you see his legs when he wore some when he wore some shorts, he said he got a surgery that got him to be 6 feet tall, but it looked like somebody let a kennel loose and all them dogs just started biting at his knees. Now they will say something like that, you know what I'm saying? But you ain't about to get no props for no weird, you know what I'm saying? No weird abs. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AV Promotions. AV Promotions said, I'm gonna get the Steve Harvey hairpiece for my head. You may as well not. You may as well not. I wouldn't do it. If I was balding, that really wouldn't be one of the problems. It's it's too many bald-headed dudes that women like. I mean, it might be some women that you know what I'm saying, they want dudes with hair, but you know what I'm saying, like, honestly, like, you know, like a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, and when it comes to the bald head stuff, is, you know, women that have a dude that's a established handsome dude, right? You know what I'm saying? It's been established that this individual is handsome and he'll be bald. And you know what I'm saying, like a woman to have a dude that look like, you know what I'm saying, he been using his face to, you know what I'm saying, stop traffic, you know what I'm saying, on the semi-truck side of the game. And they'll still be with him and he bald, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really think, like, I think that the bald thing is really more of a male kind of, you know what I'm saying, little hang up there. I think women might have a preference on it, but I don't really think that like the hair really is a big issue. Like a lot of women be liking bald head dudes. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women be liking bald head dudes. So I don't think that's really that bad of a thing. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, you know, shit, you could just get you some hair 3D printed and you'll be good. You know what I'm saying?
Reverend Amos Brown, who I actually interviewed for my Medgar Evers book because he was like a teenage Medgar Evers acolyte when he was a kid back in Mississippi. But I mean, that's the kind of realness that I think helps her with people who might otherwise sit on the couch.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Joy. When Vice President Harris was on the All the Smoke podcast, I basically felt like I was in the room with her. Like, she actually does very, very well. Her sort of retail politics skills are fantastic. But I also think this, and this is a really key disinformation thing that needs to be put out there. I know for a fact, because of sources that I have and sources that you have, that the Harris campaign have been working on a plan for black men long before this rollout. You can't come up with these things in 15 minutes. If you come up with a plan for black,
I'm not trying to be funny, but that plan for black men that she has, that we just looked at, it looks like somebody came up with it in about 15 minutes. And he looks like he just sat on a rake that was upright. Right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just, you know what I'm saying, hurried up, threw his jacket off, you know, slammed down into the chair and just didn't realize it, but there was a rake sticking straight up at 90 degrees, and he just sat down real hard on it. You know what I'm saying? And Joy Reid, like, these faces these people be making when these videos be stopping is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I be looking at, sometimes I watch myself in the mirror and my face, I make crazy faces when I'm trying to make crazy faces, but I don't know if I've ever made a wild face like this and didn't know that I did it. It'd be a lot of people that, you know, like, you didn't feel your face going that way. You know what I'm saying? How many of y'all parents used to say back in the day, don't keep making them faces or your face gonna get stuck like that? How many of y'all parents used to say that? I took that shit serious, and I don't really be trying to make wild faces like that. I try to keep my shit pretty. You know what I'm saying? My you know, I might smile and, you know what I'm saying, but all that crazy ass shit, I don't do all that. You know what I'm saying? Because I still hear my parents. You're already ugly. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? You're already ugly. No, don't keep doing your face like that because you're going to mess around and get stuck like that. Like, I already got shit going against me. You know what I'm saying? And then if I do that and mess around and, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They already said you're ugly. You know what I'm saying? Then on top of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I done messed up my face on top of being ugly. You know what I'm saying? Now I got all kind of issues going on. Oh man, so yeah, beards hide. Yeah, there you go. You can convert like that. You can go from, like, at first you was just a normal dude, and then if your beard comes in right and you grow your beard and you cover up all of your beard, man, listen, you could get a lot of women to like it. A lot of women like the beard, but then you'll get broken up with the instant you cut your beard. It's done. You're done. You know what I'm saying? You're done. So you play a fine line. You play a very dangerous game with the beard. You know what I'm saying? You play a very dangerous game with the beard.
People in 15 minutes, you know what you end up with? The platinum plan, right? That nonsense that Donald Trump came up with 4 years ago. This actually required policy. This actually required effort. And I'll also add this, because I think this is really important. No matter what you may think of this plan, no matter what you may think of how it can be implemented, you cannot argue that from a policy perspective that Donald Trump is offering more to African-American men or African-American women than the Kamala Harris campaign is.
I don't think that anybody is measuring it like that. And I don't think that because you decide to come out and say that people need to measure it like that, that they have to measure it like that. What I believe that people are doing is people are now looking at who has policies that are the least harmful and who has policies where people can find the easiest way to benefit from them. I think that many people have come to the reality that both of these political parties are inherently harmful, especially if you're Black. And as a result of that, we understand benign neglect and all of that. And ain't nobody really looking to these political parties for any type of quote unquote specifics, especially after Kamala Harris herself already verbalized, you know what I'm saying, during her vice presidential campaign that she's not going to do anything for Black people. We heard you. We listened. Now you're the one that's behind the ball, right? So as a result of that, now people are saying, well, what policies will benefit the environment the most that I might be able to find some trickle down benefit from? And that's where you get people looking into the conservative party. And they're starting to see that, you know, what a lot of Democrats have going on, the conservative values and conservative party politics, not necessarily conservative as individuals, but a lot of the conservative party and conservative party politics makes more sense. So it's not so much about, you know, the ideal situation would be, yes, you know what I'm saying, offer Black people policies that are necessary and specific for Black people. But a lot of Black people are now, you know, waking up to reality and living in reality. And Black people are saying, okay, we need to be able to put together our own package based on what's being offered. And I don't think anybody really even has the expectation for any of these people to actually behave like humans and acknowledge us. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now what you see, the reason why I said that is because now you have him trying to go back with the blackity black. Well, you know, you can tell me what Trump said about Black people. Tell me what Trump gonna promise to Black people. Tell me what Trump gonna promise to Black people. Trump promising the same thing that anybody else promising to Black people: jail time and death. Because that's what non-Black people promise to Black people: jail time and death. Kamala Harris, she gave plenty of Black people jail time and death. Trump was willing to give the Central Park 5 jail time and death, and he's willing to put in police officers and people in the executive branch that's also willing to do that. So unless you're saying, hey, put me in jail or kill me, no one's going to do anything specific for Black people other than that, because these people are savages and degenerates. You know what I'm saying? So in order to be able to survive and live and understand and be in an environment where you're trapped in a zoo, you got to figure out and understand symbiotic relationships. You know what I'm saying? You got to use economies of scale. You got to use synergy. And so as a result of understanding that, people are starting to see, well, where can I find the synergistic political relationships? When people start to wake up and see, well, I need to, you know, kind of create a mix and match. Now the fake pro-Blacks, the pro-Black coons, right? Like these people here, now they got to try to Black shame you by blacking everything up. Well, you gonna vote for the white man who ain't never did nothing for you ain't never did nothing for Black people. Ain't none of these people have ever did anything for Black people. That's not I'm not using that. That's not a comparison scale that I'm using anymore. And I'm not using that comparison scale anymore because these people have had 60 years of opportunity to create a reputation, and the reputation that they chose to create was a reputation of mediocrity and failure. So since you've decided to consistently fail for 60 years while we consistently supported you for 60 years, now, you know what I'm saying, shout out to LeBron James, time to take talents elsewhere. And I'm not mad at anybody for doing it. Now, There's a lot of people that can't handle critique of the Democratic Party. And there's a lot of men who are simps, shame-sensitive simps who spontaneously combust, you know what I'm saying, of the thought of a woman being criticized, right? So that's why when you get to criticism of the Democrat Party and you critique the Democrats, these males who are beta males and girl dads, heads explode. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to offer you this. The Democratic Party has been around a long time. And if I'm talking about a 60-year history of a Democratic Party failure, I clearly can't be only talking about Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris has not been a Democrat since the inception of the Democratic Party. But these shame-sensitive, low testosterone, high estrogen males who completely embody a female worldview and believe, you know what I'm saying, that their identity themselves, despite standing in front of a toilet, comes from their own male vagina. If I'm talking about the Democrats, it automatically becomes Kamala Harris bashing. Well, if it hurts, you know my rule, let's make it hurt worse. Let's make it hurt worse. Let me ask you guys this question. I want to test y'all street smarts. If you're ever in a fight, you know what I'm saying, you got attacked or something like that, you doing self-defense, somebody attacked you on the street, one of these internet tough guys that saw you out somewhere, I'm going to attack you. You got to defend yourself within the law, right? You got to use your castle doctrine. You got to use your open carry to defend yourself. And you get into a situation with this person and you get this person to a point where they're like, I can't breathe. What do you do? Let me know what you do. Now, mind you, you're fighting a person. You're not giving them a massage, right? So the idea of the situation is not to make them feel good, right? So I don't know why you're telling me you can't breathe. We're not engaged in this interaction for, you know what I'm saying, you to feel good, right? I'm just saying.
Just not true. And what she's offering are things that will help black people. And for the bad faith people out there who are like, well, it's not exclusive for black men. Hey, the Supreme Court said it's illegal to pass laws that only target one group of people.
Now, you guys hear what he said, right? The Supreme Court passed laws that said that it's illegal for the government to pass laws that target only one group of people. So you see, we may as well call this Fox Soul, right? This is the Black Fox News Network. Now, we just saw what Trump said that he would do. Trump also has a plan to try to install more Supreme Court judges. And as you guys can see, it's the Supreme Court who made these decisions, right? Now, you know, Democrats dropped the ball on Supreme Court installations. So now here's my question for everybody. Now, one thing that we see as occurring on both sides, you know what I'm saying, is we see occurring on both sides the talking point, the talking point that it is not possible to address specific needs as a result of a Supreme Court decision, right? So my question for everybody is, seeing that this is something that is being said going forward, what is the workaround for that rebuttal? Because you know it's going to come up. So that's my question for you guys. My question for you guys is, what is the workaround for that rebuttal? We can't do it because the Supreme Court said. One workaround for that rebuttal is to not ask people who we know are going to troll us by saying no for something, right? And really make them extremely upset by, you know what I'm saying, first of all, creating what we need on our own. And then once we've created what we need on our own, weaponize what we need, weaponize what we have that we've created to not only extract what we need from these people, but entertain ourselves by making their existence hell while we're extracting it. That's my idea. You know what I'm saying? That's my idea. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. The Supreme Court can't do what I want to. So since the Supreme Court can't do what I want to, what I'm going to do is, using my business infrastructure, I'm going to make life living hell for you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my electric company, you know what I'm saying, and I'm going to find out where your family lives at. And in all of the areas where you got a large concentration of your family, I'm going to turn up the kilowatt billing hour price to $10 a kilowatt. Since you don't want to use the court to give me the money that you owe, I'm going to just take the money that I owe, that you owe me, and I'm going to just take the money that I owe through the necessity of you having to use my business product. You're going to start getting some $500 a month electric bills. You think that this price gouging that they're talking about now is bad? You better not go nowhere where I got grocery stores at and we the only place in the area, because your groceries is going to cost as much as an iPhone every time you come till we get our money. Right, exactly. Shout out to AB. That's the facts. AB said, but whites benefited from them laws designed specifically for them. Right. And who designed those laws? The white people designed those laws to benefit other white people and to maintain a fixed economic position for black people, and to allow an adjustable economic position for other people who they choose to move around within the economy. Right? That's the engineering. That's the structure. Knowing that that's the purpose, knowing that these laws and this country was set up to put you in a fixated position, you have to understand that the machine purpose is to keep you in a fixated position. So to ask the machine to give the command of allow me a flexible position, it's not compatible with the programming. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. We have to hack the machine, and once we hack the machine has to be either turned off or destroyed. This is one of the reasons why people come up with these no solution solutions. Any solution where, you know, there's some type of friendly camaraderie or, you know, cooperation or something like that with the government, to me, that's a no solution. That's an erroneous solution. It's not going to happen. That's like sitting in an electric chair and asking the electric chair, well, you know, when the electricity turns on, you know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you shock my heart to where it's beating really good. That's not what the electric chair is designed for. The electric chair is designed to pump so much electricity through your body that your heart stops beating, not to put your heart back on a regular beat. You're mixing up a defibrillator with an electric chair. These are two different machines. A defibrillator is not going to electrocute you and kill you. An electric chair will. White supremacy is not going to help you. It's going to hurt you in any situation. You know what I'm saying? So to me, any situation, and again, we know that it, like they say, it's a structure, right? It's a machine. It's an ideology. Now you have people that sit there and say these things, which again, they don't believe themselves, right? Because then they start talking about genetics. If you ask me, it's very obvious, and there's proof that white supremacy has transcended genetics. So what it needs to be looked at as a structural and strategic plan and machine, not so much a person or people. But the people who sell these ideas, they're only selling these ideas because they want your business. They want you to listen to them. they actually don't want you to improve your life. They actually don't want you to solve any of the problems that are plaguing you every day. They want you to just be a statistic. They want you to just be someone in their chat. They want you to just be one more of their subscribers on YouTube or social media. They just want to be able to say, I have one extra person that listens to me. They don't actually want you to break any of this down, because once you break this down, they become obsolete. They become erroneous. They become irrelevant. I'm saying. So in one instance, you'll have somebody sit there and, they'll give you the sage knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, white supremacy is a system. You know what I'm saying? And then they point out they're instead of actually dealing with the systemic issues of the system, we're just going to randomly point out and call white, just any white person we want to, if I'm not feeling good that day, a white supremacist, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, just all kind of weird, stupid stuff, and not dealing with the structural elements. Like this, if you ask me, at this point in the game, because of all the infrastructure that's been built, the structural elements of white supremacy are actually more harmful than the biological elements, which would be the people. And then again, it's not all the people, because all the white people ain't white supremacists, right? People just had different access to certain shit. You know what I'm saying? All black people don't have sickle cell, but you know what I'm saying? You're more susceptible to get sickle cell if you're black. All white people ain't white supremacists, but you know what I'm saying? White people got different interactions than white supremacy. If it was actually a system and people actually cared, there would be system studies about it. And there's not very many system studies about it. I think like Neely Fuller Jr. for the most part, and Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, they talk about it in probably the most coherent terms. And then Dr. Claude Anderson wrote books and remedies and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, to try to deal with certain economic issues and stuff like that. But like, aside from that, like, all it is just buzzwords and hashtags and YouTube, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this person did the white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of, it's like, okay. You know what I mean? They fear mongering. They tell the Democrats, they say the Democrats be fear mongering, but then they do the same thing. They fear mongering. You know what I'm saying? They fear mongering. Now, why have a problem with the Democrats fear mongering if they're going to sit up here and fear monger? You know what I'm saying?
Policy perspective, that Donald Trump is offering more to African-American men or African-American women than the Kamala Harris campaign is. It's just not true. And what she's offering are things that will help black people. And for the bad faith people out there who are like, well, it's not exclusive for black men. Hey, the Supreme Court said it's illegal to pass laws that only target one group of people and exclude others. So of course it has to be available for anybody, but it's still targeted at black men.
The other thing I think she's offering people is respect. I mean, I think the fact
never mind.
that she's going to Charlemagne to ask for black men's votes, the fact that she's going to Joe Rogan.
I think the fact that she's going to Charlemagne to talk to black men, that in itself is crazy. I would rather the requirement be, you're going to go talk to this tech CEO, and this tech CEO is a good representation of you. Or I'm going to go talk to this genius or this renowned scientist, you know what I'm saying, this gene therapist, this biologist. You know what I mean? You're going to Charlemagne the God, an ignorant radio DJ that plays garbage music, has weird takes, strange accusations against him, and works with a scammer. And that's respect. Okay.
Audience to say, hey, you may not be naturally my supporters, but I want to ask for your vote. The fact that she's doing rural outreach today, it just shows respect for these various groups that says, I am trying to be everybody's president because I respect you enough to offer you something concrete and ask you for your vote.
Well, also, Joy, it's just good campaigning. Look, we have seen a contrast. We've talked about this before. You've got one campaign where a guy is swinging in the wind. I'm sorry, when we saw Mitch McConnell do this, we called it something else. But when an older man seems to lose himself for minutes at a time and won't do interviews and won't sit down with people, you would think that Donald Trump.
You would think that you was talking about Joe Biden. All that stuff, all of those descriptors and all of those adjectives that this dude just said, until he said Donald, any honest person with a brain in their head would have thought he about to go in on Joe Biden. They thought he about to go in on Joe Biden.
We have seen a contrast, and we've talked about this before. You've got one campaign where a guy is swinging in the wind. I'm sorry, when we saw Mitch McConnell do this, we called it something else. But when an older man seems to lose himself for minutes at a time and won't do interviews and won't sit down with people, you would think that Donald Trump would have been calling into Joe Rogan for the last 4 or 5 years, but he doesn't. The fact that Harris is recognizing I got to fight for every single vote is a testament to the strength of her campaign.
I don't know. I think Trump been kind of busy with a lot of court appearances. And I'm pretty sure he showed up for most of them. So he sat down and talked with them people in there. Right?
Absolutely. And I think people really need to think about it. If you want to have a president that every so often is just going to do and everybody just stop. Like, I'm not sure we want that in the White House next to the nuclear codes. People need to think about it. Jason Johnson, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How do you feel about Joy Reid and her gorgeous presentation of honesty? Is anybody wooed? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crystal. Make sure y'all show Crystal some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Crystal for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, Crystal.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Now, this is what I want to show you guys this, right? How many people ever heard of systems theory? If you ever heard of systems theory, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. Systems theory is the transdisciplinary study of systems, i.e., cohesive groups of interrelated, interdependent components that can be natural or artificial. Every system has causal boundaries and influenced by its context, defined by its structure, function, and role, and expressed through its relation with other systems. A system is more than the sum of its parts when it expresses synergy or emergent behavior. All right. So now let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to the issues that we have and the, you know what I'm saying, you know, the talk of the, you know, the system of white supremacy. Okay, well, it's a system, right? So, geniuses, where's our systems theory to examine this? I guess when you got to make AdSense dollars, you just don't have time to do the fundamental shit, right? Systems theory is the transdisciplinary study of systems, i.e., cohesive groups of interrelated, interdependent components that can be natural or artificial. Every system has causal boundaries and is influenced by its context, defined by its structure, function, and role, and expressed through its relations with other systems. A system is more than the sum of its parts when it expresses synergy or emergent behavior. What is emergent behavior? Look at this. Look at those snowflakes. Interesting, right? In philosophy or systems theory, science, and art, emergence occurs when a complex entity has properties or behaviors, that is, parts that do not have on their own, and emerge only when they interact with a wider whole. That kind of sounds like the phenomenon of quote unquote life, doesn't it? A synergy is an interaction or cooperation giving rise to a whole that is greater than the simple sum of its parts. The term synergy comes from the Attic Greek word, whatever the hell that is, synergia, meaning working together. Synergy is similar in concept to emergence. Now, anybody that's familiar with business knows that when talking about synergies, this leads to quote unquote economies of scope and scale, right? And shout out to DJ Elmo talking about vertical integration and horizontal integration, right? So now here it says changing one component of a system may affect other components or the whole system, right? And we could prove these things, you know what I'm saying? But short, sweet, and simple here after 5 hours, right? It may be possible to predict these changes in patterns of behavior. Now, if we're predicting changes, any prediction, get your clipboard, we're using quality control, right? Right? Because if we're able to predict things, that means that we got enough data and we've ran quality control to where we could look at certain things and predict the outcomes, right? Quality control. They ran quality control on black people, and the output is 60 years of no lower than 80% Democrat support. Quality control has been run, right? Predictable behavior, decreasing volatility, decreasing unpredictability, increasing predictability, quality control, statistics, lowering variations, lowering standard deviation, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. For systems that learn and adapt, the growth and the degree of adaptation depend upon how well the system is engaged with its environment and other contexts, including organization. Now, you hear these people say these things, right? Oh, you know, white supremacy is an organic system and it grow and change. But where's the measurements of how it grows and change? Throwing that out there, just, I mean, who cares about you throwing something out there? You know what I'm saying? Guess what? You know what I'm saying? In this system of world that we live in, you know what I'm saying? At some point within the next couple hours, the moon will come up. I mean, that's not a prediction. These are things that's already been established. Quality control has already been ran. We understand the geometry. We understand how this works. We already know that there's a high likelihood event. If you're utilizing past quality control data to try to say that these are predictive and preeminent things, it should not be given the compliment of being an impressive prediction. You didn't predict anything. The prediction is already made. If quality control has already been ran, the prediction has already been made. I hate when people do that. I got a prediction for you. Tomorrow the sun will come up. It's not a prediction. You know what I'm saying? Some systems support other systems, right? So now here go the thing, right? Now, all of this stuff needs to be measured, right? If you now, you know, again, if you actually listen to Neely Fuller Jr., right? Because a lot of people quote him to sound cool, and his name is a buzzword out there. You know what I'm saying? But if you actually listen to Neely Fuller Jr., Neely Fuller Jr. talks about how certain things will be cataloged and automated. Why would they be cataloged and automated? They would be cataloged and automated to replicate process. Process replication is one of the first steps in quality control, because if you can replicate the process, in most cases you can replicate the result. For the most part, everything anywhere at all times is always an argument of how to get from point A to point B, or how to arrive at point B and find yourself back at point A. Everything for the most part is binary. Math is binary. There's two sides of the equation, forward and backwards. How do you solve for X? How do you insert X? This stuff is not that hard. You know what I'm saying? So now, you know, if we have these systems, right, systems got different functions, right? So this is where you write your math problems with f of X and all of that, functions, right? So, you know, when we talk about quote unquote WS, right? And the thing is that, you know, people that actually are invested in this type of thing, it's not talked about in the right way. You know, Neely Fuller Jr. said that white supremacy is a business, the business of white supremacy. So, you know, if white supremacy is a business, then it needs to be discussed by people who have an interest in being competitive with it, as if you're a business competitor, right? Ain't nobody out here having no boardrooms of meetings about how we gonna deal with this. Looking at no indicators, quality control team coming in with the clipboards. Ain't nobody doing that. It's just a bunch of people yelling on a microphone on YouTube, or typing on a phone that they got on, you know, from Best Buy or something like that, about something dumb, about something that's coming out of the media. know what I'm saying? There should be board meetings and Zoom meetings. What are the indicators? What are the SWOT analysis? What's the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? Everybody claim that they believe Neely Fuller Jr. and everybody say that, oh, you know, Neely Fuller Jr. is so smart. But like, where's the application of people actually using the stuff that he said? He said that white supremacy is a business. All right, well, if it's a business, let's look at it like a business. Let's have a board meeting. Get the whiteboard out. Get the veggie tray. Tell the secretary to take the calls for the next 5 minutes. Or for the next 50 minutes. For the remote people, let's get the Zoom popping off. People don't know how to conduct business. People want to act like they have business and know how to do business. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know how to conduct. They don't know how to speak the language. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to speak the language. Get the bottled water together. Make sure the trailer is cleaned out. Let's actually do this business. Ain't nobody trying to do no business. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, if you ask me, one of the first things that people would have to do would be to accurately identify the component parts. Once you've actively identified the component parts, then you have to look at the relationship between the component parts and see how those component parts make each other work, right? You have to do like what's called a re-engineering. Then you come up with prototypes and different things like that. Research and development. You know what I'm saying? System theory is transdisciplinary study of systems, right? So again, they're calling it a system of white supremacy. Let's look at it like it's a system, right? Changing one component of a system may affect other components or the whole system. It may be possible to predict these changes in patterns of behavior. And again, this is where you want to be at, right? This is total quality management right here. This is 6 Sigma, ISO 9000. Running our own quality control. How can we make sure that everything we do at all times maximizes the impact and damage onto the system of white supremacy? Well, we got to look at these processes. We got to measure the amount of damage, and we got to put a constraint and a parameter on the minimum acceptable amount of damage that every action does. And then put all of those together and come up with a percentage and ask how many repeats of this will it take to completely decompose the structure that we're dealing with. Right? Very simple. Very easy. Right? So now here it says for systems that learn and adapt, which is what people say that WS does. The white supremacist system is the greatest system on the planet. It learn and adopt. Okay, here we go. Learn and adopt. The growth and the degree of adaptation depend on how well the system is engaged with its environment. Now, let's look at white supremacy, right? When it comes to the United States, I would say that the United States of America is very engaged with its environment. It's engaged with its environment so much so that the United States has military operations all over the world and global operations all over the world and is established and is expanding to the United States. Or, I mean, is expanding to outer space. Pretty damn engaged. If it's engaged, then that means that it can draw information and data from all over the place. And data and information is the only true currency. It is the only true currency. It's arguable that time is currency as well, right? I'll give time. Time can be currency too, right? Time and data, if you ask me, the only two currencies. That's it. Those are the only things that matter anywhere ever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to YGLTB1. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show YGLTB1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for YGLTB1 for funding the organization and standing on business.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Stand on business. My man YGLTB1 says, when President Obama was denigrating black men about our voting choice, he was at the VP campaign headquarters with black men standing around that more likely support the VP. So who was he talking to? All cap. Bro, shout out to you. I literally said the exact same thing. You're surrounded by the brothers who are supporting Kamala Harris. So who are you talking to? Shout out to my man, Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. What's good with it, bro? I was actually just talking about that video that you did earlier. You know what I'm saying? So, again, for support for systems that learn and adapt, the growth and degree of adaptation depend on how well the system is engaged with the environment. I would say that the United States of America, if we're looking at the United States of America as a proxy of WS, right, it's pretty engaged. And other contexts influencing its organization. Some systems support other systems. Now, I would say that the financial system, the legal system, all of these different systems, right, we got to put all these systems together and put them together in a body. That's why they call it an organization. Right? Organization. Organization, the root word of an organization is an organ. In your body, if you got organs, none of them work on their own. I mean, if you put them in some saline and hook them up to some kind of machine, then sure, but it's not going to work the right way, right? But the organism is a container with a bunch of organs in it, and those organs interact and work together. That's what it is. You're a container, and you contain organs, and the organs work together. That same thing, like in a cell. The cell's got what's called organelles. The organelles work together, right? So it's not just one system, and the systems also kind of overlap. You know how when you have a business, you got accounting and finance. There's an accounting and finance department. The people that do the finance, they're not doing the accounting, because finance and accounting, despite the fact that they go together, they're not the same, right? Shout out to PD that remains. They're not the same. You know what I'm saying? A CPA probably is not going to be the best person to do investments for you. A finance professional will be the best person to do investments for you. Just like a finance professional is not going to be the person to do your taxes, right? But a CPA will be able to do your taxes. These things go hand in hand, but they're not the same. Very, very important, right? So what needs to happen is all of the subsystems need to be figured out and defined. And they need to be figured out and defined, and they need to be defined in terms of parameters of what these things do. Not only how they interact with the environment, but also how they interact within the system. How these things interact within the system may actually even be more important than how they interact with the environment. So this is extremely important. You know what I'm saying? It's extremely important. You know what I mean? So now here it says some systems support other systems, as we know, right? Maintaining the other system to prevent failure, aka death, right? If your respiratory system stops working, right, you're not going to be able to get oxygen to anywhere else in your body. If you can't get oxygen to anywhere else in your body, you're going to start having a cascading event of, in priority, of least important to most important, body systems that are led by organs in your body start failing. Multi-system organ failure. System failure. Death is a form of system failure, which will tell you that life is based on a complex interaction of systems, right? Or should I say metabolic death? We'll just say metabolic death to compensate for the question of whether machinery is involved or not, right? So if you can't breathe, what happens? You can't get oxygen from the environment. If you can't get oxygen from the environment, you can't get oxygen to your blood. If you can't get oxygen to your blood, you can't get oxygenated blood to other places in your body. The places in your body that are starved from oxygenated blood lack will then start to die. What will happen is the remaining oxygenated blood that you do have will get rerouted to your most important systems, your heart and your brain, and things that your programming has deemed as not as necessary, because there's programming that has pre-decided what's more or less necessary. Those things, like your kidneys, will start dying off first. A systems interaction. Systems failure means death in any situation. Okay. So let me financial hypoxia, facts. Now let's ask this question, right? What happens if your heart stops beating? How does that work? So that's your what? Cardiac system, right? So your cardiac system stops working. If your cardiac system stops working, then what that means is that the air that your lungs get, it cannot distribute the blood that has that fresh oxygen in it to the rest of your body. That's what that means. If you're not able to get the oxygenated blood to the rest of your body, based on the programming and prioritization, the lowest priority to highest priority organs will die, and once the final organ has died, it has been a complete organ failure, also known as death, also known as metabolic failure. Right? So what happens, if you have a stroke? If you have a stroke, you can't get oxygenated blood to your brain. If you can't get oxygenated blood to your brain, all of your functions, your voluntary and involuntary functions, will stop. You have necessary vital involuntary functions that are required for you to stay alive, like breathing, like central nervous system activity. If those things cease, it's a system failure. Okay? So this is evidence, right? What's the purpose of this? This is evidence to show that these systems interact with each other, right? The idea of what I feel people need to do is to create an anatomy chart of WS, find out the systems and the vital systems, understand the systems and the purposes of the systems, and then create multiple events that take out certain systems that will create a cascade of WS system failure or WS death. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is there anything in politics that anybody has ever suggested that is consistent with that goal? Now, here it says the goal of systems theory are to model a system's dynamics, constraints, conditions, and relations, and elucidate principles such as purpose, measure, methods, and tools that can be discerned and applied to other systems at every level of quote unquote nesting and in a wide range of fields for optimized equifinality. Now, what is equifinality? That's an interesting word. Equifinality means the principle that in open systems and a given end state can be reached by many potential means. Quality control. The term and concept is due to German Hans Dietrich, the developmental biologist, later applied by Austrian Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the founder of general systems theory. Okay, so we need to look at these things. Maybe we will. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. So next it says general systems theory is about developing broadly applicable concepts and principles as opposed to concepts and principles specific to one domain of knowledge. It distinguishes dynamic or active systems from static or passive systems. Now let's do this. What's a static or passive system? What's the difference between dynamic and static, or active and passive, right? Let me ask y'all this question. If we're talking about WS, is WS an active system, or is it a passive system, or is it a hybrid? Is it a mix of both? Let's start there. What are we dealing with? What does our environment look like? We need to quote unquote map our environment. Why do people do market research? Map our environment. Why do they have satellites? To map our environment. We need to map our environment. Most people don't even know where we are. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, for example, a computer program is passive when it is a file stored on a hardware drive and active when it runs in memory, right? The field is related to systems thinking, machine logic, and systems engineering. Now, you see that? We kind of went into that with the artificial intelligence, right? We kind of went into that with the artificial intelligence. And like I told people with the artificial intelligence, all of these things, for the most part, right, they're all based on, like, there's not much that's not based on things that we already know. Most new technologies are quote unquote expansions of ideas that are based, for the most part, on our own human biology. They're based on our own human biology. You know what I'm saying? So my question for you all is, when do you all feel that we will see these things be talked about in this particular way? When we see them talked about in this particular way. Now, I'm gonna tell you something, right? We're gonna always talk about them in this particular way over here. And what we do is, as we look at things in the environment, we're gonna apply the things that we've seen in order to be able to become familiar with how to classify these things and how to quickly come up with calculations, right? Because that's what it's about. It's coming up with calculations quickly. Like, what do they call it in, cryptocurrency? Hash rate. We're going to come up with a nice, high, productive hash rate for BLR, right? Shout out to DC Precise. Yeah, shout out to YGL T.B.V.M. A mix of both. Now, let's listen to this real quick. Let's do a little bit of an example here.
Let's go over to the US election. And Kamala Harris is noticing she's got a small problem with black voters. So she has run out this great idea. She's calling it the opportunity agenda for black men. Now, you go through some of the things she is suggesting in here. Some of them are just downright racist. For instance, there's going to be
downright racist. That's what he said. Now, mind you, this is Sky News. Remember, Sky News said that racism doesn't exist. This is the Rupert Murdoch Media Network, right? So this white man, I'm supposed to believe, is outraged about this perceived black woman, quote unquote, being somehow, quote unquote, racist towards, quote unquote, black men. This is what you call a web of nonsense. This is what you call a web of nonsense. This is what you also call an invitation or a pathway to Babel. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. We have a white man working for a racist white news media outlet who expects me to sit there and believe that he's jolly offended about Kamala Harris making comments about black men that his company has literally made for decades. I'm supposed to be what? What am I supposed to be? What are we supposed to be? You know what I'm saying?
Under her plan, 1 million fully forgivable loans to black entrepreneurs so that they can start up businesses. I'm sure there are people across Middle America through the Rust Belt and whatever who are going, my God, I haven't had a job for 5 years because you took away my manufacturing jobs. If only I had an opportunity to get a fully forgivable loan from the government, I might go and make a go of things. But no, unless you're black, you can't get hold.
There you go. Now, we just saw where it said it didn't say that unless you're black. And let's not even forget and mention the majority of black people live in the Midwest. The majority of black people actually lost those type of jobs that he's talking about. But look at white man outrage. Now, what's interesting about this plan is that he didn't have this type of outrage when his ancestors was getting about as fat as he is off of free slave labor. And he sounds like he's got some type of Western European criminal deviant accent, you know what I'm saying? Possibly English, or possibly New Zealand, or possibly Australia, where all of those thugs went, right? So he sounded like he got a thug accent to me, right? He didn't complain when any of his, you know what I'm saying, family's thugging, was helping him acquire those roles under his neck. Did he? So it's just interesting how they frame this, right? But again, remind you, it's no such thing as racism. And again, so now let's just do it like this, right? Kamala Harris is doing this is a bad quid pro quo, right? Is, you know, mediocre. But Kamala Harris is making a stumbling attempt with crutches to try to do some type of quid pro quo. Look, black men, I got something for you. Okay, whatever. We'll play with you, right? Let's read the paper. Let's read the paper. Okay, we're going to read the paper. We're going to take the envelope. We're going to open the envelope. We're going to read the paper. Now, she wants our votes. We're supposed to get something for our vote. White man says that us getting something for our vote is downright racist. So we got multiple problems here. We got Kamala Harris. She's a problem. We got Fat Boy. He's a problem. We got the population at large. They're a problem. We got a lot of problems. 99 problems, and I'm just keep it a buck. A bitch probably is one or two of them, right? So how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this problem here? White man says that black man shouldn't get anything for his vote. Now, right? White boy right here said that these black men shouldn't get anything for their vote. On the other Rupert Murdoch network, long-faced Laura Ingraham sat there and said, well, black men should vote for their economic interest. Voting for your economic interest is getting something for your vote. So in one instance, white people are saying it's racist for you to get anything for your vote. In the other instance, white people are saying if you don't get something for your vote, you're voting against your economic interest. This is white people saying all of this to black people. Now, here goes my question. Should they be allowed to pass? If they should be allowed to pass, give me a thumbs up. If they shouldn't, give me a thumbs down.
That the rest is full of motherhood statements. It goes on to say that Harris wants to protect black investments in cryptocurrency. I'm not sure exactly why that is pulled out, but anyway, that's there. And also she wants to give opportunities to black men to work in the marijuana industry. If there was anything you ever wanted people to get involved in, there it is. So you might be...
So, you know, all of the white men, he's not outraged about all the white men who have made billions of dollars about the marijuana industry. I'm trying to find two things right now. The first thing I'm trying to find is the point that he's trying to make, and the second thing that I'm trying to find is his lips. And I'm also trying to figure out why these people think that it's a flex or some type of, I don't know, advanced roast or we got jokes. And, you know, like white people, you know, they always take these ridicules and talk crazy about black people and associate us with monkeys and primates. Now, you know, everybody know, I got a gorgeous face, right? So, you know, it's not really a lot of people that want to do a side-by-side with me. But if they did do a side-by-side with me, you'll see that I have something that primates do not have, and that's lips. Another thing that I have that primates do not have is very tightly curly hair. Another thing that I don't have that primates do have is pink skin. But somehow, through the eyes of these people, what they see when they see a black person is a monkey or an ape or in anything. Very inconsistent. Very inconsistent. Now, we talked about these systems, right? And we talked about these systems in terms of equating them to quote unquote life and equating them to quote unquote death. One thing that causes death is when your body has inefficient system processes. When there's inefficient system processes, what happens to be made in many cases are what's called free radicals and harmful quote unquote metabolites. And what these are chemicals that are processed improperly that create harmful byproducts that can harm your tissues. I don't think that it would be a bad idea for people to look at this quote unquote system and see what type of interactions can be created to where harmful byproducts are created that can be longstanding and harmful to the system. If you ask me, anytime you pick up on an inconsistency, inconsistencies create harmful byproducts, right? These are theoretical harmful byproducts. One of the theoretical harmful byproducts is a breach in trust, lack of integrity, and exposure for insufficiency. So what needs to be done is that we need to run quality control, and we need to look at what we can do to contribute to inefficient processes that create long-standing harmful byproducts that when we're done with the transaction, those byproducts are still causing issues in the system. This particular situation is similar to the situation that cancer uses to delete a person. Okay.
Asking yourself, why is it that Kamala Harris would 3 weeks out from the election finally come up with some black men? This is the reason.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Now, what this chart shows is the unfortunate busting out of Obama that we're going to have to do, right? Because Barack Obama said that these numbers show that black men are inherently misogynist. And, you know, I tend to disagree with that. What the numbers actually show is that black men inherently pedestalize black women, women perceived as black women, or whatever woman a black man is involved with. I would say that black men inherently pedestalize women. And the reason why I would say that is because the difference in the voter demographics show that black males have the highest support for the female candidate, far superior to all other male groups, which means that inherently black men feel that a perceived black woman or a woman that they have faith in is capable of doing the job. So Barack Obama then levied the charge of misogyny against black men, which is not consistent with the data. So now, again, here's my question. How is Barack Obama allowed to get away with such misinformation when the statistics and the data clearly prove the opposite of the claim that Barack Obama made? And another question is, why were there so many people who were willing to adopt the claim that Barack Obama made when it was clearly inconsistent with the information as it's presented? How can you possibly say that a group of men who support the female candidate the most are inherently misogynistic? How can those things be said at the same time?
That is about half the margin that Obama won them by back in November of 2012.
Not looking good, is it? Perhaps black voters in America have woken up to the fact that the Democrats have taken advantage of them for a very long time. They have just counted on them for their vote. That is not happening anymore, or at least it's on the decline. It's not, and you can see the numbers right through from Obama down to Harris. It has declined at every single election, the black support for the Democrats, because they've gone, hang on, what have you actually done for me in the last 20 odd years? Nothing.
Anything that black people ask any political party for, regardless if we ask for Democrats or if we ask for Republicans, white people like him will say you shouldn't get anything that you're asking for. White people want handouts from black people. White political parties want black vote handouts and nothing in return. These are the people of the handout religion and the handout culture. So you see the inconsistencies and the doublespeak here. Shout out to YGLTB1. YGLTB1 says, as long as if you make loan race specific, then people like Ed Blum will show up to challenge it and have it deemed unconstitutional. So we will have to be lineage based in order for it to work. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. And even aside from that, I think that I wouldn't be surprised that there's people already working on ways to make that more difficult. And I would say even more fine-tuning should be done. But again, You guys know I'm biased. I'm OCD as hell. So, of course, nothing is ever going to be fine-tuned enough for me unless we need some type of subatomic device to be able to pick it up, right? And even then, I'm going to be like, well, we just don't have the instruments to get even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got problems, right?
Thing basically because you thought you could rely on my vote. The tide is starting to turn, and so Harris has gone, oh my God, what can I do? What can I possibly do? I'll protect your crypto investments and I'll get your jobs in the marijuana industry. I mean, God, she's hardly pulled the best out of the bag, has she?
And this is just 4 days after she announces this plan, just 4 days after Barack Obama went viral because he was telling off black men for their lackluster
So, like, I want you.
support
This is
of
what
the
I don't know why, you know what I'm saying, certain thing, but this is what you call transparent cackling, if you ask me, right? This is what's called transparent cackling. This is a bunch of white people sitting around eating bonbons, entertaining themselves with daytime TV, talking about black gossip, because there is a such thing, and this thing does happen, right? So this is what you call transparent cackling. You know what I'm saying? And what you will notice about this transparent cackling that people tend to not notice, because it's just so sickening how sometimes people just think if white people are talking about anything that got something to do with black people, you know what I'm saying, somehow there's some type of concern or regard or they care. That's none of that is true. It's all entertainment, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, and it's all not only entertainment, but them trying to get something out of it, right? So none of these people care. What needs to immediately be understood is that none of these people care about you. None of these people care about anything you got going on. Nothing. They only care about this happening to fulfill their need for entertainment at the moment. That's it. That's it. No more, no less. There's nothing behind it. Okay? Once you understand that, then pay attention to the way that they're communicating about this. None of these people are addressing any issues that black people say that we have that we need to have fixed or dealt with. It's just, aha, Kamala Harris, you can get a laugh too. Just understand that I don't mess with you. Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. DC, you know, I sent them an email about that article. I said, hey, I wanted to see a video about that lady in Kentucky that cooked her mom in a crock pot, and nobody ever got back to me. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see a segment on that. I wanted to have either Laura Ingraham or Sean Hannity talk about it, and nobody said anything. They didn't get back with me. You know what I'm saying? We got to run quality control on them. That's poor customer service, DC. You ain't on your job, DC, damn it. Where's your clipboard at, DC? They got poor customer service with the Rupert Murdoch Media Agency. I, as a customer, somebody who watches, right, asked them, hey, I want you to cover this story. And they didn't get back to me. They didn't get back to me.
literally took them to task. This, of course, is because black men in America have traditionally been part of the supporter base of the Democrats. And as you just saw in that CNN clip, they are now freaking out. So hot on the heels of Barack Obama taking it upon himself to literally chide these guys, what are you doing? Support the blue team. Now you've got Kamala coming out saying that another part of what she was planning in this plan for helping black men was studying diseases that disproportionately affect African-American men. So she's genuinely pulling out every stop. Another one was more apprenticeships for black men in America. So it's basically just trying to.
So here's my question to the white people. What would y'all suggest? How dare you be a part of quality control and take a 15-minute, 2-hour break? Now, I would have gave you a pass on the quality control if you had ran quality control on yourself and didn't get caught. You know what I'm saying? If you were 0 out of 0 for getting caught, you know what I'm saying, on break, then you would be running good quality control. You successfully snuck on a break. You know what I'm saying? But you didn't. You know what I'm saying? So we'll be talking about that at your evaluation. You know what I'm saying?
Offer them any kind of candy they could possibly want before they go to the polls in 3 weeks' time.
Well, I mean, when you speak of candy, these 1 million loans of $20,000, fully forgivable.
I know.
Yeah.
That's not a loan.
That's free money.
That's a bribe. We'll give you 20 grand if you vote for Kamala Harris. And you're right that Obama chided black men.
Now, check this out, right? Now, shout out to Crystal, right? Crystal makes an interesting point here. Crystal says white supremacy's goal is to keep black people a permanent underclass. Now, check this out, right? everybody's going to get mad at me and unsubscribe, you know what I'm saying, and go tell on me to all different people all over YouTube, right? But I disagree with that. I believe that black people being a quote unquote underclass in the given time period or time frame that we're here currently is a result of certain issues with white supremacy. However, I believe that, you know, the idea of quote unquote black people being the sole purpose of white supremacy, being a permanent underclass, it needs a slight adjustment. And the reason it needs a slight adjustment is because of human unconscious narcissism. In many cases, if you ask me, you know, for whatever reason, you know, people tend to believe that, you know, literally everything is focused on us and everything rotates and moves around us. This isn't true in any model of anything. In most models of everything, humans are just a consequence of the environment, and we actually live within the environment, and the environment is not in existence because of humans. That being said, right, black people who have lived on the planet Earth and have been in contact and dealing with WS and have dealt with it directly probably have a bias to believe that WS only deals with us. I would say that from a position of relativity, we see its impacts the most and we deal with its impacts the most on us. But just because we're dealing with those impacts and seeing those impacts, that doesn't mean that impacts are not occurring elsewhere or that there's not other impacts of a goal, a greater goal that's out there. Now, I actually agree again with Neely Fuller Jr. And this is how you know people don't believe what they say that they believe. A lot of people say that white supremacy's goal is to keep black people a permanent underclass. I think it's fair enough to say that that goal has already been achieved. And I think that people have just woken up to the fact that that's what was going on. And now people have woken up to the fact that they're aware that we are currently locked in as a permanent underclass and people are not willing to accept that reality. The goal there is no the goal of making us a permanent underclass is a thing of a past. There was a goal of making us a permanent underclass. We are now indeed a permanent underclass. That goal is already, the check mark has been checked on that box. You know what I'm saying? What's going on now, right? What the situation that we're looking at now, this is what the current situation is somebody that just found out that they got stage 4 cancer, and now everybody's running around trying to find the best, you know, oncologists and the best chemo and the best radiation to try to fix the cancer that has already effectively killed them. That's where we are right now. And everybody's, you know, you go through these stages of grief and depression and anger and all of this stuff, right? Psychological stages. There is going to be WS before us and after us, and also after them. I agree with Neely Fuller Jr. that the end goal of WS is universal domination. In a long scheme of universal domination, black people being a permanent underclass is a very, very small consequence. You know what I'm saying? It's a real consequence. It's a consequence that we deal with directly, but it's a very, very small consequence when you're talking about universal domination. And if there's anything beyond the universe that they can access, I would say that they would try to get that. So we could actually say universe plus 1, you know what I'm saying, with like an exponent to the infinity. Now, see, I want you guys to see something. A bunch of people left the room. And a bunch of people left the room because they couldn't sit still to hear where I was going with this, because they've been trained to immediately tune out when something that sounds slightly different than one of their online demagogues says. People, and I said that and I phrased it like that for a purpose, to show you how I've been running quality control on people. Predictable behavior. You know what I'm saying? We could fly right, or we could fly right to the control line and then come right back. You think I'm about to say something that's about to, you know what I'm saying, kind of go against one of them people that you mess with. I'm going to fly right on that line, and then I'm going to reel it back. And right when I get on that line, they out. They out. Now, I don't have much data on many people, right? Imagine the people that do got lots of data on many people. People shouldn't be that predictable. If you're predictable, you're in control. Well, what system is controlling you? You're in control. And this is what I'm saying. They've been running quality control. So, you know, and again, this is just more proof of why I don't believe people. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise laughing down there. Shout out to Vincent. Vincent laughing down there. Y'all think that's funny? Y'all should see how I punk people in real life. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should see how I punk people in real life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Crystal. I appreciate you. Now, here goes my question. We can all agree, right? That is what Neely Fuller Jr. said. Neely Fuller Jr. said the idea is to take over the universe. The idea is, for the most part, reality domination. Right? So, again, let's just say, for instance, black people remain a quote-unquote permanent underclass. Is there WS initiatives beyond that? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna, you know, it might stop for us, of course, if, you know, things, you know what I'm saying, don't turn out the right way. But just because we're not around to experience it doesn't mean that it's not gonna still be there. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, who knows how long in the future, right? I mean, there could be, you know, honestly, and we don't know anything. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's even going on to the extent in the universe. Like, we don't know any of this, right? A lot of people, you know, they pray and all that, you know what I'm saying? But like that, you know, if you believe in God and all that, that's completely different than like what's going on in the universe, right? It's different. What happens when human races start making hostile alliances with extraterrestrial entities or extraterrestrial relationships? Here goes my question. People always talk about aliens, right? Like, it's aliens all over the place and all this stuff, right? Okay, that's one way to look at it. But here goes my question. How can anyone say with 100% certainty that Earth is the only place where there is a interstellar human group? How can anybody say that with certainty? Earth is the only place where humans occur or live at. And if there's humans elsewhere in the universe, where are they and who are they? Me personally, I believe that it's more likely that there's other groups of humans scattered throughout the cosmos than there are of just some wild, insane kind of just crazy scientific type alien. And the reason why I believe that is because there's evidence of people with different visual appearances here on Earth that are just no longer here anymore. When you look at like the, you know what I'm saying, the pyramids and stuff like that, we getting into the pyramid babble. Shout out to Carlton. And if you look at the depictions of certain humanoid entities in India and other ancient texts, you'll notice that it's a lot of humanoid-like, right? It's a lot of humanoid-like depictions of humanoid-like figures that have like green skin and blue skin. And a lot of times these green skin and blue skinned humans are the ones that are like, you know, you could tell that those are the ones that were like the royalty or like the, you know, king or the pharaoh or something like that. And then it's a bunch of more familiar looking humans, humans that look black. You know what I'm saying? They look, you know what I'm saying, like Asian, you know what I'm saying, possibly white or whatever. And those tend to be the ones, you know what I'm saying, they hauling a bunch of bricks. You know what I'm saying? They doing some labor. They're either doing labor, you know what I'm saying, or they're worshiping the blue things, right? Now, I don't think that people are that creative that they could just come up with some stuff like that they had never seen before. Because where else are people coming up with stuff that people have never seen before? Most renditions of anything are all based on things that people have seen. It might be altered, it might not be accurate, but for the most part, it's based on something someone saw. Where are the organisms that look like that today? For the most part, when it comes to other, we can find some of the other organisms. You see the giant bird, a giant lizard. There, we got the dinosaurs, you know what I'm saying? They there. Giant cat, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got the saber-tooth tigers and all that. Lot of potential evidence for a lot of some of this stuff that sounds like a myth and all that, right? But the blue people, you know what I'm saying, the Smurfs, you know what I'm saying, and the green people, they pop up all over the place, all over the place. Africa, India, South and Central America. But there's not really any like physical evidence of those. Not really any idea about where they came from or what happened. No natural history museum, no none of that. So when something just kind of is not there anymore, I don't know what that means, right? But there is a possibility that it could mean that they just kind of left. If they just kind of left, then they probably went somewhere. Where'd they go? You know what I'm saying? Are they coming back? There's been many different stories. Shout out to Adventurer's Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurer's Guide to the Galaxy says their Grenada Treaty, the U.S. government did an agreement with UFO havers that they can come here and abduct fools for technology transfer. Yeah, I've heard that. There's a lot of different stories. A lot of this stuff, if you look into the Eisenhower presidency, there's a lot of very interesting, like there's these nuclear deals and just a lot of very, very strange stuff, right? And you know what I'm saying? I can't say if any of it is fact or not. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the stories of like Valiant Thor and all this kind of stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? But again, these are things that make you ask these questions. And then you look at the incessant compulsion, right? Like, look at what, you know, was being done in World War II, this crazy drive toward tech, right? They wanted to create like these antimatter machines and time, you know what I'm saying, altering devices. Elon Musk, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, this dude is trying to dominate actual space and cyberspace. And you know what I'm saying? You go back and you listen and think of what Neely Fuller Jr. said, and it's like, yo, I can see this stuff happening. I can see this stuff is happening in real time. And the stuff that people don't think that they have the ability to deal with, they're ignoring it and they're dealing with the low level stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're dealing with the low level stuff. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man, I'm all in with us trying to deal with the economic situation, right? But am I gonna sit here and say, you know, that's the only goal of WS on some foolish pride because, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, somebody on YouTube is screaming into a microphone? Nah, I see beyond that. I see beyond that. There's artificial intelligence issues, nanotechnology issues. You got Elon Musk. If you think Twitter is bad, imagine Mars when Elon Musk gets it. Are you serious? And once Elon Musk colonizes Mars, you think he gonna follow any rules? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy said, yeah, man, mustache guy went down to Antarctica. The U.S. Government went down and fought a real conflict after WW2 to get the technology that he had down there. The U.S. government acknowledges this. Not only that, facts. Not only that, not only was there a lot of technology and like all these like old military bunkers and stuff like that they had, they also made like ancient discoveries in Antarctica that, you know what I'm saying, was the mustache folks, they had some interesting, they was on some supervillain shit for real. They interestingly, you know what I'm saying, they kind of had that idea of like merging supernatural shit with technology. So they were trying to come up with wild, crazy shit like atom bombs, and at the same time, you know what I'm saying, it's like, yo, I got this little seance machine here that they say can give you like ultimate strength. We're gonna put this shit together and make some old hybrid technology, supernatural type shit. They were doing that. We're gonna get the Ark of the Covenant and put it on top of this SS Blackwing and have like, you know, electric lightning ball. Like they was on that kind of shit, trying to make shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy was like, yeah, they were on some real supervillain shit, and the U.S. government absorbed all that. Yeah, DARPA is wild. DARPA is wild. But when I tell you, like them folks, they were on some we trying to get the shit like the necromongers got on Chronicles of Riddick. Whoever seen Chronicles of Riddick with the necromongers, they was on some shit like that, like on some technological religious dictator type weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Like beyond the Galactic Federation on Star Wars, like just on some weird shit. I like to people always talk about the Galactic Federation, but to me, like the most ominous like intergalactic army, like the scary army, was like the necromongers. Like the necromongers had the supernatural shit and the technology shit at the same time. That was wild. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they was trying to be on. That's what them folks was trying to be on. And like Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy said, the United States got it. And United States military, the same people that got it, is who's doing all these contracts with Elon Musk. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is cyberspace an actual physical location that can now be accessed and monitored through technology, or is cyberspace a man-made location? I'm going to give you guys a spoiler alert. I don't believe that cyberspace is a man-made location. I believe that cyberspace is a location that has been able to be accessed by mankind with computers. I actually believe that our human brains deal with areas of cyberspace when we go into REM sleep. So I believe that cyberspace is an actual either physical or, you know, pseudo physical location that kind of has different laws of physics, like, you know what I'm saying, dark matter and antimatter, and just kind of laws that we're not really familiar with. But I do believe that that is cyberspace. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe mankind made cyberspace. I believe mankind made instruments that can somehow access areas that we consider cyberspace, but we're also within that cyberspace. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy said, yeah, haha, and the CIA also has that supernatural black sun symbol. Bro, listen, the black sun symbol, don't even get started with these symbols all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Because look, we can go down that rabbit hole, you know what I'm saying? And it'll be all kind of symbols and shit. You know what I'm saying? That you know, the channel will be going tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Even and you like, I didn't even say nothing that's misinformation. And it's like the channel will be going tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you ever heard of this place called Astana or not. You know what I'm saying? It's in this country called Kazakhstan, but you should check out this country called Astana. All of these symbols, like this black sun symbol and all of that, like all of this stuff has all been a presentation and been presented to people. You could look it up and look at it through different cartoons that came on from back in the day. One of them, like the black sun type symbol, you know what I'm saying, with like, you know, He-Man and Thundar the Barbarian with the sun sword, you know what I'm saying, and you know, the Lightning League from Jason the Wheel Warriors, you know what I'm saying, the Serpent of Set, right, from Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer. All this shit is all like, is all in the, like, they've been putting these type of symbols into people's brains for a long time through the media. You know what I'm saying? They've been putting these type of symbols into people's brains for a long time through the media. Ever since people was a little kid. Like this, like talking about the black sun symbol, right? Look, okay, so the black, another rendition of the black sun, right, is the Death Star, right, from Star Wars, right? That's the reason why Darth Vader, you know what I'm saying, wears that black robe that he has, and that's why the Jedi are a paternal order. The Jedi and the Sith are the paternal order. And what they don't tell you about the Jedi and the Sith is that the Jedi and the Sith have to both be in existence to exist. Like, it can't just be Jedi and no Sith, and it can't just be Sith and no Jedi. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's about this. It's about Saturn, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy says Kazakhstan has some really wild ancient buildings and crazy stuff that is beyond any historical books. That Conan Wonderworld has something there. Symbols are everywhere. It's wild. Yeah, look at this city. I'm looking to this city called Astana. You know what I'm saying? I never seen the movie The Good Shepherd. You know what I'm saying? I never seen the movie The Good Shepherd. But, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, the symbol, the black sun and all that, right? Now, people always ask about this anti-blackness, right? When it comes to bridging, like, the Indian culture, right? The black sun and, you know what I'm saying, the SS lightning bolts and the swastika, y'all don't know that all of those is Indian Sanskrit symbols? The whole, like, the actual for real the whole idea of, like, all of that Aryan stuff, like, there's an exchange between Indian people and white people, like, all of that caste system. Well, a lot of the racism with Indian people, it's inherent in culture. They didn't get it all from white people. They had it. White people got a lot of their racism and symbols and stuff like that they used for World War II and for you know, Germany and you know what I'm saying, Nazis and all that. They got that from India. They got it from India the same way they got the eugenics experience and all that, eugenics experiments from the United States. They got the swastika from India. They got the idea of being Aryan from India. They had an exchange with racist culture. That's one of the reasons why them people came over here to the United States. In their eyes, you know, we laugh and joke about it, about fighting to be white and all that. In their eyes, they're not fighting to be white. They're fighting to be Aryan. Which they don't, I mean, you know, they come from certain cultures, right? I mean, it's not really a fight, I guess, just to represent themselves as Aryan over here. But you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we look at it like, aha, you fighting to be white. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of funny, but like, that's only half the story. Like, they actually are fighting to reclaim and have their actual Aryan culture. You know what I'm saying? Which is a whole nother rabbit hole that maybe we, you know what I'm saying, could go down down the line about and talk about one of these days. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Oh yes, Mustache Man went to India and was looking for the Aryan race at the top of the world. Yeah. Again, he went to India and came back with a swastika, and somehow Indians get to be grouped in as people of color who are victims of racism. You know what I'm saying? But they're actually part of the forefathers of it, and no one talks about it. No one talks about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, where he at? Like, somebody go ask Vivek Ramaswamy, yo, where Hitler get the swastika from? You know what I'm saying?
For not being enthusiastic enough about Kamala Harris. But as part of his chiding, he actually said to them, is it because she's a woman? So he's accusing black men of being sexist, and that's the reason why they're not supporting Kamala Harris. I thought the Black Lives Matter riots were instructive as to how the Democrats think about black people. They think that black people are morally inferior, which is why they...
Again, so do you and your ancestors, right? But okay, like, let's look at how one person looks at how black people are. I feel this way about black people, so that we don't have to take accountability for our own disgusting culture, right? Yeah, shout out, right. Shout out to Adventurous Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, Vivek, I got a question for you. What's up with that swastika, bro? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You look like SS Motown. You know what I'm saying? You look like SS Motown, homie. You know what I'm saying? Look like you could, you know what I'm saying? Look like you was part of the Third Reich and can sing a mean spinner song. You know what I'm saying? Weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I heard that people who experience waking up in the midst of that REM sleep have seen it, but they couldn't move. Yeah, what is that called? It's called like sleep paralysis, I think. Now, I got a theory about sleep paralysis. One of these days, I should just make videos about these little theories that I be having. But the only problem with the theories that I don't really ever actually want to be going too deep into like theories that I be having, because y'all see it, y'all know, right? Yeah, he'll be on the Ark of the Covenant doing the electric slide with actual lightning bolts coming out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like on Indiana Jones, looking crazy. But people be stealing my intellectual property on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really be appreciating that. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, it's that choice of, well, the shit can just die with you. You know what I'm saying? You can just place a bet on the universal calculator, right? That hopefully maybe one day my combination will come back up. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be able to reproduce the same stuff. But we don't know if that'll happen or not. You know what I'm saying? Think about, as long as people been around, allegedly people don't understand the life-death relationship. How is that possible? Think about, look at this. Think about, what is the experience curve on death? Every human being, well, I wouldn't say every human being, most human beings known to man has experienced death, yet death is not a concept that's completely understood. How is that possible? We've been asking this question. How is certain things mathematically possible? How is that mathematically possible? The experience curve on death should be damn near like parallel with the y-axis, because every person ever experienced it, but there's no information about it. How? Shit don't make no damn sense.
Morally inferior, which is why they turned a blind eye and said, well, of course they're going to loot department stores because, well, what other option do they have? They taught black people that they're helpless victims because of events of hundreds of years ago. Well, of course you're upset, and of course you're down.
Jim Crow was 100 years ago? Somebody check my math. How many years was Jim Crow ago? I think that we should create some events that happen now that deal with groups of people. I think that we should do that. And I think that we should incessantly put the pressure on them. And as we put more pressure on, keep saying, well, Everybody's dealt with this. Stop complaining and just get over it. I don't understand why more people are not motivated to do that. Why? That's my question for everybody watching. Shout out to y'all. Why are more people not motivated to do that? What do you guys think? Let me know.
Trodden. And while they do that, they promise repeatedly to fix the plight of black people, but never do. And so I think black people have finally figured them out and said, we're going to vote for Trump, who's actually going to treat us like we're equals and provide opportunity for everyone.
It's the bigotry of low expectations.
Yeah,
we see it here in Australia. We see it.
The bigotry of low expectations. Who created that bigotry of low expectations? Shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with it, bro? Who created the bigotry of low expectations? Let me know in the comment section. Whose invention is that? Who can pride their name on that? Who got their name on a trademark for that?
It all over the world, right? They just take advantage of voters, think, oh, well, it doesn't matter. You're just going to vote for us anyway. Why would we possibly do anything for you? So she'd forgotten about the importance of black men up until now, 3 weeks before the election. So she's finally jumped on that.
And this dude here, right? And he thinks that, you know, black men shouldn't get anything for their vote. Like he said that. So he's outraged that Kamala Harris has the nerve to say, I'm going to throw together this corny plan for y'all. But at the same time, even he thinks that the corny plan is too much for black men and that black men shouldn't do anything or get anything. I just want y'all to see it. I just want y'all to see it. And I want y'all to let me know what y'all think about it, man. Let me know what y'all think about it. You know what I'm saying? So, yo, I got some stuff I got to do, man. You know what I'm saying? I might be live a little bit later. You know, I know it'll probably be late night. You know what I'm saying? So I want to shout out everybody who contributed to the stream. We have 5 stream sponsors. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit the like yet, do me a favor. Take a moment and hit that like. Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. I appreciate you. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all show the Church of Black Power some love for becoming a new member. I appreciate you. Shout out to Crystal. Definitely appreciate you, Crystal. Make sure y'all show Crystal some love. And shout out to my man YGLTB1 for being a member for 12 months. Definitely appreciate it, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Look at all the 12-month and beyond members that we have. You don't see it like that nowhere else on YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all. I appreciate you. Oh, and Black Spider at the last moment wanted something to eat. Let's give her something to eat real quick.
In Springfield, there is...
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Man, that is hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Shout out to Tarek. Shout out to Tarek. Make sure y'all show Tarek some love. Tarek said, because I ain't got no money, punk.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, punk.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate it. All right, y'all. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you locked in. Make sure you hit that bell icon twice. Make sure you subscribe to my backup channels. Follow my other social media. And more than likely, I will see y'all late night. And as always,
walk up in this life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour, got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pop.
Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on my knee. That's on TV. That's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me. Come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature? That's like every other week. Talk behind my back. I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Hold up.